Days of Magic, Nights of War, Abarat, Book 2, by Clive Barker. DB 59340. Copyright 2004 by Clive Barker. Read by Erin Jones. This book contains 493 pages. Approximate reading time, 12 hours, 50 minutes. About this digital talking book. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the opening announcements, table of contents, prologue, parts, and closing announcements at Level 1, and to chapters at Level 2. Library of Congress, Annotation. Candy Quackenbush's adventures in the Abarat continue. She makes a startling realization about who she is while the forces of the night begin plans for war. Sequel to Abarat, RC 56273. Some Strong Language, for grades 6 through 9 and older readers, 2004. From the Book Jacket. Candy Quackenbush's adventures in the amazing world of the Abarat are getting more strange by the hour. Christopher Carrion, the Lord of Midnight, has sent his henchmen to capture her. Why, she wonders. What would Carrion want with a girl from Minnesota? And why is Candy beginning to feel that the world of Abarat is familiar to her? Why can she speak words of magic she doesn't even remember learning? There is a mystery here, and Carrion, along with his fiendish grandmother Mater Motley, suspects that whatever Candy is, she could spoil their plans to take control of the Abarat. Now Candy's companions must race against time to save her from the clutches of Carrion, and she must solve the mystery of her past before the forces of night and day clash and absolute midnight descends upon the islands. A final war is about to begin, and Candy is going to need to make some choices that will change her life forever. About the author. Clive Barker is the best-selling author of 20 books, including the New York Times bestseller Abarat. He is also an acclaimed artist, film producer, and director. For 6 years, Mr. Barker has been working on a vast array of paintings to illuminate the text of the books of Abarat, over 125 of which can be found within this volume. Mr. Barker lives in California with his partner, the photographer David Armstrong, and their daughter Nicole. They share their house with 5 dogs, 60 fish, 9 rats, innumerable wild geckos, 5 cockatiels, an African gray parrot called Smokey, and a yellow-headed Amazon parrot called Malingo. For my mother, Joan. I dreamed I spoke in another's language. I dreamed I lived in another's skin. I dreamed I was my own beloved. I dreamed I was a tiger's kin. I dreamed that Eden lived inside me, and when I breathed, a garden came. I dreamed I knew all of creation. I dreamed I knew the Creator's name. I dreamed, and this dream was the finest, that all I dreamed was real and true, and we would live in joy forever, you and me in you. C.B. Contents. Prologue. Hunger. Part 1. Freaks, Fools, and Fugitives. 1. Portrait of Girl in Geshrat, page 11. 2. What There Is to See, page 16. 3. On the Parroto Parroto, page 25. 4. The Scavengers, page 31. 5. The Speaking of a Word, page 36. 6. 2 Conversations, page 42. 7. Something of Babilonium, page 47. 8. A Life in the Theater, page 56. 9. Again the Criss-Cross Man, page 61. 10. The Freaks Are Out, the Freaks Are Out, page 74. Part 2. Things Neglected, Things Forgotten. 11. Traveling North, page 81. 12. Darkness and Anticipation, page 86. 13. The Sacbrood, page 94. 14. Lament, The Monkey's Tale, page 107. 15. The Pursuer, page 118. 16. The Wunderkammen, page 126. 17. The Star Striker, page 138. 18. Departure, page 144. 19. Life and Death in Chickentown, page 150. 20. Malingo Alone, page 159. 21. Night Conversations, page 166. 22. A Death Sentence, page 174. 23. Dreamer to Dreamer, page 180. 24. Husband and Wife, page 189. 25. Fates, page 194. 26. Kaspar Is Visited, page 203. 27. Abduction, page 216. 28. A Summoning, page 231. Part 3. A Time of Monsters. 29. The Captain Converses, page 239. 30. The Beasts of Ifrit, page 244. 31. News in Nantes, page 254. 32. Events at the Threshold, page 261. 33. A Visit to Mariposa Street, page 265. 34. Secrets and Meatloaf, page 278. 35. 2 in 19, page 283. 36. The Bridegroom Unearthed, page 290. 37. The Owner of the Dead Man's House, page 298. 38. Midnight's Heart, page 306. 39. Dragon Bones, page 314. 40. A Tale of Endless Partings, page 321. 41. An Ambitious Conjuration, page 333. 42. The High Maze, page 340. 43. The Dark Denied, page 349. 44. The Prince and the Beast Boy, page 360. 45. A Decision, page 364. Part 4. The Sea Comes to Chickentown. 46. Departures, page 373. 47. Something in the Wind, page 384. 48. Stirring the Waters, page 390. 49. Into the Hereafter, page 397. 50. Father and Daughter, page 413. 51. Into the Wormwood, page 419. 52. The Secret of Secrets, page 430. 53. The Warship Unmade, page 439. 54. The Living and the Dead, page 450. 55. The Beginning of the End, page 457. 56. Down and Down, page 464. 57. Never Fear, page 468. 58. The Return of the Sea, page 477. Prologue. Hunger. Here is a list of fearful things. The jaws of sharks, a vulture's wings, the rabid bite of the dogs of war, the voice of one who went before, but most of all the mirror's gaze, which counts us out our numbered days. Righteous Bandy, the nomad poet of Abarat. Otto Houlihan sat in the dark room and listened to the two creatures who had brought him here, a three-eyed thing by the name of Lazarou, and its sidekick, Baby Pink-Eye, playing Knock the Devil Down in the corner. After their 20-second game, his nervousness and irritation began to get the better of him. "How much longer am I going to have to wait?" he asked them. Baby Pink-Eye, who had large reptilian claws and the face of a demented infant, puffed on a blue cigar and blew a cloud of acrid smoke in Houlihan's direction. "They call you the Criss-Cross Man, don't they?" he said. Houlihan nodded, giving Pink-Eye his coldest gaze, the kind of gaze that usually made men weak with fear. The creature was unimpressed. "Think you're scary, do you?" he said. "Ha! This is Gorgosium, Criss-Cross Man. This is the island of the midnight hour. Every dark, unthinkable thing that has ever happened at the dead of night has happened right here. So don't try scaring me. You're wasting your time." "I just asked—" Yes, we heard you," said Lazarou, the eye in the middle of her forehead rolling back and forth in a very unsettling fashion. You'll have to be patient. The Lord of Midnight will see you when he's ready to see you. Got some urgent news for him, have you? Said Baby Pink-Eye. That's between him and me. I warn you, he doesn't like bad news, said Lazarus. He gets in a fury, doesn't he, Pink-Eye? Crazy is what he gets. Tears people apart with his bare hands. They glanced conspiratorially at each other. Houlihan said nothing. They were just trying to frighten him, and it wouldn't work. He got up and went to the narrow window, looking out onto the tumorous landscape of the Midnight Island, phosphorescent with corruption. This much of what Baby Pink-Eye had said was true. Gorgosium was a place of terrors. He could see the glistening forms of countless monsters as they moved through the littered landscape. He could smell spicy sweet incense rising from the mausoleums in the mist-shrouded cemetery. He could hear the shrill din of drills from the mines where the mud that filled Midnight's armies of stitchlings was produced. Though he wasn't going to let Lazarus or Pink-Eye see his unease, he would be glad when he'd made his report, and he could leave for less terrifying places. There was some murmuring behind him, and a moment later Lazarus announced, "The Prince of Midnight is ready to see you." Houlihan turned from the window to see that the door on the far side of the chamber was open, and Baby Pink-Eye was gesturing for him to step through it. "Hurry, hurry," the infant said. Houlihan went to the door and stood on the threshold. Out of the darkness of the room came the voice of Christopher Carrion, deep and joyless. "Enter, enter. You're just in time to watch the feeding." Houlihan followed the sound of Carrion's voice. There was a flickering in the darkness, which grew more intense by degrees, and as it brightened he saw the Lord of Midnight standing perhaps 10 yards from him. He was dressed in grey robes, and was wearing gloves that looked as though they were made of fine chainmail. "Not many people get to see this, Criss-Cross Man. My nightmares are hungry, so I'm going to feed them." Houlihan shuddered. "Watch, man! Don't stare at the floor." Reluctantly, the Criss-Cross Man raised his eyes. The nightmares Carrion had spoken of were swimming in a blue fluid which all but filled a high transparent collar around Carrion's head. 2 pipes emerged from the base of the Lord of Midnight's skull, and it was through these that the nightmares had emerged, swimming directly out of Carrion's skull. They were barely more than long threads of light, but there was something about their restless motion, the way they roved the collar, sometimes touching Carrion's face, more often pressing against the glass, that spoke of their hunger. Carrion reached up into the collar. One of the nightmares made a quick motion, like a striking snake, and delivered itself into its creator's hand. Carrion lifted it out of the fluid and studied it with a curious tenderness. "It doesn't look like much, does it?" Carrion said. Houlihan didn't comment. He just wanted Carrion to keep the thing away from him. "But when these things are coiled in my brain, they show me such delicious horrors." The nightmare writhed around in Carrion's hand, letting out a thin, high-pitched squeal. "So every now and then I reward them with a nice fat meal of fear. They love fear, and it's hard for me to feel much of it these days. I've seen too many horrors in my time, so I provide them with someone who will feel fear." So saying, he let the nightmare go. It slithered out of his grip, hitting the stone floor. It knew exactly where it was going. It wove across the ground, flickering with excitement, the light out of its thin form illuminating its victim, a large, bearded man squatted against the wall. "Mercy, my lord," he sobbed. "I'm just a Todo miner." "Oh, now be quiet," Carrion said, as though he were speaking to a troublesome child. "Look, you have a visitor." He turned and pointed to the ground where the nightmare slithered. Then, without waiting to see what happened next, he turned and approached Houlihan. "So now," he said, "tell me about the girl." Thoroughly unnerved by the fact that the nightmare was loose and might at any moment turn on him, Houlihan fumbled for words. "Oh, yes, the girl. She escaped me in Ninnyhammer, along with a Geshrat called Malingo. Now they're traveling together, and I got close to them again on Soma Plume, but she slipped away among some pilgrim monks." "So, She's escaped you twice. I expect better. She has power in her, Houlihan said by way of self-justification. Does she, indeed? Carrion said. As he spoke, he carefully lifted a second nightmare out of his collar. It spat and hissed. Directing it toward the man in the corner, he let the creature go from his hands, and it wove away to be with its companion. She must, at all costs, be apprehended, Otto, Carrion went on. Do you understand me? At all costs. I want to meet her. More than that, I want to understand her. How will you do that, Lord? By finding out what's ticking away in that human head of hers. By reading her dreams, for one thing. Which reminds me. Lazarou! While he waited for his servant to appear at the door, Carrion brought out yet another nightmare from his collar and loosed it. Houlihan watched it as it went to join the others. They had come very close to the man, but had not yet struck. They seemed to be waiting for a word from their master. The miner was still begging. Indeed, he had not ceased begging throughout the entire conversation between Carrion and Houlihan. "Please, Lord," he kept saying, "what have I done to deserve this?" Carrion finally replied to him. "You've done nothing," he said. "I just picked you out of the crowd today because you were bullying one of your brother miners." He glanced back at his victim. "There's always fear in men who are cruel to other men." Then he looked away again, while the nightmares waited, their tails lashing in anticipation. "Where's Lazarou?" Carrion said. "Here. Find me the dreaming device. You know the one. Of course. Clean it up. I'm going to need it when the Criss-Cross Man has done his work." His gaze shifted toward Houlihan. "As for you," he said, "get the chase over with." "Yes, Lord." "Capture Candy Quackenbush and bring her to me, alive." "I won't fail you." "You'd better not. If you do, Houlihan, then the next man sitting in that corner will be you." He whispered some words in old aberration. "Thakrum nusara. Has." This was the instruction the nightmares had been waiting for. In a heartbeat, they attacked. The man struggled to keep them from climbing up his body, but it was a lost cause. Once they reached his neck, they proceeded to wrap their flickering lengths around his head, as though to mummify him. They partially muffled his cries a little, but he could still be heard, his appeals for mercy from Carrion deteriorating into shrieks and screams. As his terror mounted, the nightmares grew fatter, giving off brighter and brighter flashes of sickly luminescence as they were nourished. The man continued to kick and struggle for a while, but soon his shrieks declined into sobs, and finally even the sobs ceased. So, at last, did his struggle. "Oh, that's a disappointment," Carrion said, kicking the man's foot to confirm that fear had indeed killed him. "I thought he'd last longer than that." He spoke again in the old language, and, nourished now and slothful, the nightmares unknotted themselves from around their victim's head and began to return to Carrion. Houlihan couldn't help but retreat a step or two, in case the nightmares mistook him for another source of food. "Go on, then," Carrion said to him. "You've got work to do. Find me Candy Quackenbush." "It's as good as done," Houlihan replied, and without looking back, even a glance, he hurried away from the Chamber of Terrors and down the stairs of the 12th Tower. Part 1. Freaks, Fools, and Fugitives. Nothing. After a battle lasting many ages, the devil won, and he said to God, who had been his maker, "Lord, we are about to witness the unmaking of creation by my hand. I would not wish you to think me cruel, so I beg you take 3 things from this world before I destroy it. 3 things, and then the rest will be wiped away." God thought for a little time, and at last he said, "No, there is nothing." The devil was surprised. "Not even you, Lord," he said, and God said, "No, not even me." From Memories of the World's End, author unknown, Christopher Carrian's favorite poem. 1. Portrait of Girl and Geshrat. "Let's get our photograph taken," Candy said to Malingo. They were walking down a street in Tasmagor, where, this being on the island of Quam Ha, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. The Tasmagorian market was in full swing, and in the middle of all this buying and selling, a photographer called Gumat had set up a makeshift studio. He'd hung a crudely painted black cloth from a couple of poles and set his camera, a massive device mounted on a polished wood tripod, in front of it. His assistant, a youth who shared his father's coxcomb hair and lightly striped blue and black skin, was parading a board on which examples of Gumat the Elder's photos were pinned. "You like to be pictured by the great Gumat?" the youth said to Malingo. "He make you look real good." Malingo grinned. "How much?" "2 pattersem," said the father, gently pressing his offspring aside so as to close the sale. "For both of us?" Candy said. "1 picture, same price, 2 pattersem." "We can afford that," Candy said to Malingo. "Maybe you like costumes? Hats?" Gumat asked them, glancing at them up and down. "No extra cost." "He's politely telling us we look like vagabonds," Malingo said. "Well, we are vagabonds," Candy replied. Hearing this, Gumat looked suspicious. "You can pay," he said. "Yes, of course," said Candy, and dug in the pocket of her brightly patterned trousers, held up with a belt of woven biffle reeds, and pulled out some coins, sorting through them to give Gumat the pattersem. "Good, good," he said. "Jam, get the young lady a mirror. How old are you?" "Almost 16. Why?" "You wear something much more ladylike, huh? We got nice things. Like I say, no extra charge." "I'm fine, thank you. I want to remember this the way it really was." She smiled at Malingo. 2 wanderers in Tasmagor, tired but happy. "That's what you want, that's what I give you," Gumat said. Jam handed her a little mirror, and Candy consulted her reflection. She was a mess, no doubt about it. She'd cut her hair very short a couple of weeks before, so she could hide from Houlihan among some monks on Soma Plume, but the haircut had been very hurried, and it was growing out at all angles. "You look fine," Malingo said. "So do you. Here, see for yourself." She handed him the mirror. Her friends back in Chickentown would have thought Malingo's face, with his deep orange hide and the fans of leathery skin to either side of his head, fit only for Halloween. But in the time they'd been traveling together through the islands, Candy had come to love the soul inside that skin, tender-hearted and brave. Gumat arranged them in front of his camera. "You need to stand very, very still," he instructed them. "If you move, you'd be blurred in the picture. So now let me get the camera ready. Give me a minute or 2. "What made you want to photograph?" Malingo said from the corner of his mouth. "Just to have, so I won't forget anything." "As if," said Malingo. "Please," said Gumat. "Be very still. I have to focus." Candy and Malingo were silent for a moment. "What are you thinking about?" Malingo murmured. "Being on Easel at noon." "Oh, yes. That's something we're sure to remember." "Especially seeing her." "The princess breath." Now, without Gumat requesting it, they both fell silent for a long moment, remembering their brief encounter with the goddess on the noonday island of Easel. Candy had seen her first, a pale, beautiful woman in red and orange, standing in a patch of warm light, breathing out a living creature, a purplish squid. This, it was said, was the means by which most of the species in the Abarat had been brought into creation. They had been breathed out by the creatrix, who had then let the soft wind that constantly blew through the trees and vines of Easel claim the newborn from her arms and carry them off to the sea. That was the most amazing— "I'm ready," Gumat announced from beneath the black cloth he ducked under. "On the count of 3, we take the picture. 1, 2, 3. Hold it! Don't move! Don't move! 7 seconds. He lifted his head out from under the cloth and consulted his stopwatch. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Gumat slipped a plate into his camera to stop the exposure. Picture taken. Now we have to wait a few minutes while I prepare a print for you. No problem, Candy said. Are you going down to the ferry? Jam Jam asked her. Yes, said Candy. You look like you've been on the move. Oh, we have, said Malingo. We've seen a lot in the last few weeks, traveling around. I'm jealous. I've never left Quom Ha. I'd love to go adventuring. A minute later, Jam Jam's father appeared with the photograph, which was still wet. I can sell you a very nice frame, very cheap. No thanks, said Candy. It's fine like this. She and Malingo looked at the photograph. The colors weren't quite true, but Gumat caught them looking like a pair of happy tourists, with their brightly colored rumpled clothes, so they were quite happy. Photograph in hand, they headed down the steep hill to the harbor and the ferry. You know, I've been thinking, Candy said, as they made their way through the crowd. Uh-oh. Seeing the princess breath made me want to learn more about magic. No, Candy? Come on, Malingo. Teach me. You know all about conjurations. A little, just a little. It's more than a little. You told me once that you spent every hour that Wolfswinkel was asleep studying his grimoires and his treatises. The subject of the wizard Wolfswinkel wasn't often raised between them. The memories were so painful for Malingo. He'd been sold into slavery as a child by his own father, and his life as Wolfswinkel's possession had been an endless round of beatings and humiliations. It had only been Candy's arrival at the wizard's house that had given him the opportunity to finally escape his enslavement. Magic can be dangerous, Malingo said. There are laws and rules. Suppose I teach you the wrong things and we start to unknit the fabric of time and space. Don't laugh. It's possible. I read in one of Wolfswinkel's books that magic was the beginning of the world. It could be the end, too. Candy looked irritated. Don't be cross, Malingo said. I just don't have the right to teach you things that I don't really understand myself. Candy walked for a while in silence. Okay, she said finally. Malingo cast Candy a sideways glance. Are we still friends? He said. She looked up at him and smiled. Of course, she said. Always. 2. What There Is to See. After that conversation, they never mentioned the subject of magic again. They just went on with their island hopping, using the time-honored Guide to the Islands, Klepp's Almanac, as their chief source of information. Every now and again, they'd get a feeling that the Criss-Cross Man was closing in on them, and they'd cut short their exploring and move on. About 10 days after they'd left Tasmagor, their travels brought them to the island of Orlando's Cap. It was little more than a bare rock with an asylum for the insane built on its highest point. The asylum had been vacated many years before, but its interior bore the unmistakable signs of the madness of its occupants. The white walls were covered with strange scrawlings that here and there became a recognizable image, a lizard, a bird, only to dwindle into scrawlings again. What happened to all the people who used to be in here? Candy wondered. Malingo didn't know, but they quickly agreed that this wasn't a spot where they wanted to linger. The asylum had strange, sad echoes. So they went back to the tiny harbor to wait for another boat. There was an old man sitting on the dock, coiling a length of frayed rope. He had the strangest look on his face, his eyes all knotted up as though he were blind. This wasn't the case, however. As soon as Candy and Malingo arrived, he began to stare at them. "You shouldn't have come back here," he growled. "Me?" Malingo said. "No, not you. Her! Her!" He pointed at Candy. "They'll lock you away." "Who will?" "They will, soon as they know what you are," the man said, getting to his feet. "You keep your distance," Malingo warned. "I'm not going to touch her," the man replied. "I'm not that brave. But I see. Oh, I see. I know what you are, girl, and I know what you'll do." He shook his head. "Don't you worry. I won't touch you. No, sir, I wouldn't do a damn fool thing like that." And so saying, he edged around them, being sure to keep his distance, and ran off down the creaking dock, disappearing among the rocks. "Well, I guess that's what happens when you let the crazy folks out, Malingo said with forced brightness. What was he seeing? He was crazy, lady. No, he really seemed to be seeing something. The way he was staring at me. Malingo shrugged. I don't know, he said. He had his copy of the almanac open and used it to nimbly change the subject. You know, I've always wanted to see Hap's vault, he said. Really? Said Candy, still staring at the rocks where the man had fled. Isn't it just a cave? Well, this is what Clep says. Malingo read aloud from the almanac. Huffaker. Hap's vault on Huffaker, which is at 9 o'clock in the evening. Huffaker is an impressive island, topographically speaking. Its rock formations, especially those below ground, are both vast and elaborately beautiful, resembling natural cathedrals and temples. Interesting, huh? You want to go? Candy was still distracted. Her yes was barely audible. But listen to this, Malingo went on, doing his best to draw her thoughts away from the old man's talk. The greatest of these is Hap's vault. Blah, 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 discovered by Lydia Hap. Blah, blah, blah. It is Miss Hap who was the first to suggest the Chamber of the Skein. What's the skein? Candy said, becoming a little more interested now. I quote, It is the thread that joins all things, living and dead, sentient and unthinking, to all other things. Now Candy was interested. She came to stand beside Malingo, looking at the almanac over his shoulder. He went on reading aloud. According to the persuasive Miss Hap, the thread originates in the vault at Huffaker, appearing momentarily as a kind of flickering light before winding its way invisibly through the Abarat, connecting us one to another. He closed the almanac. Don't you think we should see this? Why not? The island of Huffaker stood just 1 hour from the Yebidim Day, the first island Candy had ever visited when she'd come to the Abarat. But whereas the great carved head of the Yebidim Day still had a few streaks of late light in the sky above it, Huffaker was smothered in darkness, a thick mass of clouds obscuring the stars. Candy and Malingo stayed in a threadbare hotel close to the harbor, where they ate and laid their plans for the journey, and after a few hours of sleep, they set out on the dark but well-signposted road that led to the vault. They'd had the foresight to pack food and drink, which they needed. The journey was considerably longer than they'd been led to expect by the owner of the hotel, who'd given them some directions. Occasionally they'd hear the sound of an animal pursuing and bringing down another in the murk, but otherwise the journey was uneventful. When they finally reached the caves themselves, they found that a few of the steep passageways had flaming torches mounted in brackets along the cold walls to illuminate the route. Surprisingly, given how extraordinary the phenomenon sounded, there were no other visitors here to witness it. They were alone as they followed the steeply inclined passageway that led them into the vault, but they needed no guide to tell them when they had reached their destination. "Oh, Lordy-Loo," said Malingo. "Look at this place." His voice echoed back and forth across the vast cavern they had come into. From its ceiling, which was so far beyond the reach of the torch's light as to be in total darkness, there hung dozens of stalactites. They were immense, each easily the size of an inverted church spire. There were the roosts of aberration bats, a detail Clep had failed to mention in his almanac. The creatures were much larger than any bat Candy had seen in the Abarat, and they boasted a constellation of 7 bright eyes. As for the depths of the cavern, they were as inky black as the ceiling. "It's so much bigger than I expected it to be," Candy said. "But where's the skein?" "I don't know. Maybe we'll see it if we stand in the middle of the bridge." Malingo gave her an uneasy look. The bridge that hung over the unfathomable darkness of the vault didn't look very secure. Its timbers were cracked and antiquated, its ropes frayed and thin. "Well, we've come this far," Candy said. "We may as well see what there is to see." She set a tentative foot on the bridge. It didn't give way, so she ventured farther. Malingo followed. The bridge groaned and swayed, its boards, which were laid several inches apart, creaking with every step they took. "Listen," Candy whispered, as they reached the middle of the bridge. Above them they could hear the chittering of a chatty bat, and from far, far below the rushing of water. "There's a river down there," Candy said. "The almanac doesn't." Before Malingo could finish his sentence, a third voice came out of the darkness and echoed around the vault. "As I live and breathe, will you look at that? Candy Quackenbush." The shout stirred up a few bats. They swooped from their roosts down into the dark air, and in doing so they disturbed hundreds of their siblings, so that in a matter of a few seconds countless bats were on the move, a churning cloud pierced by shifting constellations. "Was that Houlihan?" Candy said. "I'm afraid it was." She'd no sooner spoken than there was a footfall at the far end of the bridge, and the Criss-Cross Man stepped into the torchlight. "Finally," he said, "I have you where you cannot run." Candy glanced back along the bridge. One of Houlihan's stitchling companions had appeared from the shadows and was striding toward them. It was a big, ill-shapen thing, with the teeth of a death's head, and as soon as it set foot on the bridge, the frail structure began to sway from side to side. The stitchling clearly liked the sensation, because it proceeded to throw its weight back and forth, making the motion more and more violent. Candy grabbed hold of the railings, and Malingo did the same, but the frayed ropes offered little comfort. They were trapped. Houlihan was now advancing from his end of the bridge. He had taken the flaming torch from the wall and held it ahead of him as he advanced. His face, with its crisscrossed tattoos, was gleaming with sweat and triumph. Overhead, the cloud of bats continued to swell, as events on the bridge disturbed more and more of them. A few of the largest, intending perhaps to drive out these trespassers, swooped down on Candy and Malingo, letting out shrill shrieks. Candy did her best to ignore them. She was much more concerned with the Criss-Cross Man, who was now no more than 7 or 8 feet away. "You're coming with me, girl," he said to her. "Carrion wants to see you in Gorgosium." He suddenly tossed the torch over the railing, and with both hands free he raced at Candy. She had nowhere left to run. "What now?" he said. She shrugged. Desperate, she looked around at Malingo. "We may as well see—" "What is there to see?" he replied. She smiled the tiniest smile, and then, without even glancing up at their pursuers again, they both threw themselves headfirst over the rope railing. As they plunged into the darkness, Malingo let out a wild whoop of exhilaration, or perhaps fear, perhaps both. Seconds passed, and still they fell and fell and fell, and now everything was dark around them, and the shrieking of the bats was gone, erased by the noise of the river below. Candy had time to think. "If we hit the water at this speed, we'll break our necks." And then suddenly Malingo had hold of her hand, and using some trick of acrobatics he'd learned hanging upside down from Wolfswinkle's ceiling, he managed to flip them both over so that they were now falling feet first. 2, 3, 4 seconds later they hit the water. It wasn't cold, at least not icy. Their speed carried them deep, however, and the impact separated them. For Candy there was a panicky moment when she thought she'd used up all her breath. Then, God bless him, Malingo had hold of her hand again, and gasping for air they broke surface together. "No bones broken?" Candy gasped. "No, I'm fine. You?" "No," she said, scarcely believing it. "I thought he had us." "So did I. So did he." Candy laughed. They looked up, and for a moment she thought she glimpsed the dark, ragged line of the bridge high above. Then the river's current carried them away, and whatever she'd seen was eclipsed by the roof of the cavern through which these waters ran. They had no choice but to go wherever it was going. Darkness was all around them, so the only clues they had to the size of caverns through which the river traveled was the way the water grew more tempestuous when the channel narrowed, and how its rushing din mellowed when the way widened again. Once, for just a few tantalizing seconds, they caught a glimpse of what looked like a bright thread, like the skein of Lydia Happ's account, running through the air or the rock above them. "Did you see that?" Malingo said. "Yes," said Candy, smiling in the darkness. "I saw it." "Well, at least we saw what we came to see." It was impossible to judge the passage of time in such a formless place, but some while after their glimpsing of the skein, they caught sight of another light, a long way ahead, a luminescence which steadily grew brighter as the river carried them toward it. "That's starlight," Candy said. "You think so?" She was right. It was. After a few more minutes, the river finally brought them out of Huffaker's caverns and into that quiet time just after nightfall. A fine net of cloud had been cast over the sky, and the stars caught in it were turning the Isabella silver. Their journey by water wasn't over, however. The river current quickly carried them too far from the dark cliffs of Huffaker to attempt to swim back to it, and bore them out into the straits between 9 and 10 o'clock. Now the Isabella took charge, her waters holding them up without their needing to exert themselves with swimming. They were carried effortlessly out past Ninnyhammer, where the lights burned bright in the cracked dome of Caspar Wolfswinkel's house, and south into the light, to the bright, tropical waters that surrounded the island of the Nonce. The sleepy smell of an endless afternoon came off the island, which stood at 3 o'clock, and the breeze carried dancing seeds from the lush slopes of that hour. But the Nonce was not to be their destination. The Isabella's currents carried them on past the afternoon to the vicinity of the island of Nomen. Before they could be delivered to the shores of that island, however, Malingo caught sight of their salvation. "I see a sail," he said, and started yelling to whoever might be up on deck. "Over here! Here!" "They see us," Candy said. "They see us!" 3. On the Parroto Parroto. The little vessel Malingo's sharp eyes had spotted wasn't moving, so they were able to let the gentle current carry them toward it. It was a humble fishing boat, no more than 15 feet in length and in a very dilapidated condition. Its crew members were hard at work, hauling up onto the deck a net full to bursting with tens of thousands of small mottled turquoise and orange fish, called smatterlings. Hungry seabirds, raucous and aggressive, wheeled around the boat or bobbed on the water close by, waiting to snatch up those smatterlings that the fishermen failed to get out of the net, onto the deck and into the hold of their boat quickly enough. By the time Candy and Malingo were within hailing distance of the little vessel, most of the hard labor was over, and the happy crew members, there were only 4 on the boat, were singing a song of the sea as they folded the nets. "Fishes, feed me, fishes fine, swim in the nets and catch the line. Feed my children, fill my dishes, that's why I love you, little fishes." When they were done with the song, Malingo called to them from out of the water. "Excuse me," he yelled. "There are still 2 more fishes down here." "I see you," said a young man among the crew. "Throw them a line," said the wiry, bearded man in the wheelhouse, who was apparently the captain. It didn't take very long for Candy and Malingo to be brought up over the side of the boat and onto the stinking deck. "Welcome aboard the Parroto Parroto," said the captain. "Somebody get him some blankets, will you?" Though the sun was still reasonably warm in this region between 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 5, their time in the water had chilled both Candy and Malingo to the bone, and they were glad of the blankets and the deep bowls of spicy fish soup that they were given a few minutes later. "I'm Purbo Skebble," said the captain. "The old man is Mizzle, the cabin girl is Galatea, and the young fellow there is my son, Cherry. We're from Ifrit, and we're heading back there with our hold full." "Good fishin'," Cherry said. He had a broad, happy face which fell naturally into an expression of easy contentment. "There'll be consequences," Mizzle said, his own features as naturally joyless as Cherry's were naturally happy. "Why do you always have to be so grim?" Galatea said, staring contemptuously at Mizzle. Her hair was shaved so close to her scalp it was little more than a shadow. Her muscular arms were decorated with elaborate tattoos. "Didn't we just save 2 souls from drowning? We're all on the creatrix side on this boat. Nothing bad's going to happen to us." Mizzle just sneered at her, rudely snatching the empty soup bowls from Candy and Malingo. "We've still got to get past Gorgosium," he said, as he headed down into the galley with the bowls. He cast a sly, faintly threatening glance back at Candy as he departed, as though to see whether he'd succeeded in sowing the seeds of fear in her. "What did he mean by that?" Malingo said. "Nothing," said Skebble. "Oh, let's tell the truth here," said Galatea. We're not going to lie to these people. That would be shameful. Then you tell 'em, Scavengers said. Jerry, come, lad. I want to be sure the catch is properly stowed. What's the problem? Candy said to Galatea when the father and son had gone about their work. You have to understand that there's no ice on this boat, so we got to get the catch back to Ifrit before the fish go rotten on us. Which means... Let me show you. She led them to the wheelhouse, where there was an old and much weathered map pinned up on the wall. She pointed a well-bitten fingernail at a place between the islands of Soma Plume and Nomen. We're about here, she said, and we've got to get up to here. Their destination lay past the 25th hour, way to the north of the archipelago. If we had more time, we'd take the long way back, hugging the coast of Nomen and then passing the Nonce and heading north between Ninnyhammer and Gibberish and rounding the 25th till we get back to our village. The 25th, Candy thought. She'd been there briefly, with the women of the Phantomaya. She'd seen all kinds of visions, including one that she'd dreamed of many times since, a woman walking on a sky full of birds, while fish swam in the watery heavens around her head. There's no chance you could drop us off at the 25th, is there? Candy said. But even as she spoke, she remembered the dark side of life on the 25th. She'd been pursued there by a pair of monsters called the Fugit Brothers, whose features moved around their faces on clicking legs. You know what, she said. Maybe that's not such a good idea after all. Well, we can't do it anyway, Galatea told her. It'll take too long. The fish'll rot. So which way are we going? Malingo said. Candy had guessed already from looking at the map. We're going between the pyramids of Zuxux and Gargosium. Galatea grinned. Every other tooth in her mouth was missing. You should be a-fishing, you should, she said. Yep, that's where we're going. Mizzle thinks it's a bad plan. He says there's all manner of things that live on the island of midnight. Monstrosities, he says. Horridy things that will come flapping over and attack the ship. Why would they do that? Candy asked. Because they want to eat the fish, or else they want to eat us. Maybe both. I don't know. Whatever it is, it ain't good news. Anyhow, we can't be squibbies about this. Squibbies? Said Candy. Cowards, Malingo said. We gotta sail past midnight whether we like it or not, Galatea went on. Either that or we lose the fish, and a lot of people will go hungry. Not a good choice, said Scavengers as he climbed out of the hold. But like the girl says, we got no choice. And, 'fraid you got no choice but to come with us. Either that or we dumps you in the water again. I think we'd rather stay on board, Candy said, giving Malingo an anxious look. They headed north, out of the bright afternoon waters of the straits between 4 and 5, into the dark seas that surrounded midnight. It wasn't a subtle change. 1 minute the Sea of Isabella was glittering with golden sunlight, and they were warm. The next, waves of darkness covered the sun, and a bitter cold swept in to surround them. Off to their port side they could see the immense island of Gargosium. Even from a considerable distance they could pick out the windows of the 13 towers of the fortress of Iniquisit and the lights that burned around the Toto mines. "You want a closer look?" said Mizzle to Candy. He passed her his battered old telescope, and she studied the island through it. There seemed to be immense heads carved from some of the stony outcrops of the island. Something that looked like a wolf's head, something that looked vaguely human. But far more chilling were the vast insects she saw crawling around the island, like fleas or lice grown to the size of trucks. They made her shudder, even at such a safe distance. "Not a pretty place, is it?" Scavengers said. "No, not really," said Candy. "Plenty of folks like it, though," the captain went on. "If you've got a darkness in your heart, that'd be the place you go, huh? That'd be the place you feel at home." "Home," Candy murmured. Malingo was standing beside her and heard her speak the word. "Homesick," he said. No. Well, sometimes. A little. Just about my mom, really. But no, that wasn't what I was thinking." She nodded toward Gargosium. "It's just strange to think of somebody calling that dismal place their home." "Each to their hour, as the poet wrote," Malingo said. "Which is your hour?" Candy asked him. Where do you belong?" "I don't know," Malingo said sadly. "I lost my family a long time ago, or at least they lost me, and I don't expect to see them again in this life." "We could try and find them for you." "One day, maybe." He dropped his voice to a whisper. "When we don't have so many teeth nipping at our heels." There was a sudden explosion of laughter from the wheelhouse, which brought the conversation to an end. Candy wandered over to see what was going on. There was a small television, which had red curtains to either side of the screen like a little theater placed on the floor. Mizzle, Cherry, and Galatea were watching it, much entertained by the antics of a cartoon boy. "It's the Cammexo Kid," Cherry said. "He's so wild." Candy had seen the kid's image many times now. It was hard to go very far in the Abarat without meeting his perpetually smiling face on a billboard or a wall. His antics and his catchphrases were used to sell everything from cradles to coffins, and all that anybody would want in between. Candy watched the flickering blue screen for a little while, thinking back to her encounter with the man who had created the character, Rojo Pixler. She'd met him on Ninnyhammer, briefly, and in the many weeks since she'd half expected to see him again at some turn in the road. He was part of her future, she knew, though she didn't know how or why. On the screen the kid was playing tricks, as usual, much to the amusement of his little audience. It was simple knockabout stuff. Paint was spattered, food was thrown, and through it all jogged the relentlessly cheerful figure of the Cammexo Kid, dispensing smiles, pies, and just a little bit of love, as he would round off every show saying, to the world. "Hey, Miss Misery," said Mizzle, glancing around at Candy. "You don't laugh." "I just don't think it's very funny, that's all." "He's the best," Cherry said. "Lordy Lou, the things he says." "Happy, happy, happy," said Galatea, perfectly copying the kid's squeaky voice. "That's what I is. Happy, happy, hap." She was interrupted by a panicked shout from Malingo. "We've got trouble," he yelled, "and it's coming from Gorgosium." 4. The Scavengers. Candy was the first out of the wheelhouse and back on deck. Malingo had Mizzle's telescope to his eye and was studying the threatening skies in the direction of Gorgosium. There were 4 dark-winged creatures flying toward the fishing boat. They were visible because their innards glowed through their translucent flesh, as though lit by some bitter fire. They gibbered as they approached, the chatter of mad, hungry things. "What are they?" Candy said. "They're Zethacaracia," Mizzle informed her. "Zethek for short. The ever-hungry ones. They can never eat enough. That's why we can see their bones." "Not good news," Candy guessed. "Not good news." "They'll take the fish," Skebble said, appearing from the bowels of the ship. He'd apparently been attending to the engine, because he was covered with oil stains and carried a large hammer and an even more sizable wrench. "Lock down the holds!" he yelled to his little crew. "Quickly, or we'll lose all the fish!" He pointed a stubby finger at Malingo and Candy. "That means you as well!" "If they can't get to the fish, won't they come after us?" Malingo said. "We have to save the fish," Skebble insisted. He caught hold of Malingo's arm and pressed him toward the brimming holds. "Don't argue," he said. "I don't want to lose the catch, and they're getting closer." Candy followed his gaze skyward. The Zethek were less than 10 yards from the boat now, swooping down over the twilight sea to begin their scavenging. Candy didn't like the idea of trying to protect herself against them unarmed, so she grabbed hold of the wrench in Skebble's left hand. "If you don't mind, I'll take that," she said, surprising even herself. "Take it," he said, and went to help the rest of the crew with the labor of closing the holds. Candy headed for the ladder on the side of the wheelhouse. She put the wrench between her teeth. Not a pleasant experience. It tasted of fish oil and Skebble's sweat, and clambered up the ladder, turning to face the Zethek once she reached the top. The sight of her standing on the wheelhouse, the wrench in her hand like a club, had put a little doubt in them. They were no longer swooping down on the Parroto Parroto, but hovering 10 or 12 feet above it. "Come on down!" Candy yelled to them. "I dare you!" "Are you crazy?" Cherry hollered. "Get down!" Malingo called to her. "Candy, get—" Too late. The closest Zethek took Candy's bait and swooped down, its long bone-bright fingers reaching to snatch at her head. "Good boy," she said. "Look what I've got for you." She swung the wrench in a wide arc. The tool was heavy, and in truth she had very little control over it, so it was more by accident than intention that she actually struck the creature. That said, it was quite a blow. The Zethek dropped out of the sky as if shot, striking the boards of the wheelhouse so hard they cracked. For a second, he lay still. "You killed him," said Galatea. "Ha ha! Good for you!" "I don't think he's dead," Candy said. What Galatea couldn't hear, Candy could. The Zethek was growling. Very slowly he raised his gargoylish head. Dark blood ran from his nose. "You hurt me." "Well, come over here," Candy said, beckoning to the beast across the fractured boards of the roof. "I'll do it again." "The girl's suicidal," Mizzle remarked. "Your friend is right," the Zethek said. "You are suicidal." Having spoken, the Zethek opened his mouth and kept opening it, wider and wider, until it was literally large enough to bite off the top of Candy's head. In fact, that seemed to be his intention, because he lunged forward, leaping across the hole in the roof and throwing Candy down on her back. Then he jumped on top of her. The wrench flew out of her hand. She had no time to pick it up. The Zethek was upon her, his mouth vast. She closed her eyes as a cloud of the beast's breath broke against her face. She had seconds to live. And then suddenly Skebble was there, hammer in hand. "Leave the girl alone!" he hollered, and brought the hammer down on the Zethek's skull, delivering it such a calamitous blow that he simply fell backward into the wheelhouse through the hole in the roof, dead. "That was brave, girl," he said, hauling Candy to her feet. She patted the top of her head, just to be sure it was still there. It was. "One down," said Candy. "Three to—" "Help! Somebody!" Mizzle yelled. "Help!" Candy turned around to find that another of these wretched things had caught hold of Mizzle and was pinning him to the deck, preparing to make a meal of him. "No, you don't!" she yelled and ran for the ladder. Only when she was halfway down did she remember that she'd left the wrench on the roof. It was too late to go back for it. The deck, when she reached it, was slick with fish oil and water, and instead of running, she found herself sliding over it, completely out of control. She hollered for someone to stop her, but there was no one close enough. Straight ahead was the hold, its door already opened by one of the beasts. Her only hope of stopping herself was to reach out and grab the Zethek that was assaulting Mizzle, but she'd have to be quick before the opportunity slid by. She put out her hand and made a grab for the beast. The Zethek saw her coming and turned to ward her off, but he wasn't fast enough. She caught hold of his hair. He squawked like an enraged macaw and struggled to free himself, but Candy held on. Unfortunately, her momentum was too great to bring her to a halt. Quite the reverse. Instead, the creature came along with her, reaching up to try and untangle her fingers from his ratty locks, even as they both slid toward the gaping hold. Over the edge they went and down among the fish. Luckily, it wasn't a long fall. The hold was almost filled with smatterlings. But it wasn't a pleasant landing, 1,000 fish sliding beneath them, cold and wet and very dead. Candy still had her grip on the Zethek's hair, so that when the creature stood up, which he did instantly, she was hauled to her feet too. The creature wasn't used to being held by anybody, especially some scrap of a girl. He writhed and raged, snapping at her with his oversized mouth one moment, the next attempting to shrug her loose by shaking his body so violently that his bones clattered. Finally, apparently despairing of escape, the Zethek called to his surviving comrades. "Cud! Nadam! Here! In the hold! Now!" A few seconds after the call had gone out, Cud and Nadam appeared over the edge of the hold. "Mathis," Nadam said, grinning. "You have a girl for me." So saying, he opened his mouth and inhaled so powerfully that Candy had to fight to keep herself from being pulled straight into the maw. Cud wasn't interested in such tricks. He shoved Nadam aside. "I take her," he said. "I'm hungry." Nadam shoved back. "So am I," he growled. While she was being fought over, Candy took the opportunity to yell for help. "Somebody! Malingo? Cherry?" "Too late," said Cud. and leaning over the edge of the hold, he caught hold of her and pulled her up. He was so quick and violent that Candy lost her grip on Methys. Her feet slid over the slimy fish for a moment, then she was in the air, being hauled toward Cud's mouth, which now also opened like a toothed tunnel. The next moment, everything went dark. Her head, much to her horror, was in the mouth of the beast. 5. The speaking of a word. Though her entire skull was suddenly enclosed by the Zethic's mouth, Candy was still able to hear one thing from the outside world. Just one stupid thing. It was the squeaking voice of the Kamexo Kid, singing his eternally optimistic little song. "Happy, happy, happy," it squealed. She offered up a little prayer in that dark moment to ask any god or goddess of Abarat or the hereafter who would listen. It was a very simple prayer. It simply said, "Please don't let that ridiculous kid be the last thing I hear before I die." And, thank the divinities, her prayer was answered. There was a dull thud directly above her, and she felt the tension of Cud's jaws relax. She instantly pulled her head out of his mouth. This time the slickness of the fish beneath her was to her advantage. She slid across the carpet of smatterlings in time to see Cud collapse among the fish. She took her eyes off him and looked up at her savior. It was Malingo. He was standing there with Skebble's hammer in his hand. He smiled at Candy. But his moment of triumph was short. In the next instant, Cud rose up roaring from his slimy bed of fish and pulled the legs out from under Malingo, who fell down on his back. "Aha!" Cud yelled, laying eyes on the hammer that slipped out of Malingo's hand when he fell. Cud snatched it up and got to his feet. The brightness in his bones had become a furious blaze in the last few minutes. In the sockets of his skull, 2 dots of scarlet rage flickered as he turned his stare toward Candy. He looked like something from a ghost train ride. Wielding the hammer, he raced at Candy. "Run!" Malingo yelled. But she had nowhere to run to. There was a Zethek to the left of her and one to the right, and behind her a solid wall. A skeletal smile spread over Cud's face. "Any last words?" he said, as he lifted the hammer above his head. "Come on," he growled. "You must have something in your head." Curiously, she did have something in her head, a word she could not even remember hearing until this moment. Cud seemed to see the confusion in her eyes. "Speak!" he said, striking the wall to the left of her head with the hammer. The reverberations echoed all around the hold. The dead smatterlings convulsed, as though they'd been given a spasm of life. "Talk to me!" Cud said, striking the wall to the right of Candy's head. Showers of sparks erupted from the spot, and the fish jumped a second time. Candy put her hand up to her throat. There was a word there. She could feel it, like something she'd eaten but not quite swallowed. It wanted to be spoken. That she was certain about. It wanted to be spoken. And who was she to deny it its ambitions? She let the syllables rise up, unbidden, and spoke them. "Jasasakyathum," she said. From the corner of her eye, she saw Malingo sit bolt upright on the bed of fish. "Oh, Lordy Lou," he said, his voice hushed with awe. "How do you know that word?" "I don't," Candy said. But the air knew it. The walls knew it. No sooner were the syllables out of her lips than everything began to vibrate in response to the sound of whatever Candy had said. And with each vibration the air and the walls repeated the syllables in their own strange fashion. "Jasasakyathum! Jasasakyathum! Jasasakyathum!" "What have you done, girl?" Cud said. Candy didn't know. Malingo, on the other hand, did. "She's uttered a word of power," he said. "I have?" Candy replied. I have. That's what I've done." "Magic," Cud said. He began to retreat from her now, the hammer sliding out of his fingers. "I knew there was something about you from the beginning. You're a witch girl. That's what you are, a witch girl." As the Zethek's panic grew, so did the reverberations. With each repetition they gathered strength. Jasasakya Thum! Jasasakya Thum! Jasasakya Thum! "I think you should get out of here now," Malingo yelled to Candy as the din climbed. "What?" "I said get out! Out!" As he spoke, he stumbled toward her through the fish, which were also vibrating in rhythm with the words. The Zetheks paid no attention to him nor to Candy. They were suffering from the effects of the word. They had their hands clamped over their ears, as though they were afraid it was deafening them, which perhaps it was. "This is not a safe place to be," Malingo said when he got to Candy's side. She nodded. She was beginning to feel the distressing influence of the vibrations herself. Galatea was there to lift her up onto the deck. Then both girls turned to help Malingo, reaching down to catch hold of his long arms. Candy counted. 1, 2, 3, and they hauled together, lifting him up with surprising ease. The scene in the hold had become surreal. The word was making the catch vibrate so violently that at first glance the fish seemed to be alive again. As for the Zethek, they were like 3 flies caught in a jar, propelled back and forth across the hold, slamming against the sides. They seemed to have forgotten all about the possibility of escape. The word had made them crazy or stupid or both. Scabble was standing on the opposite side of the hold. He pointed to Candy and yelled at her. "Make it stop, or you're going to shake my boat apart!" He was right about the boat. The vibrations in the hold had spread throughout the vessel. The boards were shaking so violently, nails were being spat into the air, the already cracked wheelhouse was rocking to and fro, the rigging was vibrating like the strings of a huge guitar. Even the mast was swaying. Candy looked over at Malingo. "See," she said, "if you taught me some magic, I'd know how to turn this off." "Well, wait," Malingo said. "Where did you learn that word?" "I didn't learn it." "You must have heard it somewhere." "No, I swear. It just appeared in my throat. I don't know where it came from." "If you two have quite finished chatting," Scabble hollered over the din. "My boat!" "Yes!" Candy shouted back. I know." "Inhale it," Malingo said. "What?" "The word! Inhale the word!" "Inhale it? Do as he says!" Galatea yelled, "before the boat sinks!" Everything was now shaking to the rhythm of the word. There wasn't a board or a rope or a hook from bow to stern that wasn't in motion. In the hold, the 3 Zetheks were still being pitched around, sobbing for mercy. Candy closed her eyes. Strangely enough, she could see the word that she'd uttered in her mind's eye. There it was, clear as crystal. Jas, asa, kya, thum. She emptied her lungs through her nostrils. Then, still keeping her eyes tightly shut, she drew a deep breath. The word in her mind's eye shook, then it cracked, and it seemed to fly apart. Was it just her imagination, or could she feel it coming back into her throat? She swallowed hard, and the word was gone. The reaction was instantaneous. The vibrations died away. The boards dropped back into place, peppered by nails. The mast stopped lurching to and fro. The fish stopped their grotesque cavorting. The Zetheks quickly realized that the attack had ceased. They unstopped their ears and shook their heads, as though to put their thoughts back in order. "Go, brothers," Nedham said, "before the witch girl tries some new trick." He didn't wait to see that his siblings were doing as he suggested. He started to beat his wings furiously and climbed into the air, weaving a zigzag course skyward. Methys was about to follow. Then he turned to Cud. "Let's ruin their catch." Scabble let out a howl of complaint. "No!" he yelled. "Don't!" His cry was ignored. The 2 creatures squatted down among the fish, and the vilest smell Candy had ever smelled in her life rose up from the hold. "Are they—" Malingo nodded grimly. "The catch! The catch!" Scabble was howling. "Oh, Lord, no! No!" Methys and Cud thought all this was hugely amusing. Having done their worst, they beat their wings and lifted off. "Damn you! Damn you!" Scabble yelled as they flew past. "That was enough fish to feed the village for half a season," Galatea said mournfully. "And they poisoned it," Malingo said. "What do you think? Smell that stink. Who could ever eat something that smelled like that?" Cud had by now escaped into the darkness, following Natum back to Gorgosium. But Methys was so busy laughing at what they'd just done that he accidentally clipped the top of the mast with his wing. For a moment he struggled to recover himself, but lost his momentum, and fell back toward the Parroto Parroto, hitting the edge of the wheelhouse roof and bouncing off onto the deck, where he lay unconscious. There was a moment of surprised silence from everybody on deck. The whole sequence of events, from Candy's speaking of the word to Methys' crash, had taken at most a couple of minutes. It was old Mizzle who broke the hush. "Cherry," he said. "Yes." "Get a rope, and you, Galatea, help him. Tie up this burden of filth." "What for?" "Just do it," Mizzle said, "and be quick about it before the damn thing wakes up." 6. 2 conversations. "So," said Mizzle once the stunned Zethek was firmly secured, "you want to know my plan?" They were all sitting at the bow of the boat, as far from the stink of the hold as they could get. Candy was still in a mild state of shock. What she'd just witnessed herself doing, speaking a word she didn't even know she knew, needed to be thought about very carefully. But now was not the time to do the thinking. Mizzle had a plan, and he wanted to share it. "We're going to have to dump out all the smatterlings. Every last fish." "A lot of people are going to go hungry," Galatea said. "Not necessarily," Mizzle replied. He had a sly expression on his scarred and weather-worn face. "To the west of us lies the island of 6 o'clock. "Babilonium," Candy said. "Precisely. Babilonium. The carnival island. Masks and parades and fairs and bug wrestling and music and dancing and freaks." "Freaks?" said Galatea. "What kind of freaks?" "Every kind. Things that are too small, things that are too large, things with 3 heads, things with no head at all. If you want to see freaks and monsters, then Babilonium's the place to find them." While the old man was speaking, Skebble had gotten up and gone to the door to study the bound Zethek. "Have you seen these freak shows on Babilonium?" he said to Mizzle. "Certainly. I worked in Babilonium in my youth. Made a lot of money, too." "Doing what?" said Galatea. Mizzle looked a little uncomfortable. "I don't want to go into details," he said. "Let me just say it involved, bodily gases and flame." Nobody said anything for a moment or two. Then Cherry piped up. "You farted fire?" he said. Everybody subdued their amusement with a great effort of will, all except for Skebble, who let out a whoop of laughter. "You did," he said. "You did, didn't you?" "It was a living," Mizzle said, staring fiercely at Cherry, his ears bright red. "Now can I please get on with my story?" "Go on," said Skebble. "Get to the point." "Well, it seems to me, if we could sail this damn boat to Babilonium, we would sure as certain find somebody to buy that Zethek and put him in one of the freak shows." "Would we make money from a deal like that?" "We'll make sure we do, and when we've done the deal we'll sail to Tasmagor, get the hold scrubbed out, and buy a new supply of fish." "What do you think?" Candy said to Skebble. He glanced out at the bound creature, scratching at his tatty beard. "No harm in trying," he replied. "Babilonium, huh?" Candy said. "What, you have a problem with this?" Skebble said testily. It had been a grim and eventful couple of hours. He was obviously weary, his energies exhausted. "If you don't want to come with us—" No, we'll come," said Candy. "I've never been to Babilonium." "The playground of the Abarat," Malingo said. "Fun for all the family." "Well then, what are we waiting for?" said Galatea. "We can dump the smatterlings as we go." By chance, Otto Houlihan was on Gorgosium at that time, waiting for an audience with the Lord of Midnight. It was not an appetizing prospect. He was going to have to report that though he came very close to capturing the girl in Hap's vault, he had failed, and that she and her Geshrat companion had most likely thrown themselves to their deaths. The news would not make Carrion happy, he knew. This made Houlihan nervous. He remembered all too well the feeding of the nightmares he'd witnessed in the 12th tower. He didn't want to die the same way as the wretched miner had died. In an attempt to put these troubling thoughts from his mind, he slipped away to a little inn called the Fool in Chains, where he could drink some Hoborukian vodka. Perhaps it was time, he thought as he drank, to cease his life as a hunter and find a less risky means of making money. As a bug wrestling promoter, perhaps, or a knife juggler. Anything, as long as he never had to come back to Gorgosium and wait. His clammy meditations were interrupted by the sound of laughter from outside. He staggered out to see what all the fuss was about. Several customers, many in states of inebriation as bad or worse than his own, were standing in a rough circle, pointing to something on the ground in their midst. The Criss-Cross Man went to see. There in the dirt was one of the uglier occupants of Gorgosium, a large Zethek. He had apparently collided with a tree and had fallen to earth, under which he was now standing, looking very confused, picking leaves out of his hair and spitting out dirt. The drunkards just kept laughing at him. "Go on, laugh at me," the creature said. "Cud's seen a thing you be way afraid of, a terrible thing I seen." "Oh, yeah?" said one of the drunks. "And what was that?" Cud spat out one last mouthful of dirt. "A witch girl," he said. "Does bad magic on me, almost kills me with her word." Houlihan elbowed his way through the crowd and grabbed hold of the Zethek's wings so that he wouldn't try to escape. Then he peered into his broken, confounded face. "You said you fought with this girl?" he said. "Yes. Was she alone?" "No, she was with a Geshrat." "You're sure?" "You saying I don't know what a Geshrat looks like? I've been drinking their blood since I was a baby. Never mind about the Geshrat. Talk to me about the girl." "Don't shake me. I will not be shaken. I'm—" "Cud, the Zethek. Yes, I heard. And I'm Otto Houlihan, the Criss-Cross Man." The moment Houlihan offered up his name, the crowd that had been pressing around Cud suddenly melted away. "I've heard of you," Cud said. "You're dangerous." "Not to my friends," Otto replied. "You want to be my friend, Cud?" The Zethek took but a moment to think on this. "Of course," the creature said, bowing his head respectfully. "Good," said the Criss-Cross Man. Then back to the girl. "Did you catch her name?" "The Geshrat called her—" He frowned. "What was it? Mandy? Dandy? Candy? Candy, yes, he called her Candy." "And on what island did you last see this girl?" "No island," Cud replied. "I saw her on a boat, out there." He pointed behind him, toward the lightless waters of the Isabella. "You go after her?" "Why?" Cud looked nervous. "Magic in her," he said. "Monstrous. She's monstrous." Houlihan didn't remark on the oddity of a creature like Cud calling Candy a monster. He simply said, "Where do I find her?" "Follow your nose. We spoiled their catch by befouling their hold." "Very sophisticated," Houlihan said, and turned his back on the befuddled beast to consider his options. If he stayed on Gorgosium, he would eventually be admitted into Carrion's presence and be obliged to explain how once again the girl had outmaneuvered him. The alternative was to leave midnight and hope he would be able to find Candy and get some answers from her before Carrion summoned him back and demanded answers. Yes, that was better. A lot better. "Are you finished with me?" the Zethek growled. Houlihan glanced back at the wretched thing. Yes, go," he said. "I've got work to do, following your stink." 7. Something of Babilonium. The short voyage to the Carnival Island quickly took the Parroto Parroto out of the darkness that surrounded Gorgosium. A golden glow on the horizon marked their destination, and the closer they came to it, the more boats appeared in the waters around the little fishing boat, all making their way west. Even the most unremarkable of vessels was decorated with flags and lights and streamers, and all were filled with happy people on their way to celebrate on the island ahead. Candy sat in the bow of the Parroto Parroto, watching the other vessels and listening to the singing and the shouts that echoed across the water. "I don't see Babilonium yet," she said to Malingo. "All I see is mist." "But do you see the lights in that mist?" Malingo said. "That's Babilonium for sure." He grinned like an excited kid. "I can't wait. I read about the Carnival Island in Wolfswinkle's books. Everything you ever wanted to see or do, it's there. In the old days, people used to come over from the hereafter just to spend time in Babilonium. They'd go back with their heads so stuffed with the things they saw they had to make up new words to describe it." "Like what?" "Oh, let me see. Phantasmagoric, cathartic, pandemonical." "I never heard of pandemonical." "I made that one up," Malingo smirked. "But there were hundreds of words, all inspired by Babilonium." As he spoke, the mist began to thin out, and the island it had been concealing came into view, a glittering, chaotic conglomeration of tents and banners, roller coasters and sideshows. "Oh, my lordy, Lou," Malingo said softly. "Will you look at that?" Even Cherry and Galatea, who were working on building a makeshift cage of timbers and rope to contain the captured Zethek, stopped work to admire the spectacle. And the closer the Parroto Parroto came to the island, the more extraordinary the sight seemed to be, despite the fact that the hour was still early and the sky was still light, showing just a few stars. The lanterns and lamps and myriad little fires on the island burned so brightly that they still made the island shimmer with their light. And by that light the crowds could be seen, busy about the happy labor of pleasure. Candy could hear their contented buzz even over a considerable expanse of water, and it made her heart quicken with anticipation. What were these people seeing that made them so giddy with bliss? They chatted, they whooped, they sang, they laughed. More than anything, they laughed, as though they'd only just learned how. "This is all real, isn't it?" Candy said to Malingo. "I mean, it isn't a mirage or something." "Your guess is as good as mine, lady," Malingo said. "I mean, I've always assumed it was perfectly real, but I've been wrong before." "Oh, speaking of that, of being wrong, if you're still interested in learning whatever magic I got out of Wolfswinkle's books, I'd be happy to teach you." "What made you change your mind?" "What do you think? The word of power you uttered." "Oh, you mean just—" Malingo put his finger to Candy's lips. "No, lady, don't." Candy smiled. "Oh, yes, that might spoil the moment." "You see? What did I tell you in Tasmagor? There are laws to magic." "And you can teach me those laws? At least some of them. Stop me from making a bad mistake." "I suppose I could try," Malingo conceded, "though it seems to me you may know more than you think you know." "But how? I'm just—" "An ordinary girl from the hereafter?" "Yes, so you keep saying." "You don't believe me?" "Lady, I don't know any other ordinary girls from the hereafter besides you, but I'd be willing to bet none of them could take on 3 Zethiks and come out the winner." Candy thought of the girls in her class, Deborah Hackbarth, Ruth Ferris. Malingo was right. It was very hard to imagine any one of them standing in her shoes right now. "All right," she said. "Supposing I am different somehow. What made me that way?" "That, lady, is a very good question," Malingo replied. After much maneuvering through the flotillas of boats and ferries and people on water bicycles that thronged the harbor, Scabble brought the Parroto Parroto into dock at Babilonium. Though the catch had been dumped in the strait several miles back, the stink of the Zethiks had permeated their clothes, so their first task, before they ventured onto the crowded walkways, was to purchase some sweeter-smelling outfits. It wasn't difficult. Over the years, a number of enterprising clothes merchants had set up their stalls close to the dock, realizing that many of the visitors would want to shuck off their workday clothes as soon as they arrived on Babilonium and buy something a little more appropriate to the air of the carnival. There were perhaps 50 or 60 establishments in this chaotic little bazaar, their owners all singing out the virtues of their wares at the tops of their voices. Shoemakers, boot-makers, cane-makers, breeches-makers, petticoat-makers, bodice-makers, suit-makers, hat-makers. Needless to say, there were a lot of very garish and outlandish outfits for sale. Singing boots, aquarium hats, moonbeam underwear. But only Cherry, who did buy the singing boots, gave in to the merchant's relentless salesmanship. The rest all chose comfortable clothes that they could wear without embarrassment when they eventually moved on from Babilonium. The carnival island was all Candy and Malingo had hoped it would be and more. It attracted people from right across the archipelago, so there were all kinds of shapes and faces, garments, languages, and customs. The visitors from the outer islands, for instance, from Outland and Specklefru, were dressed simply and practically, their sense of carnival limited to a new waistcoat or a little fiddle playing as they walked. Celebrants from the Night Islands, on the other hand, from Huffaker and Gibberish and Idjit, were dressed like escapees from a magician's dream, their masks and costumes so fantastic that it was hard to know where the audience ended and the entertainment began. Then there were the travelers from Comexo City, who favored a certain cool modernity in their outfits. Many wore small collars that projected moving images up around their faces, masks of color and light. More often than not, it was the Comexo kid whose adventures were playing on the screens of these faces. Finally, of course, there were those creatures, and there were many, who, like Malingo, needed neither paint nor light to make them part of this prodigious carnival. Creatures born with snouts, tails, scales, and horns, their forms and their voices and their behavior a fantastical show unto itself. And what had all these carnival-goers come to see? Whatever, in truth, their eager hearts and spirits desired. Mycassian bug wrestling in one tent, subtle body dancing in another, a 7-ring circus complete with a troupe of albino dinosaurs in a third. There was a beast called a fingoose, who put its snout right through your head to read your mind. Next door to that, a 1,000-strong choir of Mungualamisa birds were singing excerpts from Fofum's bumblebees. Everywhere you looked, there were entertainments. The electric baby, who had a head full of colored lights, was on display here, as was a poet called Thebadus, who recited epic poems with candles perched on his pate, and a thing called Afraid, which was billed as a beast that had to be seen to be believed. Not one but many creatures, each devouring the other to make a living testament to the horrors of appetite. Of course, if you didn't wish to go into the tents, there was plenty to do in the open air. There was a dinosaur on display, lately captured by Rojo Pixler in the wilds of the outer islands, and a hoofed beast the size of a bull delicately walking a high wire, and of course the inevitable roller coasters, each claiming to be more heart-stopping than the competition. The air was filled with the mingled smells of 1,000 things: pies, caramel, sawdust, gasoline, sweat, dog's breath, sweet smoke, sour smoke, fruit nearly rotten, fruit beyond rotten, ale, feathers, fire. And if happiness had a smell, that too was in the air of Babilonium. In fact, it was the fragrance that hovered behind all the other fragrances. Nor did the island ever seem to exhaust its surprises. There was always something new around the next corner, in the next tent, in the next arena. Of course, any place that boasted such brightness and wonderment had its share of shadows, too. At one point, the group made a turn off the main thoroughfare and found themselves in a place where the music wasn't quite as upbeat and the lights not quite so bright. There was a more sinister serpentine magic at play here. There were colors in the air which made half-visible shapes before dissolving again, and music coming from somewhere that sounded as though it was being sung by a choir of irate babies. People peeped out from behind curtains of booths to the right and left, or flew over them, their shapes changing as they somersaulted against the sky. But they'd come to the right place, no doubt of that. Right up ahead was a large canvas sign that read, "Freak Show," and under it a brightly colored row of banners on which a variety of outlandish creatures had been crudely painted. A creature with a fringe of arms and tentacles around its huge head, a boy with the body of a reptile, a beast that was a bizarre compendium of pieces thrown together carelessly. Seeing all of this, Methys the Zethek quickly realized what was being planned on his behalf. He began to fling himself around his cage, cursing obscenely. The crudely made cage looked as though it might break beneath his assault, but proved stronger than the creature's fury. "Should we feel a little sorry for him?" Candy asked. "After what he did," said Galatea, "I don't think so. He would have murdered you in cold blood if he'd had the chance." "I suppose you're right." "And destroying the fish like that," said Malingo, "pure malice." The Zethek knew he was being talked about, and fell silent, his gaze going from one person to the next, hatred in every glance. "If looks could kill," Candy murmured. "We should leave you to make the sale," Malingo said to Skebble when they were within a few yards of the freak show. "You should have a little coin for yourselves," Mizzle said. "We could never have caught the creature if not for you, especially Candy. My lord, such courage." "We don't need any money," Candy said. "Malingo's right. We should leave you to sell the creature." They paused a few yards shy of the entrance to the freak show to make their farewells. They hadn't known one another very long, but they'd fought for their lives, side by side, so there was an intensity in their parting that would not have been there if they'd simply gone out sailing together. "Come to the Isle of Afreet one night," Skebble said. "We never see the sun up there, of course, but you're always welcome." "Of course, we got some fierce beasts live up there," Mizzle said, "but they stay to the south side of the island, mostly. Our village is on the north side. It's called Pegia." "We'll remember," Candy said. "No, you won't," said Galatea with half a smile. "We'll just be some fisher folk you met on your adventuring. You won't even remember our names." "Oh, she remembers," Malingo said, glancing at Candy. "More and more she remembers." It was a curious thing to say, of course, so everyone just ignored the remark, smiled, and parted. The last time Candy looked back, the quartet was dragging Meth's cage through the curtains into the freak show. "You think they'll sell him?" Candy said. "I'm sure they will," Malingo replied. "It's ugly, that thing, and people pay money to see ugly things, don't they?" "I guess they do. What did you mean when you talked about my remembering?" Malingo looked at his feet and chewed on his tongue for a little time. Finally he said, "I don't know exactly, but you're remembering something, aren't you?" Candy nodded. "Yes," she said. "I just don't know what." 8. A Life in the Theater. It was the first time on their journey together that Candy and Malingo had realized that they had different tastes. Up until now they'd traveled in step with each other more or less, but faced with the apparently limitless diversions and entertainments of Babilonium, they found they weren't quite so well matched. When Malingo wanted to see the green werewolf-starred juggler, Candy was itching to go on the Prophet of Doom ride. When Candy had been doomed 6 times and wanted to sit quietly and gather her breath, Malingo was ready to go take a ride on the spirit train to hell. So they decided to separate, to follow their own fancies. Occasionally, despite the incredible density of the crowd, they would find each other, as friends will. They'd take a minute or two to exchange a few excited words about what they'd seen or done, and then they'd part again to find some new recreation. On the 3rd time this happened, however, Malingo reappeared with the leathery flaps he had on his face standing proud with excitement. He was wearing a cockeyed grin. "Lady, lady," he said, "you have to come and look at this." "What is it?" "I can't really describe it. You just have to come." His excitement was infectious. Candy put off going to watch the Huffaker Snail Tabernacle Choir and followed through the throng to a tent. It was not one of the huge circus-sized tents, but it was large enough to hold several hundred people. Inside there were about 30 rows of wooden benches, most of them filled by an audience that was roaringly entertained by the play that was being performed on stage. "Sit, sit," Malingo urged her. "You have to see this." Candy sat down on the end of a crowded bench. There was no room for Malingo anywhere nearby, so he remained standing. The setting of the play was a single large room, stuffed to over-capacity with books, antique ornaments, and fanciful furniture, the arms and legs of which were carved with the scowling heads and tremendous talons of Abaratian monsters. All of this was pure theatrical illusion, of course. Most of the room was painted on canvas, and the details of the furniture were painted too. As a result, none of it was very solid. The whole set shook whenever a cast member slammed a door or opened a window, and there was plenty of that. The play was a wild farce which the actors performed with abandon, yelling and throwing themselves around like clowns in a circus ring. The audience was laughing so hard that many of the jokes had to be repeated for the benefit of those who didn't hear them the first time. Glancing along the row in which she was sitting, Candy saw people with tears of laughter pouring down their faces. "What's so funny?" Candy said to Malingo. "You'll see," he replied. She went on watching. There was a shrill exchange going on between a young woman in a bright orange wig and a bizarre individual called Jingo, that much she heard, who was running around the room like a crazy man, hiding under the table one moment and hanging from the swaying scenery the next. To judge by the audience's response, this was about the funniest thing they'd ever seen. But Candy was still lost as to what it was all about. Until a man in a bright yellow suit came on stage, demanding rum. Candy's jaw fell open. She looked up at Malingo with an expression of disbelief on her face. He smiled from ear to ear and nodded, as if to say, "Yes, that's right. It's what you think it is." "Why are you keeping me here, Jasper Codswaddle?" the young woman demanded. "Because it suits me, Quandy Tootenfruit." Candy suddenly laughed so loudly that everybody else around her stopped laughing for a moment. A few puzzled faces were turned in her direction. "Quandy Tootenfruit," she whispered. "It's a very funny name." Meanwhile, on stage, "You're my prisoner," Codswaddle was saying to Quandy, "and we're going to stay here as long as it suits me." At this the girl ran to the door, but the Codswaddle character threw an elaborate gesture in her direction, and there was a flash and a puff of yellow smoke, and a large, grotesque face appeared carved on the door, snarling like a rabid beast. Jingo hid under the table, blabbering. The audience went wild with appreciation at the stage trickery. Malingo took a moment to lean over and whisper to Candy. "We're famous," he said. "It's our story, only sillified." "Sillified?" she said. It was a new word, but it nicely described the version of the truth that was being played out on the stage. This was a sillification of the truth. What had been a frightening experience for both Candy and Malingo was enacted here as an excuse for pratfalls, word games, face-pullings, and pie fights. The audience, of course, didn't care. What did it matter to them whether this was true or not? A story was a story. All they wanted was to be entertained. Candy beckoned to Malingo, who squatted down on his haunches beside her. "Who do you suppose told the playwright about what happened to us?" she whispered to him. "It wasn't you. It wasn't me." "Oh, there's plenty of spirits on Nennyhammer who could have been listening." By now the play was heading for its big conclusion, and events on stage were getting more and more spectacular. Tootenfruit had stolen a volume of Codswaddle's magic, and a battle of wild conjurations ensued, with the stage set becoming a fourth actor in the play. Furniture came to life and stalked around the stage. Codswaddle's yellow-suited ancestors stepped out of a painting on the wall and tap-danced. And finally, Quandy used a spell to open up a hole in the floor, and the malevolent Codswaddle and all his train of monstrous tricks were snatched away into what Candy assumed was the Abaratian version of hell. Finally, to everybody's delight, the walls of the house folded up and were dragged away down the same infernal hole, leaving Quandy and Jingo standing against a backcloth of sparkling stars, free at last. It was all strangely satisfying, even for Candy, who knew that this version was very far from the truth. When the crowd rose to give the bowing actors a standing ovation, she found herself rising to join in the applause. Then the painted red curtain came down, and the crowd began to disperse, talking excitedly and repeating favorite lines to one another. "Did you enjoy it?" Malingo asked Candy. "In a weird way, yes. It's nice to hear that laughter. She stopped for a moment. "What's wrong?" said Malingo. "I thought I heard somebody calling out my name." "Here? No, There! Somebody is calling my name." She looked over the crowd, puzzled. "Maybe one of the actors," Malingo said, looking back toward the stage. "Perhaps you were recognized?" "No, it wasn't one of the actors," Candy replied. "Who then?" "Him." She pointed across the rows of benches toward a solitary figure who was standing close to the flap of the tent. The man was instantly recognizable, even though they were just catching glimpses of him through the departing crowd. The colorless skin, the deep-set eyes, the designs on his cheeks. There was no mistaking him. It was Otto Houlihan, the Criss-Cross Man. 9. Again, the Criss-Cross Man. "How did you find us?" Candy asked. Otto Houlihan smiled that joyless smile of his. "I followed the trail of stinking smatterlings," he said. "It wasn't hard to figure out where you'd gone. You're not all that clever, whatever you might think." "But how did I know you were making a getaway on a little fishing boat?" "Cud told him," Malingo said. "Good guess, Geshrat," Otto replied. He didn't look at Malingo. He concentrated his chilly gaze on Candy. "My, but you've become so much more famous since last we met." He glanced toward the stage. "Apparently your life is now the stuff of bad comedy. Imagine that." "Why don't you give up the chase?" Candy replied. "We're never going to let you take us. You know that." "If I had my way," Houlihan replied, raising his hands as he started to approach her, "you would be buried right here. But Carrion wants you alive, and so alive I must take you." If any of the departing audience had heard this, they decided to ignore it. Now everyone had departed. The Criss-Cross Man didn't bother to look around at the empty auditorium. He had all his attention focused on Candy. "Run," Malingo murmured to her. Candy shook her head and stood her ground. She wasn't going to let Houlihan think that she was afraid. She refused to give him the satisfaction. "Please, lady," Malingo said, "don't let him." "Ah," said a ripe, rounded voice from the direction of the stage. "Fans." With a little growl of frustration, Houlihan dropped his hands, still a stride or two away from Candy. The man who had just played Jasper Codswallop had appeared from backstage. He was nowhere near as fat or as tall as the character he had just portrayed. The illusion had been created with a false stomach, a false bottom, and leg extensions, some of which he was still wearing. In fact, he was a diminutive man, and beneath his makeup, most of which he'd wiped off, he was bright green. The robes he'd thrown on off stage were more theatrical than anything he'd worn during the play. Behind him came his entourage of 2. A highly muscled woman in a florid dress and what looked like a 5-foot ape in a coat and carpet slippers. "Who wants an autograph, then?" the little green actor said. "I'm Legitimate Eddie, in case you didn't recognize me. I know, it was an uncanny transformation. Oh, and this young lady behind me is Betty Thunder." The woman curtsied inelegantly. "Perhaps you'd like an autograph from Betty, or from my playwright, Clyde?" The ape also bowed deeply. Candy glanced around at Houlihan. He had retreated a step or two. Obviously, he didn't like the idea of doing anything violent in front of these 3 witnesses, especially when one of them, Betty Thunder, looked as though she could break his nose with one punch. "I'd love an autograph," Candy said. "You were wonderful." "You thought so?" Legitimate Eddie replied. "Wonderful? Really?" "You're too kind," he protested with a sly smile of satisfaction. "One does one's best." He quickly produced a pen from behind the rolls of his stomach fat. "You have something for me to sign?" he said. Candy pulled up the sleeve of her jacket. "Here," she said, proffering her bare forearm. "Are you sure?" "I won't ever wash it off," Candy said. She caught Malingo's eye as she spoke, and with a couple of darting looks to left and right, instructed him to look for a quick exit. "What shall I write?" Eddie wanted to know. "Let me see," Candy said. "How about, 'To the real Quandy Tootenfruit'?" "That's what you want? Well, all right. 'To the real—'" He had barely written 2 words when the significance of what he'd been asked to write struck him. He very slowly raised his head to look at Candy. "It can't be," he breathed softly. Candy smiled. "It is," she said. From the corner of her eye she could see Houlihan was now approaching again. He seemed to have realized something was wrong. At lightning speed, Candy snatched the pen out of the actor's hand and then swung around behind him, putting her shoulder against his back and shoving him toward the Criss-Cross Man. The padding made him unstable. He stumbled forward and fell against Houlihan, who also lost his balance. Both men fell to the ground, with legitimate Eddie on top. Houlihan roared and raged. "Get off me, you fool! Let me up!" But by the time he had got himself out from under Eddie, Malingo had already led Candy to a gap in the wall of the tent. "You're not going to escape me, Quackenbush!" Houlihan yelled as Candy slipped away. "Which way?" Malingo said when they got outside. "Where are the most people?" He pointed off to their left. "Then let's go," she said. As they made their way toward the crowd, she heard Houlihan's voice behind her and glanced over her shoulder to see him appearing from the tent, a look of insane fury on his face. "You're mine, girl," he yelled. "I've got you this time!" Though there were only about 6 strides between the pursuer and pursued, it was enough to give Candy and Malingo a head start. They plunged into the throng and were quickly hidden by the parade of people and animals. "We should split up," Candy said to Malingo as they took refuge behind a line of booths. "Why?" said Malingo. "He'll never find us in this chaos." "Don't be so sure," Candy said. "He has ways—" As she spoke, Houlihan's voice rose above the clamor of the celebrants. "I'm going to find you, Quackenbush!" "We have to confuse him, Malingo," Candy insisted. "You go that way, I'll go this." "Where will we meet again?" "At the freak show. I'll meet you there in half an hour. Keep to the crowds, Malingo. It'll be safer." "We'll never be safe as long as that man's on our heels," Malingo said. "He won't be on our heels forever, I promise." "I hope you're right. Vaduha, lady." "Vaduha," Candy said, returning the wishes in old Abaratian. With that, they parted. For Candy, the next few minutes were a blur. She pressed through the crowds, trying all the while to get the sound of Houlihan's voice out of her head, but hearing him every step of the way, repeating the same dreadful syllable. "Mine! Mine! Mine!" Hundreds, perhaps thousands of faces moved before her as she proceeded, like faces in some strange dream. Faces masked with cloth or papier-mâché or painted wood. Smiling sometimes, astonished sometimes filled with a strange unease. There were a few faces she recognized among the masks. The Comexo Kid appeared in 100 different versions. So did the faces of Rojo Pixler and even Caspar Wolfswinkel. There were others to which she could put no name that nevertheless drew her attention. A young man danced past her, wearing a black mask streaming with bright red dreadlocks. Another man had a face that had erupted into bright green foliage, in which flowers like daisies bloomed. Yet another was tattooed from head to foot with golden anatomy, but wore on his chest a cleverly painted hole, which seemed to show her his mechanical heart. And every now and then among these bright, strange creatures there would be a naysayer, a serpent in this Eden, preaching the coming apocalypse. One of them, dressed in a ratty robe that exposed his stick-like legs, even had a fake halo attached to his head, and pointed at the people as they passed, saying they would all perish for their crimes at the end of time. But his bitter words could not destroy the magic of this place, even now. Everywhere she looked, there was beauty. A swarm of miniature blue monkeys the size of hummingbirds fluttered up in her face and clambered into the sky, up invisible ropes disappearing in a cloud of violet smoke. A dozen balloons floated past her, pursued by a quiverful of needles, which caught up with their quarry and pierced them, liberating a lilting chorus of voices. A fish of elephantine proportions with bulging eyes that looked like twin moons floated past, trailing a scent of old smoke. In this confusion of wonders, Candy had long ago lost all sense of direction, of course, so it came as a total surprise when she turned the corner and found herself in the very backwater that they'd first come down with the Zethic in his cage. Straight ahead of her lay the freak show, its brightly colored banners depicting the cast of monsters to be found inside. She glanced back down the alleyway, just in time to see Houlihan come into view. Hoping to avoid his eye, she shrank back into the shadows, and for a moment she thought she was going to be lucky. But then, just as he was about to disappear into the crowd again, he seemed to sniff her, and with a chilling certainty he turned his head in her direction and peered down the darkened alleyway. There was no more shadow for Candy to shrink into. She could only hold her breath and wait. Narrowing his eyes as though trying to pierce the shadows, the Criss-Cross Man began to push his way through the crowd toward the alleyway. The smallest of smiles had appeared on his face. He knew where she was. Candy had no choice. Clearly, he'd seen her. She had to retreat, and there was only one place to go, into the freak show. She broke out of the shadows and started to run. She didn't bother to look over her shoulder. She could hear how close Houlihan was now, the sound of his feet sticking and unsticking on the garbage-strewn ground, the raw rasp of his breath. She parted the canvas curtains and flung herself through them into the backstage area of the freak show. The smell that met her was almost overpowering. The mingled stench of rotting hay and some sickly sweet perfume that had perhaps been splashed around to cover up the other smells. There were 3 large cages close by, the largest containing a thing that looked like a pony-sized slug. It let out a pitiful mewling at the sight of Candy, and it pushed its eyes between the bars of its cage on fleshy horns. They scrutinized Candy for a long moment. Then the thing spoke, its voice soft and well-educated. "Please, let me out of here," it said. The creature had no sooner uttered these words than they were echoed from the other 2 cages, one of which contained what looked like a 400-pound porcupine woman. The other, one of the creatures Candy had seen advertised on the billboards outside the show, a hybrid boy with scaly flesh and a pointed tail. The same cry, or a rough variation of the same, escaped them both. "Let us out!" It was now rising from other directions, too. Some of the voices were high-pitched squeals, some low rumbling, some just scrawls of sound. And then, just as she thought the cacophony could not get any louder, she heard Houlihan out in the alleyway, whistling for her like a man who'd lost his pooch in the crowd. Quietly cursing him, she backed away. Any minute, she guessed, the Criss-Cross Man was going to step into view. The sooner she was out of here, the better. Meanwhile, there was a roll of drums from the show itself, followed by an announcement delivered by a woman's voice, which managed to be both coarse and pompous. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Scatamon's Emporium of the Malformed. You are guests in the largest collection of freaks, grotesques, inverts, miscreations, mutants, monsters, tetragogues, and fiends in the Abarat. Plus, of course, the one and only Eye in a Box. Be prepared to be appalled at the horrors creation has made in the name of life, at the horrors that evolution in all its cruelty has brought forth. They were made for our amusement. Feel free to mock them, spit at them, poke them a little if you dare, and be grateful you are not in their shoes." "Please," the giant slug mewled, "let me out." After hearing Mrs. Scatamon's horrendous speech, Candy had no doubt of what she should do. She pulled open the bolts on the creature's cage. The slug leaned its weight against the door, which swung open with an ill-oiled creak. Meanwhile, Candy moved on to liberate the porcupine woman, followed by the hybrid boy. None of them lingered. The very moment the bolts were drawn, they were out, hollering and howling with joy at their liberation. The freaks nearby heard this joyous din, of course, and started to raise a chorus of their own. Soon the whole wooden platform upon which the freak show stood was shaking with their demands of freedom. Candy might have gone to find them and set them free, but at that moment the curtains were pulled apart, and Otto Houlihan came through, gloating. "There you are," he said, advancing on Candy. "I knew you couldn't escape me forever." Before he could catch hold of her, the porcupine woman intervened, stumbling between them in her ambition to be free. In so doing, she blocked the Criss-Cross Man's path for a few vital seconds, preventing him from getting hold of Candy. She pulled aside a second rotting canvas and stepped into a much more brightly lit area. Here there were 20 cages and tableaux arranged for the viewing pleasure of the paying customers, of which there were several dozen. Everybody seemed to be having a fine time watching the Scatamons' poor captives as they shook their cages. The louder the freaks sobbed and complained, the more they laughed. Candy was revolted by the whole spectacle, and felt a spasm of guilt at the sight of Methys, who had been quickly elevated to the status of the most terrifying freak in captivity. He didn't look particularly terrifying. He sat at the back of his cage with his head in his hands, his eyes downcast. A little boy with cotton candy all around his mouth was kicking the bars of Methys' cage, trying to get a response from him. When he failed, he started to spit at the Zethek. "Did this one pay, Mrs. Scatterman?" said a tall, bony man, pointing down at Candy. Mrs. Scatterman swept on over, her gray dress raising a little cloud of dust. She had spiky, painted eyelashes and cherubic lips. Her nose and cheeks bore the unmistakable bloom of a very heavy drinker. "No, I didn't sell a ticket to this one, Mr. Scatterman." "Did you not, Mrs. Scatterman?" "I did not." The pair of them wore hats, which were morbid variations on the aquarium hats that were apparently such a rage in Babilonium. Instead of housing live fish, however, the Scattermans' hats were filled with dead, withered creatures. "Did you come here to look at the freaks?" Mrs. Scatterman said. "Yes," Candy said. "But you didn't pay to look." "I came in here by mistake," Candy said. Mrs. Scatterman put out her empty palm. "Mistake or no mistake, everybody pays. That'll be 6 zem." She leaned forward, and the withered thing on her head bobbed in its formaldehyde. Before Candy could reply, there was a fresh eruption of noise from the back room, and Houlihan started shouting again. "Out of my way!" he yelled. "All of you, out of my way before I slit your throats!" Hearing this outburst, the audience began to beat a hasty retreat, which did not please Mrs. Scatterman. "Mr. Scatterman," she said, "kindly discover what's going on back there, and stop it. Well, don't just look at me." She gave her husband a very unloving shove. "Go!" Reluctantly, Mr. Scatterman crossed to the curtain and stepped through. 2 seconds later, he was thrown backward through the curtain at great speed. He was followed by the man who'd pushed him, Otto Houlihan. Mrs. Scatterman let out a shrill shriek. "Get up and get that yellow monster out of here," she demanded. "You heard me, Mr. Scatterman." Obediently, Mr. Scatterman got to his feet, but Houlihan kicked him in the chest, and down he went again, knocking over several small cages as he did so. "Where's the girl?" Houlihan demanded. Candy had taken refuge behind a cage that contained a beast 3 times her size, which seemed to have completely rubber limbs. It bawled like a baby. Candy told it to hush, but it responded by bawling even more loudly. Its din drew Mrs. Scatterman's attention to Candy. "The girl's back there," she said to Houlihan. "I can see her from here. She's hiding behind the fettery." "I see her," Otto said. "Don't hurt my children," Mrs. Scatterman said. "They're our bread and butter, they are." Houlihan drew a long-bladed knife out of his belt and headed toward the cage containing the bawling fettery. Candy ducked down as low as possible and crawled behind the cages, keeping her head down so as to make as small a target as possible. Suddenly there was a growl in the shadows, and she looked up to find herself face to face with a creature she knew. "Methys!" The Zethek was wearing the most pitiful of expressions, and Candy couldn't help but feel another spasm of guilt. The creature was no doubt feeling claustrophobic, locked up in a little cage. After all, he had wings. "Wait! Wings! Methys had wings!" "Listen to me," she said to the Zethek. Before she could get any further, somebody grabbed hold of Candy's collar and hauled her to her feet. "You leave our freaks alone, girl," Mrs. Scatterman snarled. She stank of old liquor and cheap perfume. "Hey, you!" she yelled to the Criss-Cross Man. "I've got your girl. You want to come and take her away?" 10. The freaks are out, the freaks are out. Candy had to think quickly. Houlihan was no more than 10 strides away. He wouldn't let her slip through his lethal fingers this time. She glanced at Methys, who was looking up at her with a forlorn expression. The Zethek was still dangerous, she knew, still hungry. Could she possibly make an ally out of him? After all, they both wanted the same thing right now, didn't they? To be out of this place. He out of reach of the Scattermans, she out of reach of Houlihan. Could they perhaps do together what they could not do apart? It was worth a try. Wrenching herself free from Mrs. Scatterman, she reached around the side of the cage and hauled the heavy iron bolt open. Methys didn't seem to understand what she'd done because he didn't move, but the horrendous Mrs. Scatterman understood perfectly well. "You wretched girl!" she seethed, catching hold of Candy again and shaking her violently. In so doing, she knocked Candy against the cage, and the unbolted door swung open. Methys looked lazily over his shoulder. "Move!" Candy said to him. Mrs. Scatterman was still shaking her and calling for her husband while she did so. "Mr. Scatterman! Fetch your whip! Quickly, Mr. Scatterman! The new freak is escaping! Hold the girl! Houlihan yelled to Mrs. Scatterman. Hold her! But Candy had had quite enough of being shaken, thank you. She gave the Scatterman woman a good elbow in the ribs. She expelled a sour breath and let go of Candy. Then she stumbled backward. The Criss-Cross Man was directly in her path. The woman fell against him, much to his irritation, blocking his route to his intended victim. Candy quickly reached through the bars and gave Methys a nudge, telling him again to move. This time he seemed to understand. He pushed the cage door open and quickly slipped out. Before he could get out of reach, Candy threw herself forward and caught hold of one of his front limbs, pulling herself toward him. As she did so, she glanced back to see an irritated Houlihan knocking off Mrs. Scatterman's hat as he scrambled to his feet. The hat smashed as it hit the ground. The stink of formaldehyde sharpened the air. Mrs. Scatterman let out a keening sound. "My Chitterbee!" she shrieked. "Neville, this man's broken my Chitterbee!" Her husband was in no mood for consolations. He had picked up his freak-taming whip and now raised it, preparing to strike out at Candy. Methys spread his wings with a swooping sound. Then he ran down the passageway between the cages, flapping his wings, with Candy still hanging on to him. "Fly!" she yelled to the Zethic, "or he'll have you back in the cage! Go on, Methys! Fly!" Then she pulled herself onto Methys' back and held on for dear life. Candy heard Scatterman's whip crack. His aim was good. She felt a sting of pain around her wrist and glanced down to see that the whip was wrapped around her wrist and hand 3 or 4 times. It hurt like crazy, but more than that, it made her mad. How dare this man take a whip to her? She glanced back over her shoulder. You freak!" she yelled at him. She caught hold of the whip in her hand, and by sheer luck at the same moment, Methys' wing beats carried them both up into the air. The whip was jerked out of Scatterman's grip. "Oh, you stupid, stupid man!" Mrs. Scatterman shouted, and caught hold of the trailing handle of the whip, while Candy unwrapped the other end from her wrist. As Candy and Methys rose into the air, Mrs. Scatterman stumbled after them between the cages, unwilling to let the whip go. After a few steps, one of the freaks casually put his foot out and tripped her up. She fell heavily, and Candy let the whip drop on top of the sprawled figure. She was still shrieking at her husband, her curses getting more elaborate by the syllable. Since there was no roof on the Scatterman's empire of malformations, Candy and Methys were able to rise freely in a widening spiral until they were maybe 50 feet above the island. The scene below was becoming more chaotic by the moment. The 3 escapees from the backstage area had by now come into the freak show and were going among the cages, opening them up with their teeth and fingers, even their agile tails. It was very satisfying for Candy to watch the escalating pandemonium as the members of Scatterman's bestiary threw open their cages and escaped, repeatedly knocking their sometime captors over in their haste to be at liberty. From her elevated position, Candy was able to see how news of the escape was spreading throughout the crowd out on the boardwalk. Children were gathered into the arms of fretful parents as the shout went up. "The freaks are out! The freaks are out!" As they continued to ascend, Candy heard a strange noise coming out of Methys and thought for a moment that he was sick. But the noise he was making, strange as it may have sounded, was simply laughter. Malingo, meanwhile, had taken refuge behind larval Lil's beer and sweet potato stand, where he had kept out of sight for a while until he was certain that there was no danger of being apprehended by the Criss-Cross Man. He had persuaded one of the cooks to bring him a mug of red ale and a slice of pilgrim's pie, and he was sitting among the garbage cans, happily washing the pie down with ale, when he heard somebody nearby talking excitedly about a girl he'd just seen, flying overhead in the grip of some monster or other. "That's my Candy," he thought, and finishing off the last of the pilgrim's pie, he scanned the glowing clouds. It didn't take him more than a minute or 2 for him to locate his lady. She was hanging on to the back of the Zethic as they flew north. He was very happy, of course, to see that she hadn't fallen victim to Houlihan, whose whereabouts he'd long since given up on, but watching his friend get smaller and smaller as Methys bore her away toward twilight made him fearful. He hadn't been alone in this world since he'd escaped from Wolfswinkle's house. He'd always had Candy at his side. Now he would have to go and look for her on his own. It was not a happy prospect. He watched the girl and her winged mount steadily eroded by the gentle gloom of dusk, and then she was gone, and there were just a few stars, glittering fitfully in the sky, low over Scorii. "Take care, lady," he said to her softly. "Don't worry. Wherever you are, I'll find you." Part 2. Things Neglected, Things Forgotten. The hour, upon the hour, the Munkee spits and thickets cower, and what has become of the old man's power but tears and trepidation? The hour, upon the hour, mother's mad and the milk's gone sour, but yesterday I found a flower that sang Annunciation. And when the hours become day, and all the days have passed away, will we not see, yes, you and me, how sweet and bright the light will be that comes of our creation? Song of the Totemics. 11. Traveling North. The brightness of Babilonium's infinite carnival didn't light up every corner of the island, Candy soon discovered. The Zethek carried her up a gentle slope, on the other side of which the garish lights of the pomps, parades, carousels, and psychedelias gave sudden way to the hazy blue of early evening. The din from the crowds and from the roller coasters and from the barkers at the sideshows grew more remote. Soon, only the occasional gust of wind brought a hint of that din to Candy's ears, and after a little while, not even that. All she heard now was the creaking of the Zethek's wings and the occasional charmless rasp of the creature's labored breathing. Beneath them, the landscape was little more than a wilderness of reddish dirt, dotted with a few solitary trees, all spindly and undernourished, which threw their long shadows eastward. Now and again she saw a farmhouse, with a couple of cultivated fields beside it, and cattle settling down after their evening milking. Though, of course, it was always dusk here, wasn't it? The evening stars were always rising in the east, the flowers opening to meet the moon. It would be a very pleasant hour to live in, with the day almost ending but the night not yet begun. It had been different, she thought, in the carnival. There the lights had lent the sky a false brightness, and the din had driven out the aching hush that was all around her now. Perhaps that was why 6 o'clock had been chosen as a place to put the razzmatology of the carnival. It was a kind of defense against the darkening hour, a way of delaying the darkness with laughter and games, but it couldn't be put off forever. The farther north they traveled, the longer the shadows became, and the red of the earth darkened to purple and to black as the light steadily faded from the sky. Candy did her best to be an undemanding passenger. She didn't move too much, and she kept her mouth shut. Her greatest fear was that the Zethek would realize that he was in no danger of being recaptured and would swing around and head back to Gorgosium. But so far the beast seemed content to fly on northward. Even when they cleared the coast of Babilonium and began to cross the straits between 6 and 7, he did not show any sign of wanting to turn. But he did swoop down toward the water and skim it, looking, Candy guessed, for fish to scoop up out of the water. Candy hoped he didn't actually catch sight of anything, because if he plunged his head into the water, she would almost certainly be thrown off his back. Luckily, the gathering darkness and the wind ruffling the surface of the water made fish-spotting difficult, and they flew on over the murky straits without incident. The island of Scorii was visible ahead, with a magnificent, ominous cone of Mount Golly at its heart. She knew very little about this hour, beyond the few facts she'd read in Klepp's almanac. It had mentioned, she remembered, that there had once been 3 beautiful cities on the island, Gosh, Mycassius, and Divinium, and that an eruption of Mount Golly had destroyed all 3 cities, leaving no survivors, or so she thought she remembered. She had no idea how long it was since the eruption had occurred, but she could see that the larval paths had marked the island like wide black scars, and no seed had sprouted on them nor house been built since the liquid rock had cooled. There was only one place, at the westbound edge of the island, where the gloom and sterility were relieved somewhat. There, a bank of pale, pliant mist had gathered, as though nestling the spot, and rising from this gently moving cloud was a forest of tall trees. They had to be a particularly Abaratian species, Candy reasoned. No trees in the hereafter, at least none she'd ever been taught about in school, thrived in a place where there was only the last blush of sunlight in the sky. Perhaps these were trees that fed not on sunlight, but on the light of the moon and stars. Fatigue, and perhaps hunger, were now taking a serious toll on Methys' flying skills. He was rocking from side to side as he flew, sometimes so severely that one or the other of his wingtips would graze the tops of the waves. His feet plowed the water, too, on occasion, throwing up a cold spray. Candy decided this was the time to break her silence and offer a few words of encouragement. "We're going to make it," she said to him. "We've just got to get to the shore. It's no more than a quarter of a mile." Methys didn't reply. He just flew on, his flight becoming more erratic with every wing beat. Candy could hear the waves splashing on the shore now, and her view of the mist-shrouded trees was better and better. It looked like a place she might lay down her head and sleep for a while. She had lost track of how long it was since she'd enjoyed a good long sleep. But first, they had to reach the shore, and now with every yard they covered, that seemed to be a more and yet more remote possibility. Methys was laboring hard. His breath was raw and painful. "We can do it," Candy said to him. "I swear, we can." This time the exhausted creature responded to her. "What's with this we? I don't see you flapping your wings." "I would if I had wings to flap." "But you don't, do you? You're just a burden." As he spoke, there was a surge of surf in front of them, and a massive creature, not a mantisac, but something that looked more like a rabid walrus, lunged out of the water. Its snaggle-toothed maw snapped just inches from Methys' snout. Then the monster fell back into the sea, throwing up a great wall of icy water. There was a panicky moment or two when Methys was flying blind through the spray, and all Candy could do was cling to him and hope for the best. Then she felt a strong wind against her face, and shook the water from her eyes to see that Methys was climbing steeply to avoid a second attack. She slid down over his wet back, and would surely have lost her grip and fallen, had he not quickly leveled off again. "Damn gilliants!" he yelled. "It's still below us," Candy warned. The gilliant was breaching again, this time roaring as it threw its immense bulk out of the water. Then it came back down again with another great splash. "Well, it's not getting us," Methys said. The encounter had put some fresh life into the Zethek. He flew on toward the island, keeping his new elevation, at least until they were so close to the shore that the water was no more than 3 or 4 feet deep. Only then did he swoop down again, making an inelegant landing in the soft amber sand. They lay there on the beach for a while, gasping with relief and exhaustion. It didn't take very long for Candy's teeth to begin to chatter. The gilliant's cavorting had soaked her to the skin, and now the wind was chilling her. She got to her feet, wrapping her arms around herself. "I have to find a fire or I'm going to catch pneumonia." Methys also got up, his expression as miserable as ever. "We won't see each other again after this, I dare say," he said. "So I suppose I should wish you luck." "Oh, well, that's nice. But I'm not going to. It seems to me you're just a troublemaker, and the more luck you have, the more trouble you'll make." "Who for?" "For innocent beasts like me," Methys growled. "Innocent?" Candy said. "You came to steal fish, remember?" "Oh, stop the self-righteous talk. So I was going to steal a few fish. Big deal. For that I get beaten around by you and your magic, put in a cage and sold to a freak show, and then made to carry you on my back? Why, you know what? You can freeze to death right here, for all I care." He flapped his wings hard, deliberately aiming the icy draft in Candy's direction. She shuddered. "Enjoy yourself," he said with a sneering smile. "If you're lucky, maybe Golly Golly will explode. That'll keep you warm." Candy was too cold to waste words on a reply. She just watched while the Zethek flapped his wings violently to reach takeoff velocity, and then ascended gracelessly into the air. He took a moment to fix the direction of Gorgosium, then he headed off across the water, staying close to the waves as he went, in the hope, presumably, of spotting an unlucky fish. In less than a minute, he had disappeared from sight. 12. Darkness and Anticipation. At just about the same time that Methys was heading back toward the Midnight Isle, a small vessel, the kind that no Zephyk would attack, hungry though they always were, was departing from Shadow Harbor on the eastern flank of Gorgosium. The vessel was a funeral barge, beautifully appointed from bow to stern with black sails and blackbird plumage surrounding the place where the deceased would normally be laid. This was a funeral barge without a body, however. In addition to the 8 oarsmen who labored to propel the vessel through the icy waters at a very non-funereal pace, there was a small contingent of stitchling soldiers who sat around the edges of the vessel, prepared to ward off any attacker. They were the best of troops, every one of them ready to give up his life for his master. And who was that master? The Lord of Midnight, of course. He stood dressed in voluminous robes of thrice-burned silk, the blackest, most portentous, the silk of all melancholias, and studied the lightless waters of the Isabella as the barge sped on. Besides the soldiers and the oarsmen, he had 2 other companions on this vessel, but neither of them spoke. They knew better than to interrupt Christopher Carrion while he was in the midst of his meditations. At last he seemed to put his thoughts aside and turned to the 2 men he had brought with him. "You may be wondering where we are heading today," he said. The men exchanged glances but said nothing. "Speak, one or the other." It was Mendelssohn Shape, whose ancestors had been in the employ of the Carrion dynasty for generations, who chanced a reply. "I have wondered, Lord," he said, eyes downcast. "And have you by now guessed?" "I think perhaps we're on our way to Comexo City. I heard a rumor that Rojo Pixler is planning a descent into the deepest parts of the Isabella to see what lives down there." "I heard the same rumor," Carrion said, still studying the dark waters. "He spies down into the depths, and has made contact with the beasts that live in the trenches." "The Requiacs," Shape said. "Yes. How do you know of them?" "My father claimed he saw the body of one of their sort, Lord, washed up on the beach near Fulgore's Cove. Huge it was, even though it had been mostly eaten and rotted away. Still, its eye, or the hole where the eye had been, was so big that my father could have stood inside it and not touched the top." "Then our Mr. Pixler is going to have to be careful down there," Carrion said, still not taking his eyes off the black waters. "Or he's going to leave the Comexo kid an orphan." He chuckled to himself at the thought. "So that's not where we're going?" Shape said. "No, that's not where we're going," Carrion replied, turning his attention to the other passenger who was with him on the funeral barge. His name was Leman Vol, a man whose reputation went before him, just as Carrion's did. And for much the same reason. To see him was to be haunted by him. Nothing about Vol was pleasant or pretty. He did not like the company of his fellow bipeds much, preferring to enjoy the fellowship of insects. This in itself had gained him a measure of infamy around the islands, not least because he bore on his face more than a few mementos of that intimacy. He had lost his nose to a spider many years before, the creature having injected his proboscis with a toxin so powerful that it had mortified the skin and cartilage in a few agonizing minutes, leaving Vol with 2 slimy holes in the middle of his face. He had fashioned a leather nose for himself, which effectively masked the mutilation, but still made him the target of taunts and whispers. Not that the nose was the sole reason that people talked about him. There were other facts about Vol's appearance and personal habits that made him noteworthy. He had been born, for instance, with not 1, but 3 mouths, all lined with bright yellow teeth that he had meticulously sharpened to pin-prick points. When he spoke, the mingling and interwoven sounds of these three mouths was uncanny. Grown men had been known to block their ears and leave the room sobbing because the sound put them so much in mind of their childhood nightmares. Nor was this second grotesquerie all the vileness that Vol could boast. He had claimed from his childhood that he knew the secret language of insects, and that his three mouths allowed him to speak it. In his passion for their company, he had made his body into a living hotel for members of the species. They seethed over his anatomy without check or censure, under his shirt, in his trousers, and over his scalp. They were everywhere, Megis lice and Fergito flies, threck roaches and knuckleworms. Sometimes they bit him in the midst of their territorial wars, and often they burrowed into his skin to lay their eggs. But such were the small inconveniences that went with being a home for such creatures. "Well, Vol," Carrion said, watching a line of yellow-white Megis lice migrate across the other's face. "Where are we headed? Any ideas?" "The pyramids at Zuxux, perhaps," Vol said, his three mouths working in perfect unison to shape the words. Carrion smiled behind the circling nightmares in his collar. "Good, Vol. Exactly so. The pyramids at Zuxux." He returned his gaze to Mendelssohn's shape. "You see now why you were invited to join me?" Poor Mendelssohn didn't reply. Fear had apparently seized hold of his tongue and nailed it to the roof of his mouth. "After all," Carrion went on, "we wouldn't be here, preparing to get into the pyramids, if you hadn't crossed over into the hereafter to get the key." He slid his gloved hand into the folds of his robe and slowly brought into view the key that Shape had pursued, along with its thieves, John Mischief and his brothers, across the forbidden divide between the dimension of the Abarat and that of the human world. It had not been an easy chase. In fact, Shape had ended up returning to the Abarat on the heels of the girl to whom Mischief had given the key, Candy Quackenbush. It had not been he, in the end, who'd got the key back. It had been the wizard, Caspar Wolfswinkel, into whose hands Candy had later fallen. But Mendelssohn could see by the appreciative smile on his lord and master's face that Carrion knew his servant had done the cause of darkness no little service in his pursuit. Now Carrion had the key back, and the pyramids of Zuxux were to be unlocked. "Well, will you look at that?" said Vol. The 6 pyramids were appearing from the murk of the night hour, the largest of them so tall that clouds formed around its summit. The hour here was actually 1 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was completely lightless. The Sea of Isabella was not, however. As the funeral barge approached the steps of the Great Pyramid, its presence, or more correctly, the presence of its most powerful passenger, summoned to the hull a vast number of tiny creatures, specks of crude and unthinking life, that were somehow drawn to be near a great force, such as Carrion. They each flickered with their own tiny bud of luminosity, and perhaps it was this fact, that they had been made as carriers of light, while Carrion was a prince of darkness, light's smotherer, that made them so attentive to him. Whatever the reason for this uncanny assembly, they came to see the barge in such numbers that they threw a garish radiance up out of the water. And as though this weren't strange enough, there now came a din out of the pyramids, such as might have been made by an orchestra of demons warming up for some monstrous overture. "Is that noise really coming from pyramids?" Shape said. Carrion nodded. "But they're tombs," Shape said. "The royal families were laid to rest there. And so were their slaves, and their eunuchs, and their horses, and their cats, and their sacred serpents, and their basilisk." "And they're dead," said Shape. "The serpents, and the eunuchs, and the whatever, they're all dead." "All dead and mummified," Carrion replied. "So what's making all that noise?" "It's a good question," said Carrion, and given that you will be seeing for yourself in a few minutes, there's no reason why you shouldn't know. Think of the dead as flowers. Flowers? Yes. What you hear is the noise of insects drawn to those flowers. Insects? Surely not so loud a noise, Lord, would come out of insects. Shape made a stumbling laugh, as though he thought this was a joke. Anyway, he went on, what would inspire them to make such a sound? Explain to him, Vol. Vol grinned and grinned and grinned. They make that noise because they smell us, he said. Especially you, Shape. Why me? They sense that you're close to death. They lick their lips in anticipation. Shape grew contemptuous now. Insects don't have lips, he said. I doubt, said Vol, approaching Shape, that you've ever looked closely enough. Vol's 3 yellow smiles were too much for Shape. He pushed the men away with such force that many of the insects living on his skull fell off and pattered into the water. Vol let out a sob of quite genuine distress and spun around, leaning over the edge of the barge and reaching down into the water close to the steps, scooping his infestation up. "Oh, don't drown, little ones! Where are you? Please, 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 please don't drown!" He loosed a low moan, which began in his bowels and climbed up through his wretched body until it escaped his throat as a howl of rage and sorrow. "They're gone!" he yelled. He swung around on the murderer. "You did this!" "So?" said Shape. "What if I did? They were lice and worms." "They were my children!" Vol howled. "My children!" Carrion raised his hands. "Silence, gentlemen. You may continue your debate when we have finished our business here. Do you hear me, Vol? Stop sulking. There'll be other lice just as adorable." Leaving the 2 men staring at each other in sullen silence, Carrion went to stand in the bow of the barge. During the argument, the unmelodious din from inside the pyramids had ceased. The bees, or whatever else had been making the noise, had hushed in order to listen to the exchange between Vol and Shape. Now both the occupants of the pyramids and their visitors were silent, each listening for some telltale noise, each knowing it was only a matter of time before they laid eyes upon one another. The barge came alongside the flight of stone steps that led up to the door of the Great Pyramid. The vessel nudged the stone, and without waiting for the stitchlings to secure the barge, Carrion stepped off the deck and began his ascent of the stairs, leaving Mendelssohn Shape and Lehman Vol to hurry after him. 13. The Sacbrood. It had taken a great deal of organization, and more than a little bribery, to arrange Carrion's visit to the great pyramids of the Zuxuks. They were, after all, sacred places, the tombs of kings and queens, princes and princesses, and in their humbler chambers the servants and animals belonging to the mighty. The royal dead had ceased to be laid there several generations ago, because all 6 pyramids had been filled with the deceased and their belongings. But the pyramids had continued to be carefully guarded by soldiers working for the Church of Zuxuks. They circled the pyramids on a fleet of vessels elaborately decorated with religious insignia, and they were armed with weapons of fearsome firepower. Furthermore, they had the complete freedom to use their weaponry in defense of the pyramids and the royal remains that were contained therein. But Carrion had arranged to have the patrol interrupted for a time so that his funeral barge could slip in, unnoticed, to the steps of the Great Pyramid. As he approached his destination, however, his thoughts were not upon the difficulties of arranging this journey, nor on what lay inside the pyramid to which he had spent so much trouble getting the key. They were upon the girl whose presence in the Abarat had come about because she had accidentally interrupted the thief of the key and his pursuer. In other words, on Candy Quackenbush. Candy Quackenbush. Even the name was ludicrous, he told himself. Why did he obsess about her the way he did? She was here because of a fluke of circumstance, nothing more. Why then could he not get her wretched name out of his head? She was a girl from some forsaken little town in the hereafter, nothing more. Why, then, did she haunt his thoughts the way she did? And why, when thoughts of her did arise, were there other images following on after her, images that troubled him deeply, that sickened and shamed him? Images of a bright afternoon on the Nance, and bells ringing in jubilation, and every flower, as if by some unspoken understanding of the hour's flora, becoming white for a marriage ceremony. Sickening, he said to himself as he ascended the pyramid steps. She's nothing. Nothing. Shape overheard his master's mutterings. "Lord," he said, "are you well?" Carrion glanced back at his servant. "I have bad dreams, Shape," Carrion told him. "That's all. Bad dreams." "But why, my lord?" Shape said. "You're the most powerful man in the Abarat. What is there in this world that could possibly be troubling to you? As you yourself said, she's nothing." "How do you know what I was talking about?" "I just assumed it was the girl. Was I wrong?" "No," Carrion growled. "You weren't wrong." "Major Motley could surely deal with her for you," Shape went on, "if you don't care to. Perhaps you could share your fears with her." "I have no desire to share anything with that woman." "But surely, Lord, she's your grandmother. She loves you." Carrion was becoming irritated now. "My grandmother loves nothing and nobody except herself," he said. "Maybe if I told her." "Told her?" "About your dreams. She would prepare something to help you sleep." At this, Carrion let out a raw noise of rage and caught Shape by the windpipe, drawing him so close that his face was pressed against the sweaty surface of Carrion's collar. The nightmares, seething in the fluid on the other side, came to peer at him, tapping their bright snouts against the glass. "I warn you, Shape," he said. "If you ever say anything to my grandmother about my bad dreams, your life will become one." Mendelssohn scrambled to be free of his master's hold, his good leg pushing Carrion away from him, while his peg leg shook rhythmically in the air. I am loyal to you, Lord," Shape sobbed. "I swear, liege, by all that's dark." As quickly as Carrion had picked Shape up, he let the terrified man go. Shape dropped from his hands like a sack filled with stones, and lay splayed on the step, his terror giving off an unmistakable smell. "I wouldn't have killed you," Carrion remarked lightly. Thank you, Prince," Shape said, still watching his lord from the corner of his eye, as though at any moment the coup de grace might still fall and his unhappy life be summarily ended. "Come on now," Carrion said with a brittle brightness in his voice. "Let me show you how much trust I have in you. Get up, get up." Shape got to his feet. "I'm going to give you the key to the pyramids," Carrion said, "so that you can have the honor of opening the door for me." "The door?" "The door. Me? You." Shape still looked queasy about all this. After all, who knew what lay on the other side of that door? But he could scarcely refuse an invitation from his prince, especially when the key was there in front of him, shimmering and seductive. "Take it," Carrion said. Shape glanced over Carrion's shoulder at Lehman Vol, who was staring at the key. He wanted it badly, Shape could see. If he dared, he would have snatched it out of Carrion's hand, run to the door, and opened it up, just to say that he'd been the first to see what lay inside. "Good luck," Vol said sourly. Shape made an attempt at a smile, which failed, and then went to the door, drew a deep breath, and slid the key into the lock. "Now," he said to Carrion. "The key is in your hand," Carrion replied. "Choose your own moment." Shape took a second deep breath and turned the key, or at least made an attempt to do so, but it would not move. He leaned against the door, grunting, as he attempted to force the key to turn. "No, no, no!" Carrion ordered him. "You'll bruise the key, imbecile! Step away from the door! Now!" Mendelssohn obeyed instantly. "Now calm yourself," Carrion instructed him. "Let the key do the work." Shape nodded and limped back to the door. Again he put his hand on the key, and this time, though he was barely pressing upon it, the key turned in the lock all on its own. Astonished, and not a little terrified, Shape retreated from the door, his work done. The key was not only turning in the lock, it was slipping deeper into the door as it did so, as if to deny anyone a change of heart. In response to the turning of the key, an entire area of the door around the lock, perhaps a foot square, began to grind and move. This was no ordinary mechanism. As its effect spread, waves of energy came off the pyramid like heat from a boiling pot. The door was opening, and its shape echoed that of the building itself, an immense triangle. A stench came out from the darkness on the other side. It wasn't the smell of the long dead, or the spices in which they had been preserved. Nor was it the smell of antiquity, the dull, dry fragrance of a time that had been and would not come again. It was the stink of something very much alive. But whatever the life form that was sweating out this odor, drooling it, weeping it was nothing any of the three had ever encountered. Even Carrion, who had a weary familiarity with the world and all its corruptions, had never smelled anything quite like this before. He stared into the darkness beyond the door, with an odd little smile on his face. Mendelssohn, on the other hand, had decided that he'd had enough. "I'll wait in the barge," he said hurriedly. "No, you don't," said Carrion, grabbing hold of his collar. "I want them to meet you." "Them?" said Lehman Vol. Are there many of them?" "That's one of the things we're here to find out," the Lord of Midnight replied. "You can count, can't you, Shape?" "Yes." "Then go in there and bring out a number," Carrion said, and pressing Shape in the direction of the door, he gave his servant a shove. "Wait!" Shape protested, his voice shrill with fear. "I don't want to go alone." But it was too late. He was already over the threshold. There was an immediate response from the interior. The din of an infinite number of carapaced things roused from invertebrate dreams, rubbing their hard, spiny legs together, unfurling their stalked eyes. "What have you got in there?" Vol wanted to know. "Hobarukian scorpions? A huge nest of needle-flies?" "He'll find out," Carrion said, nodding in Shape's direction. "A light, Lord?" Shape begged. "Please, at least a light so I can find my way." After a moment's hesitation, Carrion seemed to soften, and smiling at Shape, he reached into his robes, as if he intended to produce a lamp of some sort. But what came out appeared to be a small top, which he set on the back of his left hand. There it began to spin, and in spinning threw off waves of flickering light, which grew in brightness. "Catch!" Carrion said, and flipped the top in Shape's direction. Shape made an ungainly attempt to catch hold of it, but the thing outwitted him, spinning off between his fingers and hitting the ground. Then it spun off into the pyramid, its luminescence growing. Shape looked away from the top and up into the space that its ambitious light was filling. He let out a little sob of terror. "Wait," Lehman Vol said. "There can only be one insect that gives off a stench such as this." "And what would that be?" Carrion said. "Sacbrood," Vol replied, his voice ripe with awe. Carrion nodded. "Oh, gods," Vol murmured, advancing a few steps toward the door to get a better view of the multitudes within. "Did you put them in here?" "I sowed the seeds, yes," Carrion replied. "Countless years ago. I knew we would come to be in need of them in time. I have a great purpose to put them to." "What purpose is that?" Carrion smiled into the soup of his nightmares. "Something mighty," he replied. "Believe me, something mighty." "Oh, I can imagine," Vol said. "Mighty, yes." As he spoke, a limb perhaps 8 feet long and divided into a number of thorny segments appeared from the shadows. Lehman loosed a cry of alarm and backed away from the door, but Carrion was too quick for him. He caught hold of Vol's arm, stopping him in his stride. "Where do you think you're going?" he said. In his panic, Vol's 3 voices trod on one another's tails. They're moving. So, said Carrion, we're the masters here, Vol, not them. And if they forget, then we have to remind them. We have to control them. Vol looked at Carrion as though the Lord of Midnight was crazy. Control them, he said. There are tens of thousands of them. I will need 1,000,000 for the work I want them to do, Carrion said. He pulled Vol closer to him, holding him so tight Vol had to fight for breath. And believe me, there are millions. These creatures are not just in the pyramids. They've dug down into the earth beneath the pyramids and made hives for themselves. Hives the size of cities. Every one of them lined with cells, and each one of those cells filled with eggs, all ready to be born at a single command. From you. From us, all. From us. You need me and my power to protect you from being slaughtered when the last day comes, and I need your mouths to communicate with the Sacbrood. That seems fair, doesn't it? Yes. Good. Then we understand each other. Now you listen, Vol. I'm going to let you go, but don't try running off. If you do, I won't take kindly to it. You understand? I understand. Good. So, let's see what our allies look like up close, shall we? He said. He let Leman Vol go. Vol didn't attempt to make a run for it, even though his soles itched to do so. Shield your eyes, Leman, Carrion instructed him. This is going to be very bright. He reached into the folds of his robes and took out perhaps a dozen of the luminous tops. They flew in all directions, spinning and blazing brightly. Some rose up into the heights of the pyramid, others dropped away through holes that had been opened in the floor of the pyramid. Still others flew off left and right, illuminating other chambers and antechambers. Of the kings and queens who had been laid to rest here in the pyramids with such panoply, there was nothing left. The sarcophagi that had housed their revered remains had gone, as had the holy books and scrolls that contained the prayers that were written to soothe them to paradise. Nothing was left. The slaves, horses, and sacred birds, slaughtered so that their spirits might escort the royal souls on the eternal highway, had also gone. The Sacbrood's appetite had devoured everything. Gold, flesh, bone. The great devouring tribe had taken it all, chewed it up, digested it. Look, Carrion said, as he surveyed the occupants of the pyramid. I see, Vol said. Believe me, I see. Even Vol, who had an encyclopedic knowledge of the world of insects, was not prepared for the horror of these creatures' forms, nor for the limitless variety of those forms. Some of the Sacbrood were the size of maggots, and surrounded by great puddles of stinking life, their bodies hissing as they writhed against one another. Some seemed to have 100 limbs, and scuttled in hordes over the ceilings, occasionally turning on one of their number and sacrificing it to their appetite. Some were flat as sheets of paper, and slid over the ground on a film of slime. But these were the least. There were Sacbrood here the size of obese wrestlers, others as huge as elephants. And in the shadows behind these enormities, there were greater enormities still, things that could not be comprehended by a single glance of the eye, because their vastness defied even the most ambitious gaze. None seemed afraid of the lights burning in their midst, even after being so long in darkness. Rather, they sought out the brightness with a kind of hunger, so that it seemed as though the entire contents of the pyramid was moving toward the door, revealing their terrible anatomies with more and more clarity. Limbs snapping like scissors, teeth chattering like maddened monkeys, claws rubbing together like the tools of a knife sharpener. There was nothing in their shapes that suggested kindness or compassion. They were evildoers, pure and simple. This is greater than I imagined, Carrion said, with a perverse pride. What terrors they are. As he spoke, a creature the size of 10 men emerged from the great mass. Numberless parasitic forms like lice crawled over its restless body. Do they want to kill us? Vol wondered aloud. The insects on his head had taken refuge in his collar. He looked strangely vulnerable without their darting company. "It will tell us, I dare say, when it has a mind to," Carrion said, watching the great creature with a mingling of respect and caution. Finally, it spoke. The language it used, however, was not one that Carrion knew. He listened carefully and then turned to Leman Vol for assistance. Vol, whom the brood beast seemed to recognize as one who would comprehend it. Indeed, he did. He began to translate, a little cautiously at first. It welcomes you. Then it tells you, we are growing impatient. Does it indeed? Carrion said. Then tell it from me. Soon. Very soon. Vol replied to the brood beast, which went on immediately to speak again, its voice thick and undulating. It says that it's heard there are trespassers among the islands. There are one or two, Carrion said. Vol's three mouths provided a translation of this. But nobody will get between us and our great plan. Again the brood beast spoke. Again Vol translated. It says, do you swear? Yes, said Carrion, plainly a little irritated that his honesty was being called into question by this monster. I swear. He looked defiantly at the creature. What we have planned will come to pass, he said. No question of it. At that moment the brood beast revealed that it knew more about the craft of communication than it had been displaying, because the creature now spoke again, but in a recognizable fashion. It spoke slowly, as though piecing the words together like the fragments of a jigsaw. But there was no doubting what it said. You will not cheat us, Carry on, it said. Cheat you? Of course not. Many years in darkness we have waited. Yes, hungry. Yes, hungry. The chorus was taken up from every corner of the pyramid, and from the tunnels and hives many thousands of feet below, and even from the other pyramids of the six where Sacbrood had also bred over the years and awaited their moment. I understand, Carrion said, raising his voice above the din. You're tired of waiting, and you're hungry. Believe me, I do understand. His words failed to placate them, however. They moved toward the door from all directions, the horrid details of their shapes more apparent by the moment. Carrion was no stranger to the monstrous. The pits and forests and vermin fields of Gorgosium boasted countless forms of the ghastly and the misbegotten. But there was nothing, even there, that was quite as foul as this loathsome clan, with their fat, wet clusters of eyes and their endless rows of limbs clawing at the rot-thickened air. Lord, we should take care, Vol murmured to Carrion. They're getting closer. Vol was right. The Sacbrood were getting far too close for comfort. Those overhead were moving the fastest, skittering over one another's bodies in their unholy haste, and shedding living fragments of their bodies as they did so, which twitched on the ground where they'd fallen. They do seem very hungry, Mendelssohn observed. What do you suppose we should do about that, Mr. Shape? Carrion wondered. Shape shrugged. Feed them, he said. Carrion reached out suddenly and caught hold of Shape by the nape of his neck. If you're so concerned about their well-being, Mr. Shape, maybe you should sacrifice your own sorry flesh to their appetite, huh? What do you say? No, said Shape, trying to wriggle free. You say no? Yes, Lord, please, Lord. I'd be more use to you alive, I swear. In truth, Shape, I can't imagine any state in which you'd be of use to me. So saying, Carrion shoved Shape away. The man stumbled on his stump and fell to his knees in the shadow of the brood beast that had been talking to Carrion. For a fleeting moment the thing looked down at him with something close to pity on its misshapen face. Shape turned from it, and getting up, he fled across the littered ground, not caring that he was going deeper into the pyramid, only determined to avoid both carrion and the creature. As he hobbled away, he heard a sound above him. He froze on the spot, and in that instant, a barbed, ragged form, wet and sinewy, and attached by a knotty length of matter to the ceiling, dropped on top of him. Shape cried out as it eclipsed him. Then the living cord by which the thing was attached to the roof hauled on its freight, and the creature was taken back into the shadows, with Shape in its grip. He called out to his master one last time, his voice muted by the beast in whose maw he was caught. There was a final series of pitiful little kicks. Then both cries and kicks stopped, and Shape's life ceased.
"They're feeling murderous," Leman Vol said to Carrion. "I think we should go."
"Maybe we should."
"Do you have anything else you need to speak with them about?"
"I've said and seen all I need to," Carrion replied. "Besides, there will be other times." He went back to the door, calling to Vol as he did so. "Come away." Even now, Vol watched the creatures with the fascination of a true obsessive, his head twitching left and right, up and down, in his eagerness to see every last detail.
"Away, Vol, away!"
Carrion urged him. Finally, Vol made a dash for the door, but even now he paused to glance back.
"Go!"
Carrion yelled to him, pulling the door shut.
"Quickly before they get out."
Several of the brood, who were within a few yards of the threshold, made a last desperate attempt to reach the door and block it before it closed, but Carrion was too quick. The pyramid door closed in the same bizarre fashion that it had opened, and he quickly turned the key in the lock, sealing the Sacbrood in their prison hive. They shook the stones of the pyramid's walls in their frustration, and loosed such a din of rage that the stone steps on which Carrion and Leman Vol stood vibrated beneath their feet. Still, it was done. Carrion reverentially removed the key from the lock and slipped it into the deepest recesses of his robes. "You're shaking," he said to Vol, with a little smile.
I never saw such things before,"
Vol conceded. "Nobody has," the Lord of Midnight replied. "Which is why, when I choose my moment and set them free, there will be chaos and terror in every corner of the Abarat."
"It'll be like the end of the world,"
Leman said, retreating down the steps to the funeral barge.
"No,"
Carrion said, as he followed Leman down. "There you're wrong. It will be the beginning." 14. Lament, the Munkee's Tale. Candy didn't waste time shivering on the shore. It had been clear, even from a distance, where on the island she might find some place of relative comfort. In the mist-shrouded forest that lay a quarter-mile along the beach, a light, warm breeze was coming out of the trees, its balm both welcoming and reassuring. Occasionally, one of its gusts seemed to carry a fragment of music, just a few notes, no more, played, perhaps, on an oboe. A gentle, lilting music that made her smile. "I wish Malingo was with me," she said to herself as she trudged along the beach. At least she wasn't alone. All she had to do was follow the sound of the music, and she'd surely find the music maker, sooner or later. The more of the melody she heard, the more bittersweet it seemed to be. It was the kind of song her grandfather, her mom's dad, Grandpa O'Donnell, used to sing when she was little. Laments, he called them. "What's a lament?" she had asked him one day. "A song about the sad things in the world," he'd told her, his voice tinged with a little of his Irish roots. "Lovers parted, and ships lost at sea, and the world full of loneliness from one end to the other." "Why'd you want to sing about sad things?" Candy had asked him. "Because any fool can be happy," he'd said to her. "It takes a man with real heart," he'd made a fist and laid it against his chest, "to make beauty out of the stuff that makes us weep." "I still don't understand." Grandpappy O'Donnell had cupped her face in his big, scarred hands. He had worked on the railroad most of his life, and every scar had a story. "No, of course you don't," he said with an indulgent smile. "And why should you?
A sweet slip of a girl like you, why should you have to know anything about the sorrow of the world? You just believe me when I tell you. There's no way to live your life to the full and not have a reason to shed a tear now and again. It's not a bad feeling, child. That's what a lament does. It makes you feel happy to be sad, in a strange way. Do you see? She hadn't seen, not really. The idea that sadness could somehow make you feel good was a hard idea to fathom. But now she was beginning to understand. Abarat was changing her. In the brief time she'd been traveling among the hours, she'd seen and felt things she would never have experienced in Chickentown, not if she'd lived there 1,000 years. The way the stars seemed to move when a traveler passed over the boundary between 1 hour and the next, and whole constellations fell slowly out of the sky, or when the moon, falling brightly on the sea, called up slow processions of fish from the purple-blue deeps of the Isabella, all showing their sad silver eyes to the sky before they turned and disappeared into the darkness again. Sometimes just a face she passed by, or a glance someone would give her. Even the shadow of a passing bird would carry a kind of melancholy. Grandpappy O'Donnell would have liked it here, she thought. She was close to the edge of the misty trees now, and just a little way ahead of her a pathway began, made of mosaic stones that depicted a pattern of interwoven spirals winding into the forest. It was a strange coincidence that her feet should have brought her precisely to the spot where this path began, but then her time in the Abarat had been filled with such coincidences. She wasn't surprised any longer, and so she simply followed the pathway. The people who had laid the mosaic had decided to have some fun with design. Dancing in and out of the spirals were the likenesses of animals, frogs, snakes, a family of creatures that looked like green raccoons, which seemed ready to scamper or slide away as soon as a foot fell too close to them. She was so busy studying this witty handiwork that she didn't realize how far she'd come. The next time she looked up, the beach had gone from sight behind her, and she was entirely surrounded by the immense trees, their canopy alive with all manner of night birds. And still she heard the lament, somewhere off in the distance, rising and falling. Beneath her feet, the spiral designs of the pathway were getting stranger by the step, the species of creatures that had been woven into the design becoming ever more fantastical, as though to alert her to the fact that her journey was about to change. And now, ahead of her, she saw the threshold of that change. A massive doorway, flanked by elegant pillars, stood between the trees. Though the hinges were still in place, and the remains of a hefty iron lock lay on the ground, the door itself had been eaten away by some rot or other. Candy stepped inside. The absent door had guarded a building of exceptional beauty. On every side she saw that the walls were decorated with exquisite frescoes depicting happy, magical scenes. Landscapes in which people danced so lightly they seemed to defy gravity and rise into the sky, or where creatures possessed of an unearthly beauty appeared from the cavorting waters of silver rivers. Meanwhile, the lament continued to play, its melody as bittersweet as ever. She followed the music through the grandiose rooms, every footfall now echoing off the painted stones. The palace had not been left untouched by the forest that surrounded it. The trees, possessed of a feverish fluidity that gave them greater strength than ordinary trees, had pushed through the walls and the ceiling, the mesh of fruit-laden branches so like the intricately carved and painted panels that it was impossible to see where dead wood ended and living began, where paint gave way to leaf and fruit, or vice versa. It almost seemed as if the makers of this place, the carvers and the painters, must have known that the forest would invade at last, and had designed the palace so that it would swoon without protest into the arms of nature. She could almost bring to mind the people who had worked here. It seemed easy to picture their furrowed faces as they labored at their masterpiece. Though of course it was impossible that she could really know who they were. How could she remember something she hadn't witnessed? And yet the images persisted, growing stronger the deeper she traveled into the palace. She saw in her mind's eye men and women working by the light of floating orbs like little moons, the smell of newly cut timbers and paint, freshly mixed, sharpening the air. Impossible, she told herself aloud, just to be clear about this once and for all. After a while she realized somebody was keeping pace with her, nimbly moving from shadow to shadow. Now and again she'd catch a tiny glimpse of her pursuer, a flash of its eyes, a blur of what looked like striped fur. Eventually curiosity overcame her. She called out, "Who are you?" Surprisingly, she got an immediate guttural reply. "The name's Filth." "Filth?" "Yeah, Filth the Munkee." Before she could respond, the creature appeared from between the trees and came to stand bow-legged in front of her. He was indeed a monkey, as he had claimed, but he had a decidedly human cast to his crooked face. His eyes were slightly crossed, and his wide, preposterous mouth housed an outrageous assortment of teeth, which he showed whenever he smiled, which was often. He was dressed in what looked to be the remnants of an old circus costume, baggy striped pants held up by a rotting belt, an embroidered waistcoat in red, yellow, and blue, and a T-shirt on which was written, "I'm Filth." The entire ensemble was caked with mud and pieces of rotted food. The smell he gave off was considerably less than fragrant. "How did you find your way in here?" he asked Candy. I followed the music." "Who are you, anyhow?" "Candy Quackenbush." "Daft name." "No dafter than Filth." The ape-man raised a grimy finger and without any preamble put it in his nose, pressing it into his nostril and hooking it around so that the top came out of the other hole. Candy did her best not to look appalled in case it encouraged him. "Well, then, we're both daft, aren't we?" he said, wiggling his finger. Candy was no longer able to disguise her revulsion. "Do I disgust you?" he asked her cheerfully. "A little," she admitted. The monkey tittered. "The king used to be most amused when I did that." "The king?" "King Klaus of Day. This was his twilight palace, this place. These are the borderlands of his domain, of course. By the time you get halfway up Gully Gully, it's night." Candy looked around at the remnants of the fine building with new respect. So this was a palace. "It still is," Filth said. "'Cept it don't have kings or queens in it no more." "What happened to them?" "Weren't you taught no history at school?" "Not Abaratian history, no." "What other kind of history is there?" Filth said, giving Candy a strange look from the corner of his eye. He didn't wait for an answer. "Actually, the place was really built for Klaus' daughter, Princess Boa. And when she died, her father told everybody, his courtiers, his cooks, his maidservants, his fool, me, to just go our various ways and find happiness any way we could." "But you didn't go?" "Oh, I went for a while. I tried being a nun, but I didn't like the hats." Candy laughed at this, but Filth's expression remained perfectly serious, which somehow made the joke even funnier. "So you came back?" Candy said. "Where else was I going to go? What's a fool to do without a king? I was nothing. Nobody. At least here I had the memory of being happy. She'd made us happy, you see. She could do that." "She being Princess Boa, of course." Princess Boa. It was a name Candy had heard spoken several times, but always in whispers. "Klaus had 2 children," Filth said, "Prince Quiffen and Princess Boa. They were both fine, beautiful creatures. That's Quiffen over there." He pointed to a portrait of a fine-featured young man, with his dark hair and beard coiffed into delicate curls. "And the girl gathering the Arva blossoms over there, that's my sweet princess when she was 11. She was something special even then. Another order of being she was. There was this light in her eyes. No, in her soul. It just shone out of her eyes, and it didn't matter how grumpy or down in the mouth you were feeling. You only had to be with her for a minute or two, and everything was good again." He fell silent for a few seconds, then very quietly repeated himself. "Everything was good." Was it a sickness that killed her? No. She was murdered. Murdered? How horrible. On the day of her wedding, right there in the church, standing beside the man she was going to marry, Finnegan Hobb. Tears were brimming in the monkey's eyes. I was there. I saw it all, and I never want to see anything so terrible again as long as I live. It was as if all the light went out of the world in one moment. Who murdered her? Candy asked. Filth's face was completely motionless, except his eyes, which flickered back and forth like panicked prisoners in the cells of his skull. They said a dragon did it. Well, a dragon did do it, at least the killing part. And Finnegan killed the thing right outside the church, so that was an end to that. But the real villain... His eyes closed for a moment. When they opened again, he was looking directly at Candy. The Lord of Gorgosium, he said, very quietly. That's who made it happen. Christopher Carrion. Why wasn't he arrested? The monkey made a bitter laugh. Because he's the Prince of Midnight, untouchable by the laws of day. And nobody on the night side would bring him to law. How could they? Not when he was the last Carrion. It makes me crazy to think about it. He has her blood on his hands, her light on his hands, and he goes free to cause more mischief. There's no justice in this world. You know this for certain, Candy said, that he's guilty of her murder? After a moment's musing, Filth said, Put it this way. If he was standing here right now, and I had the means to do away with him, I would. The monkey snapped his fingers. Like that. There are some things you don't need evidence for. You just know, in your heart. I don't know why he did it. I don't really care. I only know he did. Now he fell silent, and in the lush breeze the lament returned. Sad music, Candy said. Well, this isn't a place of dancing. Not anymore. Will you excuse me for a while? I don't feel in the mood to go on talking. Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have... The number of times I've told myself, do your best to be happy. You can't change the past. She's gone forever, and that's all there is to it. But I suppose there's a little corner of my heart that refuses to believe that. He gave Candy one last mournful glance, and then he headed off into the blue shadows. As he went, he said, The musician's called Bilarkey, by the way. He doesn't talk any more, so don't try and get a conversation out of him. You'll be wasting your time. 15. The Pursuer. 2 summers before, there had been a tragedy in Chickentown that could have matched the tale of Princess Boa for sadness. A young man called Johnny Morales had come into town for his sister Nadine's wedding, and the night before had been killed in an automobile accident. The young man's passenger, who was the bridegroom-to-be, had also been killed. They'd been drinking heavily at the groom-to-be's bachelor party and laughing together, according to a survivor of the wreck, when Morales had lost control of his car and run off the highway into a tree. The double tragedy had been too much for Nadine. Having lost her brother and her beloved in one terrible moment, she gave up on life. 2.5 months later, she checked into a run-down motel on the outskirts of town and took enough of her mother's sleeping pills to make sure she never woke up again. The pain, the sadness, the meaninglessness of her life without her brother and her almost husband had overwhelmed her. Candy had known Nadine just a little. She had worked as a checkout girl at the supermarket where her mother, Melissa Quackenbush, had shopped. She'd always seemed the kind of person Candy could never imagine herself being, always smiling, always helpful. Her death had affected Candy deeply. For reasons she couldn't really understand, she'd felt profoundly sad, sadder even than what she'd felt when Grandpappy O'Donnell had passed away. She'd dreamed about being at the wedding many times after that, in a huge church filled with the kind of flowers you'd only ever see in a dream. Sometimes she'd been a guest at the wedding, though in reality nobody from the Quackenbush family had been close enough to any of the bride's or bridegroom's families to be invited. Sometimes she'd been the bride. She hadn't told anybody the dreams. She'd felt a little foolish about having them. After all, she really had no right to them. It wasn't her tragedy. Why then had it moved her so deeply? She sat in the chamber with the portraits of Prince Quiffin and the young Princess Boa and turned the puzzle over, looking for some way into it. She felt a connection here in the Twilight Palace, the sadness of Nadine Morales and that of Princess Boa, joined by a bridge of her own feelings, her own thoughts. But why? What was the purpose of that bridge? And while she was asking herself these questions, it was probably worth also asking why fate had dropped her here in the palace in the first place. As Methys had carried her toward the hour of 7, and the mist-shrouded trees had come into view, she'd had the distinct impression that there was something here that was significant, though at the time she hadn't known what. Now she did. These empty, lament-filled rooms were what had drawn her. Those, and the story she had just heard. Now, having heard it, she wanted to leave. The Munkee's story had brought back the thoughts of Nadine Morales, and she wanted to put those out of her head. But there was still a large part of the palace she hadn't seen. She couldn't leave here, possibly to never come back, without investigating further. So, as the invisible Belarkey continued to play his laments, a different melody now, but no less sad than those that had preceded it, she ventured deeper and deeper into the palace. The light diminished as she went, and the darker it got, the easier it was to imagine how these rooms might have been when the palace had still been in its glory. What an amazing place it must have been! The walls bright with color, the air full of laughter, and the smell of good food. If only she'd been here to see it. In a way, she thought, she'd come to the Abarat too late. Its days of fine palaces and great kings and queens were over. The Abarat had become a chaotic place, overshadowed by murder and bad magic, by sadness and freak shows, and the ever-present laughter of the Comexo kid. The sheer weight of Belarkey's music was beginning to take its toll. The farther she went, the more tired she became. Her limbs began to feel heavy. Soon she wanted to lie down and sleep for a while. And why not? She was as safe here as any other place. Safer, probably. She found herself a chaise lounge that looked reasonably comfortable and sat down on it. Up in the branches of the trees, Belarkey moved like a ghost, trailing his laments as he walked through the trees. Her lids were like lead. They soon closed. In a few seconds, her head was filled with voices, rising up out of the walls around her. Somebody seemed to call her, as if from the past. "Come here, dear one," he said. "The stars are so bright tonight," a young woman's voice replied. "I wonder what they say." "Don't ask. Never ask." "Why not?" "Because you might not like the answer." She heard somebody laughing at this and turned her dream sight around, looking for whoever it was who was so amused, and she found a man with a large gray beard standing at the opposite end of the room. Even if he hadn't been wearing a crown, Candy would instantly have recognized him as the king. He looked directly at her in the dream, and there was such love in his eyes, such deep, unspoilable love, that it made Candy want to cry with pleasure. She could never remember her father looking at her in such a way. "What's this, child?" Klaus said. "Please, no tears." Candy put her hand up to her face. Her cheeks were wet. The king approached her, opening his arms as he approached. "There's nothing in the world to be sad about, darling." "I was only thinking of how different things will be when I'm married," came the reply. It was her voice she heard speaking, but it was subtly changed. It had a richness in it that wasn't in Candy's voice, a kind of lilting music. She made a note to herself to remember this when she woke from this dream. "He loves you," King Klaus said to her. "He loves you, my darling, with all his heart. If he did not, I would not allow him to marry you and take you away from me." Klaus smiled and gently stroked her face. She half expected his fingers to be cold, reaching as he was from the past. But no, they were warm and soft. He spoke again, now almost whispering. "Finnegan is a child of both night and day," he said. "There's never been a man like him in the history of the islands, at least none that we know of. It is a gift of the gods that you two should find each other and fall in love. Together you will heal a breach that has divided these islands for generations." In Klaus' eyes she could see how this prospect delighted him. "You will have the most beautiful children the Abarat has ever seen, and this palace will be the perfect place for them to live, because it stands at the spot where the dark hours meet the light." "Smile," he said again, oh so softly. She put her hand up and covered his, interweaving their fingers. Before she could make the smile he wanted to see, she heard somebody shouting, far off. "What is that?" she said. King Klaus was still looking at her with that sweetly loving expression, as though he hadn't heard her ask the question. The shouting became louder, but no more coherent. Whoever it was who was doing the yelling, he was in a state of panic. She looked around, but there was no sign of an intruder. The room she was in was bright and happy, like the people in it. Then she realized the panicker wasn't here with her in this dream. He was outside, in the waking world. "I have to go," she said to Klaus. It was strange to be talking this way to somebody in a dream, but he'd been so kind to her that she didn't want to offend him. "Where are you going?" King Klaus said. "You belong here. Always. Always." "I have to wake up," she said. He looked at her with a puzzled expression on his face. "Wake up," he said. "But you're not dreaming." "Yes, I am. I am. Listen to that shouting." "I can't hear anything," King Klaus said gently. "Is this a joke?" "No," she said, stepping away from him. "I have to go." His fingers were still interwoven with hers. He didn't want to let her go. Nor, in a way, did she want to lose contact with him. She could have happily bathed in the king's voice and words for another hour. Still, she had to go. The panicked voice was close, and now she recognized it. "Filth," she said. "The monkey," Klaus replied. Yes, the monkey," Candy replied. "He's in trouble. I have to go to him." She pulled her hand from the king's hand, and as they broke contact, she felt herself rising up out of the waking dream. "I'm sorry," she said to the king as his face grew dimmer before her. "I'm sure I'll—" She didn't have a chance to finish the sentence. At that moment she woke, and the dream disappeared in a heartbeat. Filth was at her side, his eyes crazier than ever. "We got a problem," he hollered. "We got a big problem." "What is it?" said Candy, rubbing her eyes. "I went down to the beach to get some fresh air, and this boat came in with 4 stitchlings rowing. You know what stitchlings are?" "Oh, yes, I'm afraid I do." "These weren't your normal stitchlings, though. These were bigger, stronger, and they had these helmets." "Myers. They're called Myers," Candy said grimly. "I assume they weren't alone?" "No. There was a man with crisscross tattoos on his cheeks leading them?" "Yes, there was. His name's Otto Houlihan, sometimes called the Criss-Cross Man." "I've heard of him. He's—" "A hunter. He works for the man who killed your princess." "Christopher Carrion. Exactly. And now Houlihan's coming after you?" "Yes." "Why?" "I guess Carrion thinks I'm trouble." Filth tilted his head, a look of bemusement on his face. "Why would he think that?" "Long story." "The short version?" "Well, I came from the hereafter. By accident. I think—" "Go on," said Filth. "There are some people in Gorgasium who think I'm here to spoil their plans." "What kind of plans?" "I don't know." "So you're not—" "Not what?" "Here to spoil their plans?" "No, I don't even know what their plans are." "So they're barking up the wrong tree." "Yes, but I just happen to be up in this tree, and it doesn't seem to matter to them that I'm innocent." "They'll take you anyway." "Probably." "Huh." Filth considered all this for a moment. "Fascinating," he remarked. Then, "Gotta go. You're leaving?" "Yes. Well, I'm a busy monkey. A coward." Candy laughed, despite the grimness of her situation. "At least I'm honest," said Filth. "Goodbye. It was really nice knowing you." There was a loud crash from the direction of the palace entrance, followed by Houlihan's voice. "Candy Quackenbush!" he yelled. "Show yourself! Give yourself up! Do you hear me?" Filth gave Candy a cheesy grin, then fled, bounding through a window that was set too high in the wall for Candy to follow him through. "Thanks a bunch, Munkee!" she called softly after him. Houlihan, meanwhile, was following his nose through the labyrinth of the palace, his voice getting louder all the time. "You've nowhere left to run!" he shouted. "Just throw yourself down on the ground and wait for me!" Candy did her best to put the Criss-Cross Man out of her head, and instead concentrated on how to avoid her pursuer. There were plenty of doors, but where did they lead? If she took the wrong turn, the passageway might lead her back into Houlihan's hands. While she was pondering all this, the breeze that had first come blowing along the beach out of the trees came once more against her face, carrying Belarkey's music. She would follow it, she decided, and hope that it would lead her to safety. Where was it coming from? She held her breath, listening closely. Ah, there! Through the door off to her right, with the clouds carved into the dark frame. She didn't linger. Slipping off her shoes, she hurried to the door and pushed it open. The breeze was waiting on the other side, and so was Belarkey's music. She followed it, fleet-footed, praying to herself that it would lead her to safety. One thing was certain. The chase was leading her into rooms which she had so far not discovered, rooms that became more miraculous in appearance the farther she traveled. One room had walls that looked as though they'd been carved from green ice, though the walls were quite warm. Another was cunningly decorated with an open window through which a forest could be seen that threw down a shadow made of light. But she had no time to admire any of these places for more than a moment. The sound of Houlihan's approach was never very far off, and sometimes his stitchlings set up a hellish howling which echoed through the palace as though it were some terrible madhouse. Luckily, she still had Belarkey's music. Just as she felt certain she had come around in a circle and was going to be delivered into Houlihan's grip, she would find that the music had led her into a completely new part of this extraordinary labyrinth. Her good fortune couldn't go on forever, however. By degrees, the sound of her pursuers became louder, and more than once, as she slipped out of one door, she saw their shadows crossing the threshold of another. "I see you!" the Criss-Cross Man called after her. "I told you, Candy Quackenbush! There's nowhere left to run." She glanced back, and he was there, finally, his face the same sickly yellow she remembered, his eyes fetid with hatred. For a moment his gaze fixed upon her, and she was held by it, as though he had somehow rooted her feet to the floor. It took a great effort of will to unglue herself, but she managed it. She turned away from him and scanned the wall ahead in search of an exit. At first, she could see no door, only a fresco depicting a purple landscape, its horizon lit by a constellation of lantern stars, where animals that looked like escapees from some gossamer circus paraded and leaped. But her eyes were sharp, even in the half-light of the twilight palace. There was a door in the wall. It was just so cunningly incorporated into the elegant painting that it was at first not apparent. Now she saw it, and ignoring another warning from Houlihan, she fled through it, and into the Twilight Palace's strangest chamber. 16. The Wunderkammen. In the middle of the room was a tree whose ambitious branches had pierced the roof of the chamber. Sitting at the base of the tree on a large toadstool was the musician whose laments had drawn Candy to this palace of strange wonders in the first place, Belarkey. He was a relatively commonplace-looking individual, except for the tendrils of spiraling matter that grew out of his head and his back, swaying to the rhythm of the music that he played. His instrument was not an oboe, as Candy had first guessed. It was something far more Abaratian, and the notes that arose from it were woven strands of green and turquoise and orange. She was loath to distract him from his music-making, but the situation was dire. "Excuse me," she said to him. "Is there a way out of here? Beside the way I came in, I mean?" He opened his eyes, which had been closed in pleasure, and looked at her sideways.
She could tell by the expression on his face that he understood what she was saying to him, but instead of responding, he just continued to play. Or did he? Was the playing somehow a way of responding to her? The music had shrugged off its sadness completely now and was getting increasingly urgent. She attended closely. What was he saying? "There is another way, isn't there?" she said. Balarki played on. He was almost in a frenzy by now. Clearly he wasn't going to reply to her. She glanced back toward the door through which she'd come. On the other side of it she could hear the sound of objects being broken, furniture being overturned. Clearly Houlihan was prepared to trash the entire palace, rather than let her slip through his fingers again, as she had on Ninnyhammer, Soma Plume, Huffaker, and Babilonium. With the music adding fuel to her fire, she began to search along the walls, high and low, looking for some sign of another door. The scene painted on the wall, which showed two monkish characters, one human, one Abaratian, carrying staffs that bloomed into leaves and stars, made the search more difficult, its elaborate beauty constantly distracting her from the simple business of finding a handle or a switch, even a narrow crack that would offer some clue to the location of an exit. Still, she was thorough, keeping her palms pressed to the wall while she systematically moved around the room. The music was losing its agitation, she noticed. What was it telling her? That she was getting cold. Yes. Glancing up at Balarki, she reversed the direction of her search, and sure enough the music from the trees above regained its momentum, urging her on in the direction she was going. She reached the corner of the room, looking along the wall ahead of her. It didn't look too promising. There was no sign of any crack or fissure along the wall, however insignificant. But still the music urged her on, and she obeyed its urgent instruction, investigating this wall as carefully as she had the last. She didn't waste a moment looking back toward the door. She didn't need to. She could hear the sound of destruction getting steadily louder as Houlihan and his monsters searched the room behind her. It was only a matter of time before they found the door through which she'd come. A minute or two if she was lucky, seconds more likely. And then, without warning, the music changed again. The urgent music suddenly gave way to a slow, steady chord which seemed to catch at her heart. She pressed at the wall in front of her with renewed intensity as the chord Balarki was playing became more powerful. Was it her imagination, or was there a faint reverberation in the wall? No, she wasn't imagining it. The painted wall was trembling, as though it knew a secret, and it was shaking with the anticipation of sharing what it knew. The din from behind her was suddenly terrifyingly loud, and this time she couldn't help herself. She glanced back. To her great surprise, she saw Filth the monkey ducking through the door, obviously doing his best to look as small as possible as he ran. He kept running until he reached Candy, at which point he did his best to hide behind her skinny legs. "You came back," she said, smiling down at him. "Shh," he replied, nervously fingering his booger-filled nostrils. "They're right outside the door." He had no sooner spoken than several things happened at the same moment. First, the tremulous chord that Balarki had been playing resolved itself into some final state, and the wall beneath Candy's palm churned and shook and opened up. She heard Filth gasp, and she looked down to see an expression of awe on his simian face. "Will you look at that?" he said. Candy followed the line of his gaze. She had perhaps 4 seconds to marvel at the unveiling of the room. Then she heard the sound of her pursuers, squabbling to be the first through the door, and Houlihan's voice cutting through the argument. "I see you, Candy Quackenbush!" Again she looked back. Houlihan's face had grown brighter since she'd looked at him a few minutes before. Now it cast a jaundiced luminosity on the mire-stitchlings who surrounded him with a most unflattering light, revealing them in all their terrible emptiness, like living scarecrows, dragging their rotted carcasses through these exquisite chambers in pursuit of her. "Bring her to me!" the Criss-Cross Man cried. At his instruction, the stitchlings came lumbering across the room, all reaching out to be the first to lay their cold hands on her. "Quick!" Filth said. "Move yourself before it's too late!" He pulled on her arm and hauled her through the opening in the wall. The room on the other side wasn't like any other room that she'd found in the palace. There was nothing in it made for human comfort. No chairs, no table, no bed. There were shelves on 3 of the 4 walls, built from floor to ceiling,
but there was nothing on those shelves that might have been for the entertainment of the palace's occupants, such as books. Instead, the place was filled, every available inch of it, with objects that had nothing in common with one another. Hanging from the ceiling on a web of rusty chains was a stuffed reptile of some kind, which possessed 6 pairs of petite but brightly colored feathered wings and a 7th, much larger wing, which grew from the crown of its long-snouted head. A mummy, sitting in a chair looking thoroughly bored. On the shelves behind the desiccated giant were dozens of jars, urns, flasks, and other odd vessels in which were pickled a bizarre cross-section of objects both natural and unnatural. In one was a bird with a baby's head, or a baby with a bird's body, wearing a pretty pink lace bonnet. In another was a creature with a halo of tentacles, posed against a painted seascape. Many of the objects weren't even things she could name. Odd encrusted forms that might have been the rusted parts of some ancient clockwork machinery, or the fossilized remnants of some ancient crustacean, or the curious mingling of the two. On another wall, a collection of masks had been hung in no particularly artful arrangement, and among them, dolls in wedding dresses, their once virginal lace yellowed by time.
"This is the Wunderkammen," the Munkee explained.
"I think that's a word that comes from the hereafter. It means a cabinet of wonders." It was the oddest collection Candy had ever seen, and utterly arbitrary, as though somebody had simply assembled in one room every strange and unusual thing he had ever laid his hands or eyes upon. The centerpiece was an Abaratian totem pole carved of wood and garishly painted. A tribe of creatures sitting one on top of the shoulders of another, some squatting comfortably, others balanced precariously. The pole was too tall to be accommodated by the room. A hole had been cut in the ceiling, and the totem rose another 8 or 9 feet beyond. Despite the need to move on before Houlihan caught up with them, the pole was too extraordinary for Candy to just pass it by. "What is it?" she asked Filth. "It's a tribe," he replied. "A whole tribe, frozen together." "Why?" "Punishment. They're called the Totemics, and they're troublemakers, let me tell you." Candy's eyes flicked up and down the Totemics, going from face to face. There were all manner of peculiarities in the assembly. Wild men and crazy women, cross-eyed children and face-pulling dogs. She was still looking at the incredible collection when she heard the Criss-Cross Man's voice behind her. "Well, well," Houlihan said. "Look at this. You've got a nose for objects of power, Quackenbush." "I do?" "First the key. That wasn't me. Now King Klaus' private collection of astonishments, huh?
"His Wunderkammen."
I would never have found it if I hadn't had you to follow. Carrion will be very pleased, very pleased. He might even decide not to have you executed." Houlihan smiled. "Though I doubt that," he said, putting on a passable imitation of regret. "Nuff! Yitter! Take her away, but be careful with her, you understand me?" The 2 largest stitchlings growled their response and approached Candy with a strange caution, as though they were afraid of her or something in her vicinity. But just as they laid their hands on her, the Munkee unleashed a screech so sudden and so loud that it made the stitchlings lose their grip on their quarry. Candy was quick. She ducked past their outstretched fingers and made a rush for the door. Houlihan blocked her way, a smug smile on his checkered face. "Not this time," he said. He casually shoved her back into the room, and she fell against a table on which was laid a group of carved, brightly painted gods and goddesses. The statues fell to the floor, and Candy went down among them. As she fell, she could have sworn she heard voices nearby, speaking as it were through fixed expressions. "Lordy-Loo," somebody said. "Down she goes," said another. "Clumsy, ain't she?" a third remarked. She picked up one of the statues by its wooden legs and peered at it. "Did you speak?" she said to it. The statue stared back at her with dead eyes. No, it hadn't spoken. So what had? "Take her!" Houlihan yelled to his stitchlings, and the bigger of the 2 came rushing at her. She attempted to defend herself with the statue, but Yitter, if Yitter it was, simply snatched the carving out of her grip and struck her a blow that flung her halfway across the room. She landed at the base of the totem pole. Houlihan sauntered toward her. "It's over, girl," he said. "You're mine." He was interrupted by a dark blur that dropped down from the ceiling. It was Filth. The momentum threw the Criss-Cross Man backward as Filth beat him with his fists. "Get this ape off me!" Houlihan yelled. "I'm not an ape!" Filth screeched. "I'm a monkey! Munkee!" Candy knew she only had a few seconds' grace before the stitchlings pulled Filth off Houlihan. She reached up and caught hold of the totem, intending to pull herself to her feet. The moment she made contact with the object, however, she felt a shock in her hand, which ran up her arm, through her shoulder, up her neck, and into her head, where it erupted in a strangely pleasurable burst of feeling. Though there was chaos everywhere, her thoughts were cool and comfortable. She looked down at the palm of her hand and saw to her astonishment that it was bright, almost golden. In fact, the map of her anatomy, bones and nerves and all the rest, was suddenly visible to her. It wasn't upsetting to see her hand this way. Quite the reverse. It was wonderful. In a timeless space where there was no Criss-Cross Man, nor stitchlings, she stared down at the intricacies of her palm with sweet wonderment. The vision didn't last long. Not wanting to lose it, she put her hand back on the totem, hoping the renewed contact would ignite the golden fire a second time. And it did. As soon as she touched the carvings, a fresh wave of feeling passed up through her hand and blossomed in her head. She felt a rush of energy against her face, like a breath exhaled, and with it the sound of voices, the same voices that had spoken so unflatteringly when she'd fallen down, but that now were speaking what sounded like a single multi-syllabled word, from which she could pick out only a few recognizable sounds. Communa nata frixamala satak palastafan. She looked up at the pole, and her mind, which had been struggling with the mystery of things half-remembered since she'd stepped over the palace threshold, was suddenly granted a rush of comprehension. Totemics, Filth had said, totemics. That was the name of the creatures who were gabbling right now. They were a tribe called the Totemics, and they were there in the pole, being stirred from their slumbers by the touch of her palm. She saw them moving now, shifting in their skin of paint, their eyes flickering, their mouths widening, parting, smiling as the spell of life moved up the pole from the spot where Candy had made contact. With every few inches it crept, a new limb or organ would be granted life. An arm extended itself, a foot wriggled its three-jointed toes, a trio of eyes focused on the world they had woken to. There were none among the totemics that were completely human, but then there were none that were completely animal either. One, she saw, was a long-limbed, round-bodied creature with a single horn on its head. Another had 3 vaguely feline heads, but wore a fancy suit. A third and fourth were joined at the head, their features indistinguishable. The first creatures to escape this strange prison were the birds, or those of vaguely bird-like form. They leaped out of their solid state with grateful cries, instantly climbing up to the heights of the chamber and circling the vaulted ceiling. Their voices seemed to be a call to life. It speeded up the waking of the other totemics. A creature with a serpentine body and vermilion wings flew up to join the congregation of birds. A creature with a nose that could be played like a violin came out making his own strange music. A woman bristling with white fur threw herself at the wall and did a somersault off it. Everywhere there were jubilations and astonishments, whoops of joy and shouts of delight. None of the creatures looked angry or ready to do any harm, but the Criss-Cross Man kept his distance, nevertheless. Again he ordered the stitchlings to move in and bring Candy to him, but even they were reluctant to get too close to the awakening totemics. Meanwhile the resurrection continued, as living things jumped and flew from every part of the pole. In some places, so many creatures had been cunningly woven together that when they came to life, it was like upending a jug of living things and letting the contents spill out. Tiny rodents uncurling themselves as they tumbled, pig-like animals that possessed squeals out of all proportion to their diminutive size, long-limbed apes no bigger than Candy's hand. And while this rain of tiny marvels fell, much greater beasts rose up from the column like bathers emerging from a warm bath. Sluggish at first, but invigorated by the first gust of cool air that came against their faces. Candy sat in the midst of this springing up of life with tears of joy and amazement in her eyes. She had seldom felt so happy as she did right now. Houlihan was not happy. It pleased him not at all to see this spectacle of conspicuous happiness, of golden light and joyful birdsong, of things coming forth into the living world with yelps of bliss. It disgusted and revolted him. Most of all, he was revolted by the Quackenbush girl, who was sitting at the heart of all these birthings wearing tears and an idiotic smile. Twice now he had ordered the Stitchlings to venture into the chaos of light and life and bring her to him. But the Stitchlings, even the Myers, were stupid, superstitious creatures. They were intimidated by the flux of power that surrounded the girl. The only way he was going to be able to finish this wretched business off, Houlihan knew, was for him to venture into the tribe of Totemics and seize Candy with his own hands. He wasn't entirely weaponless. He had bought from a man in Huffaker a star striker, a 4-foot-long bat which had been used in the ancient and brutal sport of star striking. Strikers were moral things. They knew the difference between good and bad and chose to favor one or the other. The striker that Houlihan carried with him had been owned by a line of fearsome star strikers who had played the great game with brutal and often lethal efficiency. In other words, he carried a bat that had not only struck falling stars out of the air, but had killed many innocents along the way. He liked its heft. It gave him confidence. It had all the authority of an executioner's axe. He lifted it up and let it fall weightily on his shoulder. Then, doing his best to ignore all the brouhaha of the Totemics, he focused his attentions upon the girl from the hereafter. "Count the seconds, Candy Quackenbush," he said. Something had cracked inside him as he'd watched Candy among the Totemics. Whatever Carrion's orders had been, he would not be bringing Candy back to Gorgasium alive. With the star striker held tight in his hand, he went in pursuit of the girl, determined to bring an end to her and her corruptions once and for all. 17. The Star Striker. Being in the midst of the loosing of the Totemics was like nothing Candy had ever seen or felt before. The golden light that she'd first seen in her own hand now filled the air all around her, a great vortex in which many of the resurrected creatures still cavorted as though simply for the sheer pleasure of it. Was this what the beginning of the world had been like, she wondered, a kind of bright spiral dance? She wanted to be a part of that dance. She got to her feet and began to spin around in the middle of the light, laughing as if she were half crazy. Maybe she was. Maybe this whole adventure was a kind of mad dream which she was inventing as she went along. If so, she didn't want to wake up from it. There was too much to see, too much to... Wait. As she spun around, she caught an unwelcome glimpse of an interloper in this magic dance. The Criss-Cross Man had left his refuge by the door and was coming toward the center of the room, wielding a weapon of some kind. Arcs of blue-black lightning sprang from it, hitting the walls and even on occasion the ceiling. The weapon gave off a smell of burning sugar, mingled with something fouler. The waves of golden power flowing from the Totemics recoiled from the weapon, as though in disgust at its essential nature. To judge by the expression on Otto Houlihan's face, he was pleasurably surprised at the weapon's efficiency. He wielded it with 2 hands, cutting a dark swath through the golden veils of life, hacking his way in Candy's direction. "It's over, girl," he said. "This is the end! The end!" Candy stopped dancing and focused on Houlihan as best she could, looking for some way to slip past him. "Filth!" she yelled. "Over here," the monkey replied. Filth had clambered up a stack of shelves and was now squatting at the top. "Get out of here!" Candy called to him. "And get all the Totemics out, too!" "Why?" "Him!" Candy said, nodding toward the Criss-Cross Man. Filth got the message immediately. Candy watched him start to scramble down the shelves, then she returned her attention to the enemy. Houlihan had raised the dark weapon above his head. "Star Striker! Star Striker!" Candy heard Filth yell. "Watch out! He's got a Star Striker!" She glanced over her shoulder, wondering how far she had to retreat. Not very far, as it turned out. The eruption of power from the unleashing of the Totemics had thrown over a great mass of furniture. She would have to turn her back on Houlihan to clamber over it all, leaving her exposed to attack. But what other option did she have? It was either that or remain standing here in the midst of the light and letting him... The light! Of course, the light! She opened her hands and stared down at her palms. The golden glow she'd seen there was still shining as bright as ever. Motes and scraps of brightness were drawn to her fingers from the air. It's all part of the dance, she thought. The dust, her hands, the light that was spiraling around her. It's all part of the same wonderful dance. And I'm in it. She reached down and closed her hand around the bright air, then tugged at it. There was weight in the luminescence and strength. It was like pulling on a piece of fabric. She could feel the light folding around her fingers, eager to make itself more intimate with her. If Houlihan guessed what she was up to, she knew he would rush to quicken her end, but he was too intent on his weapon at that moment. His gaze was turned up lovingly toward the Star Striker. Candy had room in her heart to feel a little pang of sorrow for him, but he would never feel the joy that had been granted to her in the time she had explored the mysteries of the Abarat. He had chosen evil and darkness, poor, sad man that he was. All the while that she was shaping these thoughts, she was working at the light with her hands, subtly gathering it to her body. It came more easily by the moment, like attracting like. She could feel a comforting cocoon of light assembling around her, and the golden luminescence from her hands was now spreading up her arms. It was spilling off her face, too, she knew. She could see it, lightening the air in front of her. What must she look like, she thought. Perhaps a little terrifying? Oh, to have the chance to walk the streets of Chickentown like this, or better still, to go home to Followell Street and find her father sitting slumped in front of the TV, surrounded by beer cans and the stink of cigarettes. He would look up and see her standing there, shedding brightness. Maybe that would wake him out of his stupor. She was momentarily distracted by the thought of her father, and in those few seconds Houlihan stepped forward to cut her down. In fact, it almost seemed that the Star Striker was doing the leading. The blow was just a heartbeat away. She drew a desperate breath. The light flooded her body, pouring inside her, filling her with its strength. The next moment, the Star Striker came slicing down. Candy was there to meet it, and a net of light spread between her hands. The weapon struck the net, and she saw the two opposing forces break against each other like two tremendous waves. Light shattering dark, shattering light, shattering dark. She felt the impact immediately, saw the needles of the Star Striker's force speeding toward her. But the light was her ally. It gathered around her to ward off the blow and keep her from harm, driving the needles back at their deliverer without even scratching her. In the middle of this confrontation, her point of view was suddenly changed. She saw the room from someplace high above her head. Everything in the room was picked up by the powers that were unleashed there, picked up and carried into the same delirious flux. The objects that had been neatly arranged in the room when she'd first stepped into it were now thrown into fantastic confusion, spun around by the currents of the warring energies. Gigantic shells, strange musical instruments, carved mirrors, flowers of immense size, 2 pairs of jewel-encrusted boots, several shrunken heads, a spindly skeleton dressed in rags, a doll's house of exquisite elaboration. Its doors and windows thrown open in the storm, adding 100 rooms' worth of Lilliputian furniture to the dance, and a great deal else Candy could not have put a name to. Then there were the totemics, who were also whirling around, most of them laughing for the sheer joy of this ride, holding onto their tails so that they rolled around like airborne wheels, or surfing the tide of warring powers as though it was the greatest game in creation. Perhaps it was, Candy thought. Perhaps this struggle between light and dark was at the very heart of why she was here in the Abarat, the night world and the day world in a conflict that would in time draw everything into one tremendous world-changing maelstrom. She had lost sight of Houlihan for a time, but now she saw him again at the center of the swirling chaos. He was still holding on to the Star Striker with both hands, but the expression on his face was no longer quite so confident. He seemed afraid, and with good reason. Every dark wave of power that the Star Striker emitted was being thrown back by the light. He twisted and turned as he attempted to avoid the needles of darkness that flew his way. "Let go of your weapon!" Candy yelled to him over the din of the vortex. "Do you hear me, Houlihan? Let it go!" He heard her, but he couldn't obey. His hands shook violently, as though he was genuinely attempting to make them release the weapon, but they refused to let it go. The Star Striker was in control of his muscles.
The murderous power he'd brought in his heart to help him execute Candy had turned against him. He was its victim now. His face, which had never worn anything but a scowl or a smug smirk, was suddenly full of fear, his mouth open in the shape of a wordless howl. Unable to escape, all he could do was fling himself back and forth in his panic. At last he seemed to make a decision to try and break the Star Striker. He raised it above his head and brought it down in a quick arc to hit the ground. But it did not break. Instead, it sent up a wave of darkness greater than any that had preceded it, which in turn drew down a fist of golden light to counter it. Had Houlihan been able to let go of the Star Striker, he might have escaped the calamity, but he was caught in its midst, the two forces meeting where he stood. It was more than his body and spirit could endure. He threw back his head as shards of power, flung off the darkness that was pouring from the Star Striker, pierced him. "No! Please, no!" he cried. "Help me!" His cry became a shriek. Then, abruptly, it stopped. The light of life, which had always burned with uncanny strength in Otto Houlihan's stare, went out of him. The very moment that his heart ceased to beat, the Star Striker seemed to lose its power over his anatomy. His grip on the lethal bat loosened, and he fell to the ground like a dropped doll. As for the Star Striker itself, it held its position in the air for a few seconds, then it became subject to the very process it had helped unleash. A wave of knotted energies struck it, and it spun across the room, crashing into several orbiting objects before striking the wall and becoming impaled there. And so, in a hail of darkness and light, the lethal battle of the Wunderkammen, and along with it, Houlihan's pursuit of Candy, came to an end. 18. Departure. "Well, that's not something you see very often," Filth remarked. He was standing in the doorway, the fur all over his body standing on end, thanks to the energies unleashed in the room. Sparks ran off the tips of the longer hairs and crackled in the air. All around the Wunderkammen, objects were coming to a rest, gently dropping out of the air and landing in the confusion of things that already littered the floor. Some of the totemics were already rooting through the litter, especially the simpler creatures, whose first cogent thought upon being awakened from their frozen state was to fill their bellies. They soon realized that a stuffed reptile or a painted fan made very unnourishing repasts, and quickly began to venture out of the Wunderkammen in search of something more filling. None of them left, however, without first coming over to Candy and inclining their heads, paying their respects to their liberator. Only then did they hurry away. "Shall we go?" Filth said. Candy nodded. Outside the door they found the Criss-Cross Man's stitchlings. They had beaten a hasty retreat as soon as things inside the Wunderkammen had become too crazy, but they lay close to its threshold now, face down on the palace tiles. All motivation had apparently been sapped from them once their leader had perished. At the door, Candy looked back at the Star Striker, which was still buried to half its length in the wall. A thin veil of blue-black smoke rose from the weapon, and occasionally a large pearl of darkness formed on the handle, which immediately drew the attention of wandering barbs of light. They closed upon these last fragments of darkness and burned them away in a heartbeat. "Do you think it's safe to just leave it here?" she said. "Well, personally, I don't fancy touching it," Filth said. "Not after what it did. Besides, nobody comes here." "Somebody'll come looking for him, eventually," Candy said, nodding toward the sprawled body of the Criss-Cross Man. "Maybe," Filth replied. "Maybe not. If it was Carrion who sent him, it was. Then he probably already knows his agent's dead, and he won't care about burying the body, will he? He'll leave the carcass here for the filch crows and the mange hounds to take. After all, if anybody believes in the natural order of decay, it's a man called Carrion." "So you think I should just leave it all like this?" "I would. You've got more important business right now than burying evil men. You have quite a power inside you, girl. If I were you, I'd be wondering why. There's only one soul I ever knew who had that kind of capacity inside her, and she's—" He stopped in mid-sentence and looked at Candy with a most peculiar expression on his face. "What's wrong?" she asked him. "I should stay out of this business,"
Filth said, almost as though he was instructing himself. "It's too mighty for the likes of me. There may be rituals to be performed, sacred poems to be spoken. I should be very careful." Candy saw the anxiety on his face and knew that it would be unfair to press him to speak any more. "I understand," she said. "Really?" "Really," she said. "You're saying I've got to go and finish this magical business myself?" "Well, yes. I'm just a fool, me. A dead king's jester. I'm good for a joke and a pie in the face, but not magic." The song that had brought her here was being played again, but this time there were words with it, or at least she heard words. Perhaps they were in her head, in her memory. Whichever, they made a strange kind of sense to her. "What a voyage this has been, this life of mine. Every hour I wake to find some new blossom hanging in the trees over my head. Blossoms the shape of clouds, blossoms the shape of fire, blossoms the shape of love. All that has already passed away, and all that is still to come on this long, strange road." Off many hours to the west of Scorii, on the south side of Odin's Spire, the 25th island, 3 women of the Phantomaya, Diamanda, Mespa, and Joaphy, sat with a bottle of brandy, some of the most pungent Farini cheese ever made, along with a fresh loaf of twice-thatched bread, and watched the grey-blue expanse of the Isabella. Things had been strange of late, they all agreed. Nor did they have much argument about why there was such a hiccup in the usual flow of the Abarat's energies. "Candy," Joaphy said, without the least doubt. "This is all because of Candy." "Well, we can scarcely blame her without also blaming ourselves," Mespa said. "We should have talked to her earlier, while she was still in the hereafter, instead of leaving her to discover these things for herself." "Personally, I think it's better she discovers them for herself and learns how to deal with them, than that we simply instruct her," Diamanda said. She was much the oldest of the 3, and today she felt it. The responsibilities of what they had together unleashed on the Abarat weighed heavily upon her. "No girl of her age is going to take well to instruction from us, or anybody," she went on. "And it's not as if she were an ordinary girl. She's got powers moving in her." "Exactly," said Joaphy. "Exactly. She has powers moving in her, and we're letting her wander the islands unsupervised. It's playing with fire, Diamanda. It's a very dangerous game." Diamanda got up and walked down to the water, where the little waves broke against the stony shore. She rubbed her aching back as she stared at the sea. "Damn these old bones of mine," she said. Then, returning to the subject in hand, "From the very beginning of this enterprise, we have been risking a great deal. We've always known that. There could have been terrible consequences at just about every stage of our endeavor. And now I begin to fear that things will get very much worse before they get better." "Is that a prophecy?" "Call it an informed guess," Diamanda said, turning back to face her sisters. "At times like this, times of change, I mean, we have to plan for the very worst of eventualities. We have to hope and pray that they don't happen, but we still have to plan." "What are you talking about?" Mespa said, rising from the stone on which she'd been sitting. "Well, if anything were to happen to any of us—" "You mean to you," Joaphy said. "That's what you mean, isn't it? You've been having bad dreams, haven't you?" "A few," Diamanda admitted. "Hopefully they don't mean anything, and we'll all live to see what we planned all those years ago come to fruition. But if something should happen to one of us, I want us all to promise that we'll let the girl make her own choices. Goodness knows she may not do exactly what we want her to do. She's got a will of her own." "More than one," Mespa said dryly. "True." The thought put the tiniest of smiles on Diamanda's face. "That may be the saving of her, of course," she said. "It may be the saving of us all." She looked up at the sky over Odin's Spire. It was a curious sight,
Light and dark were inverted there, proof of the unique power of the 25th hour. The stars were pinpoints of blackness against a pallid heaven. Diamanda studied the spectacle, looking for some further sign of what the future held. But apparently she found nothing.
"I know we'd like to think that destiny holds the reins in all of this," she said softly. "That somewhere fate has laid out a happy future. But, sisters, I think Candy will confound our expectations, whatever they may be, and however fondly we may hold them. We must let her be her own creature, for better or worse."
"Goddess, forgive us for what we did," Mespa murmured.
"You regret it, don't you?" Joaffi said to Mespa. "You wish we'd never done it."
"We interfered with the natural order of things," Mespa said. "I don't believe that was wise."
"But it's done," Diamanda said forcefully, "and there's no taking it back. There's no trying to bend her to our will if we disagree with the choices she makes. She's not our toy."
"She learned quickly," Joaffi said, "and there's a lot of anger in her, probably from the father. Perhaps if she forgave him—"
"There, you see," Diamanda said. "You still want to manipulate her."
She made a grim smile. "As if we could. Her of all people. I'm only saying that the combination of rage and power makes for a dangerous force. And here's you saying we shouldn't try to control that force. Let her learn, you say. But what happens while she's learning, Diamanda? Think of the damage she could do."
"Think of the good," said the old lady. "Think of why we did this in the first place.
What we wanted to preserve." "Well, it's a terrible risk we're taking," said Joaffi. "I just hope we don't live to regret it." There was a little silence. Then Mespa said, "Can't we at least give her a clue or two?"
"Well, I don't see how," Diamanda replied. "Where would we begin?"
"On that night. The rain. Her mother."
"Well, you see there's another thing, now that you mention it," said Joaffi. "The mother."
"What about her?" said Diamanda. "We gave her a piece of the mystery. She accepted it. She birthed it. She nursed it."
"So?
So? Has it ever occurred to you that maybe she'd been touched by magic too?" Diamanda waved the troublesome notion away.
"She was just a vessel. There's no power in her."
"I'm just telling you, Diamanda, if we're looking for the future to surprise us, we should look beyond the girl. Look to those she's touched."
"And will touch,"
Mespa said grimly. "Is touching, even now. I think Joaffi's right. We must be vigilant. Look everywhere for signs." As if to prove the point Mespa was making, one of the stars that trembled at the spire's zenith chose that moment to perish, exploding with the hushed grace of a dandelion disintegrating before a gust of wind. All the women looked up and watched as the dark flakes of star stuff fell and were extinguished. The three were silent for a while after the show was over, but finally Mespa said, "And what did that signify, do you suppose?" Diamanda drained her brandy glass.
"At a guess," she said. "Nothing at all."
19. Life and Death in Chickentown. In a world very remote from the place where Joaffi, Mespa, and Diamanda were exchanging their thoughts and fears, in Chickentown, Minnesota, life went on very much as it always had. Which was not to say that Candy Quackenbush's disappearance had not caused a good deal of gossip around town. It had. Especially because there had been some bizarre details attached to the story. According to one rumor, for instance, the Quackenbush girl had been seen the day that she disappeared by old Mrs. Lavinia White, a.k.a. the Widow White, who lived on Lincoln Street, at the very edge of town. In an interview with a reporter from the Chickentown Courier, the Widow White claimed she had seen Candy walking in the direction of the open prairie, and she had been staring up at the sky. Had there been anything to stare at? The Widow White had been asked.
"Just a few clouds," the widow replied. "But later on—"
"What happened later?" the reporter had asked.
"It was strange," Lavinia said. About half an hour after she'd passed by, my bedroom window began to rattle.
What did you do?
I opened the window up.
Did it stop rattling?
The Widow White had given the man a look of profound contempt, as though she could not imagine why he would ask such a thing when there was so much more to be talked about. "I could smell the sea," she told the reporter. "I know how crazy that sounds, but I did. I swear. I smelled the ocean, all salty and cold."
"That's impossible," the reporter had replied.
"Are you trying to imply that I'm crazy?"
"No, because I'm not. I may be old, but I'm not crazy.
I smelled seawater, I'm telling you."
Not wishing to offend the old lady, the journalist had gently asked Lavinia when exactly she'd last been near the ocean.
"On my honeymoon," the Widow White had replied. 72 years ago.
"Is it possible that perhaps your memory is a little shaky?" the reporter had mildly suggested. Lavinia had fixed the poor man with a gaze whose sharpness had not been blunted by the passage of years.
"Are you suggesting that I don't remember what happened on my own honeymoon?" she said.
Her outrage did her no good. When the report appeared in the Courier, it was accompanied by the observation that Lavinia White's claims that she smelled the sea that day are a sad comment on the frailty of old age. The reporter, along with the editor of the newspaper, quickly came to regret voicing an opinion on the matter. There were 211 calls to the Courier that day, all from people in town who said that they, too, had smelled the ocean on the day that the Widow White had smelled it. Maybe it was some freak wind condition, some suggested, but it wasn't the Widow White's imagination. As a result of these complaints, the editor dispatched a photographer and another reporter to comb the area where the Quackenbush girl had disappeared. There was some kind of broken-down tower out there, according to the police, but that was about all. This soon turned out to be only part of the truth. The Courier photographer did indeed get pictures of the tower, which looked like a lighthouse on the prairie, but he also found and photographed the rotted remains of a long wooden jetty. This was strange, the Courier commented. Who would have built a jetty out there in the middle of nowhere, when there was no water for miles? And once the area was examined more closely, it turned out that there were still stranger phenomena to report. In the waist-high grass around the jetty, the photographer came upon a bizarre array of objects. So many, in fact, that the editor of the Courier demanded, in print, that the police make a search of the location. Pleading a lack of manpower, the police brought in the Chickentown Boy Scouts, issued them forensic gloves and 3 sizes of plastic garbage bags, instructed them to collect all the evidence from the vicinity, and sent them on their way to pick it up. They found all kinds of oddities, the desiccated remains of hundreds of fishes that had certainly never swum in any Minnesota lake, a number of dead birds, also of unknown species, innumerable shells, a glass eye, green, a leather tail, blue, a wooden instrument carved in the shape of a snake that when blown produced a single note of eerie beauty, 7 shoes, none of them making a pair, and several more bags of stuff that had been so corrupted by its time in the water as to be unrecognizable. There was also a single living survivor of whatever body of water had been here. Under a large rock beneath the jetty, 2 of the boys found a creature that looked not unlike an enormous turquoise lobster. The creature wriggled so violently that it loosened itself from its old barnacle-encrusted armor. The tender-shelled beast then fled away through the long grass and was gone. All of this was duly reported in the pages of the Courier under the headline, "Weird Sights Seen Close to Town Limits." If that had been the end of the weirdnesses, the folks of Chickentown might have decided to forget the reports and get on with their commonplace lives. But it was not the end. It was just the beginning. In the middle of town, at the Comfort Tree Hotel, Norma Lipnick, who had given Candy a tour of the hotel just before the girl's disappearance, had some oddities of her own to deal with, events she was determined to keep out of the pages of the Courier for purely commercial reasons. She didn't want to scare away customers, but which were soon going to become public knowledge anyway. The Comfort Tree Hotel had a ghost. Most of the time this was of no great concern. In fact, when Candy had been here, Norma had taken her up to the old section of the hotel, to room 19, where this phantom was reported to reside, and had proudly given her a history of his sad life. His name was Henry Murkett, and according to hotel legend, he had committed suicide in room 19 one melancholy Christmas many years ago. He'd had his reasons. Norma knew 2 of them. His beloved wife, Diamanda, had walked out on him, the story went, leaving for unknown destinations. That was the first reason. And the second? The city council had decided in December of 1947 to change the name of the town, which had until that time been called Murkett in honor of Henry's ancestors, who'd founded the community 80 years before, to Chickentown. Henry had taken these blows very hard. So hard indeed that he had simply decided that his life wasn't worth living. He'd locked himself up with a gun and a whiskey bottle and said goodbye to life. But according to many of the hotel staff, poor Henry had never quite been able to let go of the world that had caused him so much pain. He still haunted the stale air of room 19. He was an entirely benign presence. He'd never attempted to frighten off any of the Comfort Tree's staff. Nor had he done anything destructive to the fabric of the hotel. Until now, that is. Now, Norma was standing in the doorway of room 19, staring at the opposite wall. On it, somebody had scrawled 2 words: Higher Ground. Norma didn't like having to accept that this was the handiwork of a deceased man, but she had little option. Her staff were all honest, hard-working folks. None of them would have played a trick like this. Which left only one person, Norma reasoned. The graffiti was the work of Henry Murkett. But what did it mean? That was the question Norma tussled with as she stared at the 2 words scrawled into the plaster. Had the ghost in room 19 simply gone a little crazy over the years, or was he attempting to communicate something? She went over to the wall and tentatively ran her fingers over the letters. The gouged plaster was cold, unnaturally so. She quickly withdrew her hand, the tiny hairs on the back of her neck prickling. Was he there in the room with her right now? She snatched a furtive, frightened glance over her shoulder. Then, taking a deep breath, she said, "Are you in here, Henry?" At first, there was no response, no sound, not the merest scratching. Nothing to signify that there was any presence here at all. Norma began to turn back toward the door. But as she did so, she caught sight of movement from the corner of her eye. She froze, not really wanting to look. But her curiosity was stronger than her fear, and she slowly turned back to look in the direction of the movement. It was just the drape. She expelled the rest of her breath, shaking her head at the foolishness of all this. Just a moth-eaten drape caught in the breeze, that was— Wait now? Breeze? What breeze? The window was closed and locked, and yet the gray curtain was billowing as though a gust had caught it from behind. "Oh, my lord," Norma said. As she spoke, the lamp that hung in the middle of the room, its shade yellowed with age and nicotine, began to swing. And by its giddying light, she saw the filthy fabric of the drape suddenly twitch, as though it had been caught by an invisible hand, and in its folds she saw a face, no doubt of that. Its features were simplified by the fabric, just 2 pits for eyes, a vague lump for a nose, and a wide open mouth. It was more than Norma wanted to see. She let out a short shriek, which she muted with her fingers, and retreated to the door. She was afraid the thing was going to come toward her, but it didn't move. It just stayed there in the fabric, while the lamp flickered overhead. Suddenly the lamp brightened and burned out. That was Norma's cue. She turned and pulled open the door, slamming it hard behind her. It took her a few minutes and 6 fumbled cigarettes to calm herself down, but when she did, she quickly came to realize the ghost in room 19 had probably meant no harm with its appearance. After all, she'd called it, hadn't she? All the ghost of Henry Murkett had done was answer her call, probably the only way he could. So now the question, what should she do about it? She decided that she was too flustered to disguise the fact that something had happened from her staff. They knew her too well, so she assembled everyone in the kitchen and explained as best she could what she'd seen on the wall and in the drapes of room 19.
"He's trying to send a message of some kind," Ethel Block, who was in charge of the housekeeping, said.
"All right," Norma said testily. "Suppose he is? What then?"
"You should tell people about what you saw and the words."
"Ha! People will think you're crazy," Ed Farrow, who looked after the hotel kitchen, warned. "Nobody will ever come to this hotel again. I'm telling you, folks are weird about this stuff. Remember that suicide over at McEnroe's motel? Old Mick McEnroe thought he was going to get more business out of that than he could deal with. He had them darn fool hats made and all. And what happened? Place closed down in 2 months. Nobody wants to be reminded of death when they're out having a good time."
The staff generally seemed to agree with Ed Farrow, and the meeting finished with everyone agreeing to keep all this under wraps, at least until Norma could make some inquiries about what Henry Market and his message on the wall was really about. Unfortunately, somebody in that assembly couldn't keep his or her mouth shut. Word of what Norma had witnessed soon spread through town, and by the early evening there was a small group of townspeople standing outside the hotel, apparently trying to work out which of the windows belonged to room 19. Norma didn't waste time accusing anybody. What was done was done. She decided in the middle of the evening that she would go out and talk to the assembled crowd. It turned out that 3 people already possessed blurred but perfectly decipherable photographs of the scrawlings in room 19, though they refused to name the person who'd let them into the hotel to take them. Finally, Norma had decided simply to own up to what she'd seen. If she'd been hoping that this would bring an end to the matter, she was sadly mistaken. The crowd instead grew larger as news about the words on the wall spread through town. By the end of the day, there were 300 people in the street outside the hotel. Norma felt as though she were in a state of siege. Just after midnight, a couple of the rowdier members of the crowd decided that they wanted to get into the hotel and see what Henry Market had written on the wall for themselves. They attempted to force an entrance. Norma had had enough. She called the police. 5 minutes later, there were 3 squad cars outside, and the crowd was being gently dispersed. At the edge of the prairie, the Widow White sat by her window and listened to the sirens drifting through the streets from the middle of town. She'd heard from her daughter-in-law Vivian about what was going on down at the Comfort Tree Hotel, and it made her curse her old age with a special vehemence. She wanted to be down there, mingling with the crowd, finding out what was happening. Something of significance was in the air, that she didn't doubt. She heard the wind gusting against the window and the glass creaking as the gusts came against it. She wheeled herself over to the window and made a frustrated attempt to open it. The wood had warped during the winter freeze, and now her arthritic fingers had difficulty getting the darn thing open. But she struggled on, defying the pain in her finger joints, determined to have a sniff of that wind. At last the latch succumbed to her efforts, and she pushed the window open. The sweet scent of prairie grass came to meet her from the darkness. She thought of the report she'd read in the Courier about what they'd found out there on the prairie. The tower, the garbage, and the dead fish littered in the grass as though at a high water mark. A high water mark. "Oh, saints in heaven preserve us," she said softly, and she stared out into the night. Hadn't Vivian told her that the phantom message writer in room 19 had written higher ground? It was a warning. Of course it was. Higher ground. Higher ground. How could everyone, herself included, have been so dense? The ghost in the Comfort Tree Hotel knew what it was talking about. There was water out there, somewhere. Maybe an underground river of some kind locked in the rock, straining to be free. Or maybe something stranger? It didn't really matter now. What mattered was to spread the warning, beginning with Vivian. She turned her wheelchair away from the window. Her breath was suddenly hard to catch, and her arms felt leaden. "Calm down, Lavinia," she told herself quietly. "Just calm yourself down. You're having a panic attack. Breathe, Lavinia, breathe." But the advice did no good. A terrible burning pain had begun in the middle of her chest, like the worst heartburn imaginable. She let out a little sob of complaint and threw her desperate gaze back toward the open window, wondering if there was any way she could call for help from there. It was certainly closer than the telephone, but her arms were suddenly too heavy to lift, and the pain in her chest was unendurable. She just wanted it to stop, even if that meant her long life was now at an end. Better that than a moment more of this unendurable agony. "Enough," she said through gritted teeth. "Please, enough." Her heart heard her words, and it did her the great kindness of obeying. The pain went out of her as suddenly as it had come. She issued one last grateful breath. Then she was gone. 20. Malingo Alone. In the weeks since Candy had helped Malingo slip out of Caspar Wolfswinkel's clutches and escape the prison island of Ninnyhammer, the Geshrat had scarcely ever been without her company, and he'd been very grateful for that fact. Even in dreams they'd been close. It was a cornerstone of Geshratian belief that sleep did not separate friends and loved ones, but instead brought their slumbering souls closer to one another. Hence the familiar Geshrat wishes as they parted for bed. Not good night or sweet dreams, but see you sleeping. Now, however, Candy had gone, and Malingo was left alone. Not literally, of course. He had people pressing in on him from every side, singing, dancing, hooting, and hollering, all having the time of their lives. But their high spirits only served to make Malingo feel lonelier. For the first couple of hours after Candy had disappeared into the darkening sky in the grip of the Zethek, he stood at the edge of the bustling crowd, pressed against the fence that kept the unwary from stepping over a cliff and falling into the sea. Behind him, people pushed and shoved, eager to be on to the next attraction. "Rude, rude, rude," Malingo muttered to himself. "If Candy were here, we wouldn't be knocked around like this." Finally, he became so irritated by the way people were pushing, he decided to find himself a more comfortable place to stand. With great difficulty, he turned against the living tide and attempted to press through the crowd. On the far side of the throng, he could see food stalls. He imagined buying a thick slice of Spakian flan at one of them, sprinkled liberally with sugarloon spice, and his appetite made him impatient. He raised his voice. "Can I get through, please? I just want to... Please! Will you all just get out of my way?" His shouting drew a few irritated stares, but the crowd continued to surge on by, preventing him from taking so much as a single step away from the fence. He knew from his weeks traveling with Candy what she would do in such a situation. She'd just press on forward and not take no for an answer. So that was what he did. He put his hands together and took a deep breath as though he were about to take a dive, then pressed into the crowd of people. He chose a bad moment. 3 large Hobarukians, all wearing big purple Nupus furs as waistcoats and striped hats, were swaggering past, and they didn't take kindly to anybody getting in their way. "Hey, Geshrat dog! Don't you even think of stepping there! You tell him! I hate Geshrats. Hate 'em! Didn't you hear us, idiot? You're in our way." All thoughts of Spakian flan had gone out of Malingo's head. All he could think of now was the way he was being treated by these bullies. It made his blood boil. "All right," he said, deliberately standing in the Hobarukian's path, his fists raised. "Which one of you is going to be first?" The trio laughed, and the smallest of the 3, who was still 6 inches taller than Malingo, gave him a hefty shove in the middle of his chest. He stumbled backward, coming within reach of the largest of the thugs, who also gave him a shove. "How about we just knock the little twitch around?" the big one said. "Me, den Spittle, den Slem, den me again." "Oh, yeah," said Slem, the short one. "You mean like a game? Good one, Snot." The crowd had quickly cleared to give the Hobarukians plenty of space to torment their new toy. Nobody raised a voice, much less a hand, to stop this thuggery.
Snut pushed Malingo back into the embrace of Spittle, who turned him around, punched him, and then threw him back to Slem, who slapped him back and forth across his face. None of the blows were particularly hard, but they reminded Malingo of his time under Caspar Wolfswinkle's cruel thumb, when every day brought blows and insults and humiliations. Candy had saved him from all that, of course, and it was Candy who taught him that he need never live in fear again. "I have faith in you," she'd said to him over and over. She'd meant it, too. "What you doin', Geshrat?" said Snut. "He's thinkin', that's what he's doin'," Spittle said. "He's thinkin' 'bout how much his nose hurts." In fact, Malingo was doing more than thinking. He was conjuring. At the back of his head he turned over some secret words that he remembered from a book in Wolfswinkle's library. Essential conjurations for hand-to-hand combat. How did the rhyme begin? Something about feathers. No, not feathers. Feathersteel, that was it. Spittle kicked Malingo's legs from under him, and down he went, face to the dust. He spoke the conjuration in a whisper. "Cover me from scalp to soul in the feather steel that—" Oh, Lordy Lou, the rest of the words escaped him. What were they? Meanwhile, the Hobarukians had become bored with their game of Pass the Geshrat. Slem started to kick Malingo. A small crowd had finally started to form around the four figures. People were treating this as though it were just another entertainment. And still the Hobarukians kicked and kicked. Malingo tried to put the pain out of his head and concentrate on the conjuration. How did it finish? "Cover me from scalp to soul in the feather steel." What about the feather steel? What about it? Then the words leaped onto his lips out of nowhere. "That Nazrat stole—" "What did you say?" said the Hobarukian called Spittle. He caught hold of Malingo and hauled him to his feet. "What was that?" "Nothing," Malingo said. "Nothing," said the Hobarukian. "I'll give you nothing. Hit him, Snut." "Well, hold him still." "He is still. Hit him!" Snut delivered a blow to Malingo's stomach, but the conjuration was in place. It was feather steel he struck, and it was enough to break all the bones in his hand. He yelled and fell to his knees, nursing his broken digits. In the moment of confusion, Malingo spoke a second spell. "Hear the hatred? Hear the drums? On your own heads the beating comes." Nobody heard him utter a word. The crowd was too busy shouting. One little child, raised up on his father's shoulders, started to chant. "Blood! Blood! Blood! Blood!" Slem, meanwhile, had caught hold of Malingo and yelled to Spittle. "They want blood? Let's give 'em blood!" Spittle grinned. "My pleasure," he said, and threw a blow in Malingo's direction. Somewhere between its origin and its destination, however, it got turned around and came right back at the brute, who found himself being pounded by his own fist. He let out a howl as the blows landed one after the other. The crowd was very amused. "You're doing this," Slem said, pushing Malingo from him. "You filthy magic man!" He threw 2 punches of his own at Malingo, but both landed on his own jaw. "This is better than the shows," somebody in the crowd laughed. The 3 Hobarukians, even the wounded Snut, were so furious at this humiliation that they began to throw blows willy-nilly, all of which came back and struck them. The crowd cheered every blow and laughed at every new bruise. They were too interested in the violence to notice Malingo creeping away. Nor did they notice a length of blue fabric that dropped out of the sky, unfurling close to the Geshrat. "Quickly!" said a woman's voice. He turned around, and for a moment he seemed to see a face there in the folds of the blue fabric. "Move yourself," the woman's voice said. "Grab hold of the cloth." He didn't need telling twice. As he did so, he looked back at the crowd to find that Slem had finally shaken off the force of Malingo's enchantment and was making his way toward Malingo, spitting blood along with oaths of the foulest kind. "I'm ready," Malingo said to the woman in the blue cloth. "Hold on," she said. "This is going to be quite a ride." At that moment, Slem reached out and caught hold of Malingo's shirt. "Gotcha!" he yelled. The blue cloth was meanwhile wrapping itself more tightly around Malingo's hand and wrist, solidifying its hold. And then it lifted him into the air. Slim held on for the first 10 feet of the flight. Then Malingo's shirt began to tear, and with one final curse he let his quarry go and dropped back down to the ground. Malingo didn't look down. He just hung on to the billowing fabric as it rose like a great blue sail. He could hear the din of the crowd below him, exclamations of surprise and disbelief. But after a little time the makeshift kite he was clinging to changed direction, and the crowds and the light and the noise faded away, and the only sounds he could hear were the whistle of the wind and the woman's voice humming some calming song. 21. Night Conversations. Christopher Carrion had returned from the pyramids of Zuxux to the fortress of Inquisit on Gorgosium with a great deal to occupy his thoughts. It was clear from his encounter with the Sacbrood in the tombs that the hive he'd created was volatile. Not only were the Sacbrood intelligent, but they were ambitious, too, and their egg-laying capabilities made them formidable. Naively, he had assumed that they would be passive players in the deadly game he was about to play and would be easily manipulated. But now he saw the error of that assumption. They had their own agenda. He could no more trust them than he could trust Leman Vol, who had spent the voyage back to Gorgosium plucking tiny red lice from his scalp and whispering to them. Carrion didn't ask what he was talking to them about, much less whether they were answering him. Vol revolted him. Had he not needed the man's skills as a translator, he would undoubtedly have thrown him overboard and not thought twice about it. But he could not afford to lose Vol from his entourage, especially now that he had seen how powerful and numerous the Sacbrood had become. It would be a very different story when the war was over and won. Not only did he plan to exterminate every last occupant of the Sacbrood hives, he would make sure Vol perished too. He did his best to put thoughts of Vol and the Sacbrood out of his head once he got back to the 12th tower. Here, where the walls were covered with doodlings and carvings he'd made as a child, he felt comforted. He sent for his loyalist servants, Baby Pink-Eye and Lazarou, to fetch his map of the islands. It was duly brought and laid out in the room. The map was round and designed to be precisely the circumference of the tower, covering every inch of the floor of the high chamber, thus allowing Carrion to stride over water and land like a colossus. He walked from island to island, crouching down now and then to examine the shape of a particular bay or the slope of a particular hill, all the while planning his plans. His meditations were interrupted by the sound of barking birds, followed by an eruption of martial drums that echoed back and forth between the towers. He got up and went to the window. Far below him, 37 stories, in fact, a mighty procession, illuminated by innumerable lights, was winding over the rocky landscape and through the arches that lay between the 12th and 13th towers. About halfway down the length of this procession, borne high on a throne set on the severed wrist of an immense mummified hand, which had somehow been given animation, was Carrion's grandmother, Thant Yela Carrion, commonly known as Mater Motley. She was not wasting her precious time while she traveled, but was hard at work sewing by the light of flickering torches. The prince didn't need to wonder what she was working on. It was always the same obsessive labor. She was sewing together the skins of stitchlings, half-human sacks, into which the living mud from the Toto mines would be poured. By this means a vast army was being assembled that would in time be used to destroy the bright powers of day, and whatever forces day might in time assemble. It was an endeavor that had so far lasted many years, but his grandmother had let it be known that the great labor was coming to an end, and very soon the army of stitchlings would be entirely assembled. The Lord of Midnight would be their generalissimo, but their creatrix was Mater Motley. He descended the cold stone stairs with uncommon haste. He knew better than to leave his grandmother waiting at the tower door. Even in the best of moods, she was an evil-tempered woman, quicker to take offense than he was, and quicker to punish offenders.
Her presence had immediately created a state of flustered chaos in the 12th tower, and it irritated him to see how many of his supposedly loyal servants had fled into the caves beneath the tower rather than risk being where Mater Motley's homicidal gaze might alight upon them. Even the various subspecies that haunted the crawl spaces of the tower, the offspring of gargoyles and wild dogs, of snake-apes and lightning, had sought the comfort of the dungeons rather than chance being seen. Only a youth called Lethio, a 15-year-old Carrion had found wandering the mud mines a year or so back and had taken under his protection, remained at the front door, unintimidated. The boy had spat on his palm, attempting to plaster back an errant lock of hair. "Aren't you afraid, Lethio? The old witch is dangerous. Don't you know that?" Lethio smiled at his savior. "I ain't afraid of her," he said. "I got you to protect me, boss. Anyway, I want to see what all the fuss is about." "So, you've never laid eyes on my lovely grandmother?" Lethio shook his head, and the lick of black hair fell over his forehead again. "Well then, you should go and let her in," Carrion said. "It's time you met the wickedest woman in the Abarat." "Is she really the wickedest?" "Oh yes," Carrion said, without a trace of a smile. "She's the worst of the worst. You can't have a reputation like hers without doing harm to deserve it. Patricide, matricide, she's committed them all." "What are all those things?" "Patricide, the murder of your father. Matricide, the murder of your mother." "She did that?" Lethio said, his voice softened by awe. "Trust me, that's the least of it." "What could be worse?" "Infanticide." The murder of children?" "See what a quick learner you are?" "Amazing." "But you remember." "What?" "Where your allegiance lies, boy." Lethio bowed respectfully. "You are my prince," he said. "Always, to the end of the world." Carrion grinned his skeletal grin. "It's agreed then," he said. "To the end of the world. Take my hand on it." Lethio was flattered to be shaking the hand of his lord. He took it eagerly. "To the end of the world." "Now, get the door. Let the wicked woman in before she poisons our doorstep." Lethio went to the door and, with the silent tread of one who was born to do some harm or other, opened it, not a moment too soon. Standing there on the tower step, her gloved hand raised in readiness to knock on the door, was one of Mater Motley's countless maidservants, a middle-aged woman whose headdress was draped with the holy colors of scarlet and gray, and whose face was marked with tattoos like shadows. All this marked her out as one of Mater Motley's inner circle, a member of the Sisterhood of the Thread. In witching circles, this was a powerful woman. "The Queen Mother Thanthiela Carrion calls on her grandson. Will you tell him?" "I'm here, Lady Putrith," Carrion said, stepping out of the shadows. The tiny grey Lady Putrith proffered a tiny grey smile, which showed her sharpened teeth. "Prince," she said, inclining her head, "your grandmother awaits you." She then stood aside, sweeping her voluminous cloak back with theatrical flourish, so that Carrion had easy passage. "Lethio," Carrion said, "come with me." Boy and man stepped out into the cold darkness, Lethio trotting to keep up with Carrion as he strode along the line of Mater Motley's drummers and incense-burners and earth-beaters until he reached the platform on which the old woman's great throne was elevated. Vessels of purple-black fire in which she occasionally soaked her needle-pricked fingers to quicken them hovered to the left and right of her. "This is a pleasant surprise," Carrion said, his tone carrying not the least hint of genuine pleasure. Mater Motley seemed to be equally unmoved to be in the presence of her grandson. She took her left hand out of the flames and picked up the sewing that lay on her lap. "You never come to see me any more," she said, not looking at Carrion. "So I am obliged to come and see you." Her voice was as unlovely as her expression, harsh and joyless. "You are ungrateful, Carrion.
I am what?
After a long moment, the hag's eyes lifted from the rhythm of the needle and thread and fixed on him. You heard me, she said. The sisterhood toils night upon night upon night to make an army for you.
For us, grandmother,
Carrion said, refusing to be intimidated by Mater Motley's stony stare.
This is our great work, our dream.
Mater Motley unleashed a sigh of epic gravity.
I'm too old for dreams, she said. You're the one who'll lord it over the islands when the great work is done.
Carrion shook his head. He'd heard all this before. She was always the victim, always the martyr.
And of course you don't have the strength to do harm to anybody, do you? He said. You're just a weary, poorly served old lady who will be dying soon in a blaze of sainthood.
He laughed.
You are ridiculous. And you are cruel, she said, and one day you will suffer for it.
Yes, yes, Carrion said.
One day, one day.
Now leave your needle a while, he said. Let's walk together in some quiet place. The old woman's lip curled.
You think you're so clever, Carrion, just because you lived and all your brothers and sister perished. But who was it saved you?
It was you, grandmother, and not an hour passes without my giving up a prayer of gratitude.
Liar,
the hag said coldly. She slipped her needle and thread into the pincushion hanging from her waist and put aside the stitchling she was working on. Then she uttered a little word of old Abaratian, Yathasiha, and a gaseous staircase spilled from the front of the platform. She rose and descended it. She was wearing, as always, a dress of eerie luxury and magnificence, the length of which was decorated with what might have been dolls, or the remains of dolls, when in reality they were the shrunken remains of her victims, reduced to plaintive scraps and sewn onto the dress in place of silky bows.
You look wonderful, grandmother. And you look haggard. What's wrong with you? Lovesick?
Lovesick? Me? Who would I be sick with love over?
I don't know. You tell me. Come, we'll walk, and you can confess to me.
22. A death sentence. Together, Carrion and his grandmother walked along the lip of the mine working, and as they walked, they talked of the future.
Just so you know, I didn't believe a word of what you were saying back there, Carrion remarked to his grandmother. You want to control the islands every bit as much as I do, maybe more. After all, you've had rather longer to covet them.
Mater Motley stopped walking and stared at her grandson without a trace of affection.
And what if I have coveted them? She said. Don't you think I deserve an empire after all that I've suffered?
Her face bore the unmistakable signs of that suffering, even by the forgiving light of a Gorgosian moon. Her skin was riddled with lines, rage was in them, and envy, and most of all, hatred. Endless hatred.
You deserve whatever you can get, Carrion said to her.
I'm not questioning that. The question is, how do we get this empire?
In the long term, we'll have to take the 25th hour. Occupy it. Root out its secrets.
And if it doesn't want to give up its secrets?
Destroy it.
That can be done?
Well, it won't be easy, but yes, anything can be done if we have the will to do it. First, however, we have to get the troublemakers out of our way, which brings me to the matter at hand. Shall we walk a little farther?
A wall of acrid smoke rose up out of the pit in the mine ahead of them, as the mud was mixed with various toxic agents in preparation for its being piped into the bodies of the stitchlings. The heat and stank were practically overwhelming, but Mater Motley was untouched by either. She led Carrion on through the oppressive smoke as though she were wandering in a sunlit field.
"Who's the boy, by the way?"
Mater Motley asked Carrion.
"The one following us?"
"His name's Lethio. He wants to be an assassin when he grows up, so he came to me for some schooling."
"Sensible child. There's never a time when a good assassin can't find employment. You've heard about Houlihan, I suppose."
"What about him?"
"You sent him on a mission to find the girl from the hereafter, yes?"
"Yes, I sent him after Candy Quackenbush, the last I heard."
"He's dead, Carrion."
"What? I don't have any of the details yet, but I heard from one of my spies on Scorii, a very reliable source. The Criss-Cross Man is dead, and the girl did it. Carrion turned his back on his grandmother, while an image of the girl appeared in his mind's eye, standing with one foot planted on Houlihan's chest. She has to die, Carrion.
Yes?
Yes. We've underestimated her somehow. She's no simpleton schoolgirl from the hereafter. She's some kind of crazy incantatrix.
Impossible.
You sound very sure.
I researched her, Carrion said, somewhat uncomfortably.
What induced you to do that?
Carrion turned back to his grandmother. She intrigued me, he said lightly.
And what did these researches of yours turn up?
Not much. She's here by mistake. I think that much is clear. I had sent Mendelssohn Shape.
The late Mendelssohn Shape, Mater Motley said.
You hear everything, don't you?
Where death's concerned, I have an ear. Go on. You were saying you sent Mendelssohn Shape.
To get the key to the pyramids, which had been stolen.
By John Mischief and his brothers.
Yes, and having stolen it, they fled. To the hereafter. At the moment that Shape caught up with him, the girl appeared in the vicinity. Pure accident. Mischief passed the key over to her. Lodged it in her mind, thinking, I suppose, that he'd collect it later.
But it didn't happen that way.
No. The tide picked them all up and carried them back here.
The way you tell it, it all sounds perfectly innocent.
But you don't think it is?
No, of course not. You listen to me. This girl is not some innocent bystander. You'd see that if you could only get a clear perspective on her. Put any tender thoughts about her aside. You do have tender thoughts about her, don't you?
Carrion averted his eyes and stared into the poisonous pit.
Answer me,
the old woman said, her voice like iron nails on slate. How could I have any tender feelings for her? I've never even met the damned creature.
So then you won't feel bad about killing her?
No, of course not.
Don't send one of your minions to do the job, or he'll end up the same way as the Criss-Cross Man. Remember, Houlihan was good, but somehow she bested him.
A fluke, Carrion said.
Maybe.
You're not trying to suggest that this girl is actually a threat to us, are you? Mater Motley sighed, her patience thin.
My point is that her presence here is not an accident.
But the sea—
Yes, let's just consider the sea, shall we? Why did the Sea of Isabella go to the hereafter? Because somebody called it, Carrion. Who was it? Not Mendelssohn Shape.
No, of course. Shape wasn't capable of that kind of magic. He was a functionary, nothing more.
What about Mischief and his brothers? Are they trained in magic?
I doubt it.
So do I. And yet the sea was summoned to the old shore, Carrion. Who summoned it?
I don't think there's any great mystery there, Carrion said. There's a lighthouse left over from the days of Empire.
Yes, but somebody had to make that beacon burn to bring the sea, Carrion. And again, I ask you, who?
The Lord of Midnight didn't answer this time, at least not immediately. His hands went up to his collar, and he tapped his fingers against it. As he did so, the nightmares came up from the shadows and rubbed their intestinal lengths against the glass, as though seeking their creator's reassurance, and he theirs. So we're back to the girl again, Carrion said.
Who else?
The old woman said. Though Lethia was standing a respectful distance away from the conversation, and could not have heard the debate over the din of the diggers below, Mater Motley nevertheless drew closer to Carrion and spoke in a near whisper.
We are more vulnerable than I would like right now, Carrion. If the Grand Court of the Hours were to get even a sniff of what we're plotting, we would be stripped of all titles, all possessions, and, if they felt so predisposed, of our very lives.
A thrill of fear, or even some perverse excitement, must have passed through Carrion at that moment, because the nightmares threw out threads of lightning, which illuminated his face all the way through his flesh to his corrugated bone. Nobody would dare, he said.
You think princes are beyond harm?
She took one of her spare needles from the sleeve of her dress and raised it in front of his face.
Don't you remember how this hurt?
The nightmares became more agitated than ever. They remembered. So did Carrion. How could he ever forget? How she had meticulously stitched up his lips for speaking the word love. And how the rage had flared up in his soul while he was muted, so that it seemed sometimes he would surely catch fire. "All right," Carrion said. "So I'm not beyond harm. Thank you for the reminder."
"Now just get rid of the girl. The sooner she's dead, the happier I'll be. And I know you only live to make me happy."
Carrion smiled. "How right you are."
"But be sure the thing is done in absolute secrecy."
"Of course. I may take Lethio. He can help me work."
"You warn him, though,"
Mater Motley said, throwing a sideways glance at the youth,
"that if he gives me any reason to suspect his loyalty, he will not be able to count on your protection to save his hide."
"I'll tell him," Carrion said. "You said the girl is on Scorii?"
"Last I heard. Somewhere in the vicinity of the old Twilight Palace. But she won't be there for long, I can guarantee it, so be quick, Carrion."
I will.
Good."
Mater Motley had no more to say to him, and wasn't going to waste valuable breath on pleasantries. Turning her back on her grandson, she followed the path along the edge of the mine, slipping her beloved needle back into her sleeve as she went. 23. Dreamer to Dreamer. When Candy emerged from the Cabinet of Wonders, her heart still pounding ferociously as a consequence of all that she'd witnessed, all that she'd done, she went to sit down in a spot under the trees. Hopefully the gentle sound of the breeze in the mist-draped branches would soothe her, and she'd be able to make some sense of what had just happened. Filth, meanwhile, scampered up the tree and sat in the branches, watching his visitor with a new nervousness. She glanced up at him. "It's all right," she said, trying to sound reassuring. "I'm not going to go crazy or anything." As she said this, she remembered standing on the dock at Orlando's Cap with Malingo and the old man with the knotted eyes pointing at her. "They'll lock you away." Isn't that what he'd said? "They'll lock you away." Another piece of this puzzle was in those words. It was all connected. What had happened here, what had happened on the Parroto Parroto, and the warning she'd heard on the dock. All these things were part of one huge mystery. "Do I frighten you?" she asked Filth. He just gave her an anxious monkey smile, his lips curled back until the mottled pink of his gums showed. "Yeah," she said. "Well, if it's any comfort, I frighten myself a bit, too." "Huh?" Filth's finger went to his nose and dug deep, his digging accompanied by the sound of comforted grunts. "What you did in there," he said. "It was extraordinary." "I didn't think about it," Candy said. "I just did what seemed natural." "Which makes it even more extraordinary." "I suppose it does." Filth cocked his head. "What was that grumbling noise?" "That was my stomach. I'm hungry." "Why didn't you say so?" Filth complained. "The palace has got an enormous kitchen. I could cook us something." He seemed relieved to be able to do something that might please her, soothe her even. "Only if you promise to wash your hands first," Candy replied. While Filth went to the kitchen, Candy stayed under the tree, still turning over all that had happened, though nothing resembling a solution to the puzzle presented itself to her, just the pieces. Everywhere she looked, pieces, right back to the event that had brought her here, now that she thought of it. Her in the lighthouse back in the hereafter, with Shape limping up the stairs to kill her, and her somehow knowing without knowing why she knew, how to light the lamp that would bring the Sea of Isabella to claim her. So many signs, so many clues, but what did it all mean? After maybe 20 minutes, there was a call from the Munkee. The food was ready. She followed the smell of cooking and found her way into the cavernous kitchen, where Filth was perched on a tall stool preparing a number of dishes. He'd already fried up a good portion of what looked like spiral-shaped donuts and had opened a selection of jars of fruit in syrup. Now he was taking the bones out of a large pickled fish, noisily sucking the meat off before tossing them over his shoulder. Candy hadn't realized quite how hungry she was until she was standing in the presence of all this food. Without even bothering to sit down, she started to eat. And she'd soon tasted just about everything that Filth had prepared for her, and was starting to feel a warm glow of fulfillment. A distinct sense of sleepiness was also creeping upon her.
"You should go and lie down," the monkey said. "Get a little shut-eye."
Maybe I will.
"There's a small bed in the corner over there," Filth went on. "It's where the cooks used to take a snooze. Lie down. I'll wake you up if something interesting happens."
"Thank you," Candy said. Her limbs were pleasantly heavy, as were her eyelids. She went over to the low, narrow bed and pulled back the antiquated quilt. Underneath were no sheets, just a couple of threadbare blankets. She lay down, and her grateful limbs sank into the softness of the old mattress. She reached down and lifted up the quilt. She was in the process of pulling it up over her body when sleep overtook her. She dreamed she was sitting on the stairs in Followell Street, but it was a different sensation than simply dreaming it. She felt somehow that she was there, in spirit. She could hear her brothers fighting upstairs, their voices shrill, their insults as crude as they'd ever been.
"Fat butt! Ape brain! Dog's breath! Cow's ass!"
Now there came a third voice, this one slurred by too much beer.
"Will you shut the hell up, or do I have to come up there and beat the living daylights out of you? Which is it going to be?"
Candy looked down the stairs and saw her father standing in the shadows below, his face damp with sweat. She remembered how intimidating and unpredictable he was in moods like this, how the whole house seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of his next outburst.
"Well,"
Bill Quackenbush yelled up the stairs,
"which is it to be?"
"We'll be quiet, Dad," Dawn said meekly.
"You're damn right you'll be quiet, because if you're not quiet, I'm gonna make you wish you'd never been born, you hear me? Never been born."
There was complete silence now from the boys, not even a footfall. They knew from painful experience how cruel their father could be when he got into one of his drunken furies. Growling something under his breath, Bill Quackenbush turned around and went back to the beer-stained splendor of his easy-chair. Even though she knew her father couldn't see or hear her right now, Candy instinctively did as she had long ago learned to do whenever her father got into a mood like this. She sat very still and said nothing for a while. Only when it seemed his rage had quieted did she go in search of her mother. Where was she? The kitchen was empty, but the back door was open, and Candy headed out, glancing up at the clock above the fridge as she went. It was 4:05 p.m. In Abarat, she'd be in Noman at this hour. But time ran differently here, in the world she'd called home for so long. Soon the sun would begin to slide down toward the horizon, and evening would settle in. All she had to do was stay still here, and the hours would slip on by. That idea seemed a little odd to her now. She'd become quite used to the notion that time was a place, a spot on the map that you went to visit, just as you would any other place. One day, she thought, I'm going to come back to Chickentown, to this house, to my mom and dad and my brothers. And thinking of that, she made a mental note to start collecting some souvenirs of Abarat to bring back with her. They couldn't be things she could ever find in the hereafter. They'd have to be totally Abaratian. A copy of Klep's almanac, a compass watch like one she'd seen in the marketplace at Tasmagor, which showed you when was where or where was when, or both. Maybe some photographs of the wilder flora and fauna of the hours. Evidence, in short. Things she could show to people that would be incontestable proof that there was another, more wonderful place where gossip and beer and chicken production were not the only things that mattered. She'd walked to the far end of the yard as she planned her evidence collecting, and there, sitting in a rusted garden chair with her back to the house, was her mother. "Oh, Mom," Candy said softly. Candy half expected Melissa Quackenbush to sense her daughter's presence and turn and smile at her, but she didn't move. "Mom?" Candy said again. She was close enough now to be able to hear her mother's soft, rhythmic breathing. Was she asleep? Moving very cautiously, so as not to wake her, she took a step around the chair. The sight of her mother's face made Candy want to cry. Melissa looked so weary, so drained. Her eyes were closed, her mouth turned down, her freckled brow marked by a deep frown.
"Candy?"
she murmured in her sleep.
"Is that you?"
Her eyes wandered back and forth beneath her blue-veined lids, as though attempting to make sense of some dreamed sight or other. The sorrowful expression on her mother's face made Candy want to turn away, but when she did so, she found her mother standing just a few yards away from her, in the middle of the unkempt lawn. Confused, Candy looked back at the woman sleeping in the rusted chair, and again at her mother's twin.
"I don't get it," Candy said. "Why are there two of you?"
"One dreaming, one awake," Melissa said, as though it was the easiest idea in the world. "I'm over in that chair, dreaming, and I guess you're somewhere else too, asleep."
"So we're meeting each other in our dreams?" Candy said.
Melissa nodded.
"It's so good to see you, honey," she said. "Where have you been? Did you hitchhike somewhere? Did you go to Minneapolis?" "No."
"Where then?
Where are you?"
"I'm a long, long way from Chickentown, Mom."
"Oh, God.
Did somebody kidnap you?"
"No," Candy said with a grin. "I've just been traveling, that's all."
"Well, why didn't you call me and tell me you were safe?" Melissa replied, her relief souring into anger. "How could you be so selfish? I imagined all kinds of things, and of course your dad was sure you'd gotten into trouble with some boy or with drugs."
"No boy, no drugs."
"What then?"
"Oh, Mom, if I told you what's happened to me, I swear you'd say I was crazy."
"I don't care. I want to know." In her sleeping state, Melissa was becoming agitated. Candy reached down and gently laid a soothing hand on her mother's shoulder.
"Mom, I'm sorry," she said. "I had no way of contacting you."
"Don't be silly. Nobody's that far away."
"I was. I am."
"Then tell me," Melissa said.
"Tell you what?"
This time the sleeping Melissa and the waking one spoke together. "Everything," they said. "Tell me everything."
"Huh. Everything. Well, where do I start?"
Candy thought about the question for a moment, and then, finally, she said,
"Who am I, Mom?"
"You're my daughter, of course. You're Candy Quackenbush."
"Where was I born?"
"You know where you were born, here in Chickentown."
"You're sure?"
"Of course I'm sure." Candy studied Melissa's face, looking for some sign of doubt. She saw it, too, a little flicker in her mother's eyes.
"Was there anything strange about the way I came into the world?"
Candy said. This time Melissa looked away. "I don't know why you're asking these silly questions."
"I'll tell you why," Candy replied, her voice very calm. "Because though we're dreaming that we're in the same world, Mom, we're not. I'm in a place called the Abarat. It's nowhere on any map that you've ever looked at."
"That's ridiculous."
"No, it isn't. It's the truth. And I think you know it's the truth."
She paused to give her mother an opportunity to contradict this, if she was going to, but she said nothing, so Candy went on.
"Right now I'm sleeping on an island called Scorii at the hour of 7 in the evening. Every hour has its own island here, you see. You can sort of time travel by hopping from island to island. I'm actually in what's called the Twilight Palace. It was built for a princess, a long time ago."
Melissa still didn't answer, though she was shaking her head very, very slowly, as if this was all too much to take in. But Candy went on telling her story, watching her mother's face all the while.
"When I first came here, I thought, this is new. This is like nothing I've ever seen before. But I was wrong. As the weeks have gone on, more and more I've had the feeling that this isn't the first time I've been here."
The doubt in her mother's face deepened.
"I've been in the Abarat before, Mom," Candy said. "I don't know how that's possible, but I have."
She paused again for a moment to collect her thoughts, and then she went on.
"And it seems to me that if I know something about the Abarat, then probably you do too, because you've been with me all through my life, right from the very beginning."
Again Candy gave her mother a moment to think about this. Then she said,
"Do you, Mom?
Do you know something?"
Almost in a whisper, Melissa replied. "Maybe. Tell me, please. Whatever it is, tell me."
Melissa took a deep breath. Then, very softly, she said, "The night you were born, it was raining so hard, it was like there was going to be a second flood. I never saw rain like it, but I had to get to the hospital, rain or no rain, because you were suddenly ready to be born and you weren't going to be delayed." She made a little smile. "You were willful, even then," she said. "So your dad bundled me into the truck and off we went. But once we're on the highway, guess what? We ran out of gas. So your dad set off in this deluge to find a garage, leaving us, in the truck. And the rain kept coming down, drumming on the roof of the truck, and you kept squirming inside me, and just when I thought I was going to have you right there on the front seat, I saw a light." "Dad?" "No, it wasn't your dad. There were 3 women, out there in the rain. I knew immediately they weren't from town. The way they looked, for one thing. An old woman, one of them, with long gray hair." "Diamanda," Candy said softly. Melissa looked astonished. "You know her?" she said. "A little," Candy said. "Diamanda, Mespa, and Joaphy. They're all sisters of the Phantomaya. That means they're women who know magic. I don't mean the Las Vegas kind of magic." "I know what you mean," Melissa said. "At least I can guess. Oh, Lord, why did I let them come near me? I should have just run. How could you? I should have tried. But instead I just sat there, and the door opened and—" She paused, and a sudden anger came into her eyes. "We were going to have a perfectly ordinary life," she said. "A perfectly happy, easy life until they came along with their magic." "Tell me the rest, Mom." "The door opened, and then what?" "The old lady Diamanda had a box, which she was carrying as though whatever was inside was the most precious thing in the world. And when she opened it—" Melissa closed her eyes for a moment, and Candy heard the sound of sobbing. She looked over her shoulder to see that her mom was crying in her sleep, moved to tears by these memories. Candy felt a pang of guilt for what she'd done, dredging up the past this way. But she needed these answers. More than that, she deserved them. She'd had this secret kept from her for too long. "Go on," she gently urged. "She opened this box, and there was light inside. Not just a light. Life. Something alive in the light. And whatever it was, this bright thing, it came into me, Candy, through my skin, through my eyes, through my breath." "Were you afraid?" "Not at the time. At least not for myself. You see, I knew the moment it began to move through my body that it wasn't me the light and life wanted." She opened her eyes finally, and mother and daughter looked at each other, dreamer to dreamer. "It was you," she said. "The light wanted you." 24. Husband and Wife. "Melissa! Get up! I'm hungry!" Candy's father was standing at the back door, his shirt pulled out of his pants and hanging open, his beer-swollen belly shiny with sweat. He was pointing his finger at Melissa, who was still asleep in the chair. Candy could remember all too easily how it felt to be close to him when he was in a mood like this, the threat of him, the stink of him, the sickness he exuded. How many times over the years had he caught her looking at him, caught the contempt in her eyes and beaten her for it? But right now his wife was the subject of his rage. "Wake up, you lazy cow!" he yelled. "Didn't you hear me? I'm hungry." "Oh, shut up," Candy said through gritted teeth. "Don't wake her up yet. We haven't finished talking." "Too late," Melissa murmured to her, her voice growing faint as her husband's summons stirred her. "He hates seeing me sleep. I guess because he doesn't sleep well himself." Her image was flickering now. "He has nightmares." Bill was striding down the garden now, yelling at his wife as he went. "Melissa, damn you! Will you wake up?" He raised his fist as he approached. Candy didn't doubt for a moment what he intended to do. "I'm warning you, woman," he growled. Instinctively, Candy stepped into his path and raised her arm to block her father's intended blow. She wasn't sure what kind of effect she would have, if any. After all, she was only a dreaming presence. But she carried some weight here, even in her present condition. The moment her father's arm made contact with hers, he let out a shout of shock. He dropped his arm, narrowing his bloodshot eyes. "What the hell?" He waited a moment, then moved toward his sleeping wife again. He was still ready to do harm. "No, you don't," Candy said. This time she didn't simply block his blow. She put her hand in the middle of her father's chest and she pushed. A hard push. Her father stumbled backward, reaching out to catch hold of the chair in which Melissa was still sleeping. But Candy casually knocked his hand away, and down he went, falling heavily. For a few seconds he lay sprawled in the unkempt grass. Then he got to his feet and retreated 2 or 3 steps. The fury on his face entirely fled now, replaced by a look of sudden superstition. "What's going on?" he said, half to himself. Then to Melissa. "Open your eyes, woman! Open your damn eyes!" Slowly Melissa answered her husband's summons, and as her eyes flicked open, the image of the dreamer to whom Candy had been speaking went out like a blown candle. Melissa shook her head and got to her feet, looking around the yard as though she half expected to still see Candy standing there. What she saw instead was her husband, scanning the yard nervously. "Is there something here with us?" he said to her. "Is there?" "What are you talking about?" "Something pushed me," he muttered. Then, more loudly, "Something pushed me." It took Melissa only a moment or two to make sense of what he was telling her. "Candy," she said softly, looking around as she spoke. "Are you here?" "Candy," Bill said, his hands instinctively closing into fists. "You think she's here? If she's here, why the hell can't I see her?" Melissa glanced down at her husband's white knuckles and tried to put on a smile. "It's all right, Bill," she murmured. "You said, 'Are you here?' Why'd you say that? Tell me. And don't you start lying to me. If there's one thing that makes me mad, it's liars." "I was dreaming, that's all," Melissa said lightly. "I was dreaming about Candy, and when I woke up I was confused. I thought she was here." "But she's not." Melissa put on a look of puzzlement. "How could she be?" she replied, daring Bill to put words to his fears. "I mean, look, there's just you and me." "Yeah, it was just a dream." "Damn girl," Bill muttered. "We're better off without her." "You don't mean that." "Don't tell me what I mean." "I know it was never easy between you two," Melissa said. "But, Bill, she's still our daughter. Remember how excited we were the night she was born?" He grunted. "That was quite a night, Bill. Do you remember any of what happened the night Candy was born?" "Who cares?" "I do." "Well, I don't." He turned away from his wife and walked off toward the house. Melissa followed him, talking to him as he went, gently reminding him. "It rained, Bill. Do you remember how hard it rained? And you left me in the truck?" "Oh, now we come to it. Billy Boy forgot to put gas in the truck, so poor Melissa was left in the cold for hours and hours and—" "Will you let me finish?" "Poor Melissa. Of course she should never have married him in the first place. Isn't that what everybody tells you?" "Shut up a minute, will you?" He turned on her suddenly as though he was going to hit her, but he was still nervous after what had happened, and he kept himself from doing it, in case he felt another push from that invisible hand. "This isn't about you or me," Melissa went on. "This is about Candy. I tried so many times to tell you what happened that night, but you would never listen. You thought I was crazy. But what happened that night was real." "And what was that?" he said. 3 women appeared. They came from another world, Bill. Stupid. Abarat, it's called." He sneered. "Never heard of it." "Well, it's where our daughter is right now." "According to who?" "According to her, Bill. I saw her in my dream. I talked to her." Bill rolled his eyes. "Believe me, you are crazy. You really are." He put his finger to his temple. "It's all in your head." "No." "Yes, yes, yes, yes!" "Candy even told me the names of these women." "Oh, did she?" "Diamanda, Joaphi, and Mespa. They're from a sisterhood called the Phantomaya. You know, you should write all this nonsense down. You could probably sell it."
I'm not inventing it, Bill. Candy's there, in the Abarat. She's seen these women. They're helping her.
All right, Bill said. Enough! I don't want to hear any more of this crap! His voice was filled with genuine revulsion. You and your stupid women, as if there aren't enough damn women on the planet. He turned his back on his wife and headed for the house, but after a few steps, he stopped and looked back at her. You know what? He said. One of these days, I'm just going to pack my bags and get the hell out of here. And where would you go? I got places. I could go to Denver, see my brother, back to Chicago. Anywhere but here. He turned from her and went to the back door. I should have gone a long time ago. And with that, he disappeared into the house, leaving Melissa standing in the yard, despairing. She'd tried to get through to him, but he was a wall. What was it going to take for him to believe her? She looked up at the sky. Small fleets of clouds were being driven northeast by the wind. Candy, she said, hoping her daughter was still within earshot. If you can hear me, darling, please take good care of yourself. Maybe one of these days we'll get a chance to see the Abarat together. I miss you, honey. Then she put her sadness away where Bill wouldn't be able to see it, and she went inside the house to fix her family some hamburgers for lunch. 25. Fates. Malingo had been on some amazing trips in the weeks since he'd escaped his servitude, but none was as breath-snatching as the journey he took over the crowded boardwalks of Babilonium. The blue fabric that had snatched him up didn't seem to have much substance to speak of. It was a robe without a visible body to occupy it, but the woman who possessed it spoke to him clearly enough and did her best to reassure him. "Just keep calm," she said. "I don't want to drop you on these poor people's heads. They came here for some fun, not to be brained by a Geshrat." Malingo looked down through the folds of fabric. They were now a long way off the ground, and moving at considerable speed. If he were to fall, he thought, it wouldn't be the folks below who would suffer most. It would be he. "Who are you?" he said. "Later. I just need to know. Did Wolfswinkle send you? Are you taking me back to Ninnyhammer?" "No, no, no. Perish the thought. Only he used to beat me for the pleasure of it." "Oh, I've heard about the cruelties of Caspar Wolfswinkle," the woman in the cloth said, "and he'll pay dearly for them by and by. You be comforted, my friend. All hurt is repaid in the great round. Trust me." "I do," Malingo said quietly, sounding a little surprised at himself. "Hang on now." They were coming to the edge of the carnival, where the brightly lit boardwalk gave way to murk and mud, and thence to a rocky landscape which rolled away toward the sea. Their flight had carried them north, he judged. The sky was darker over the straits that lay ahead than they had been behind them. Evening was turning to night. "Where exactly are we going?" he yelled over the rushing of the wind, which became steadily louder as they sped toward the coastline. "You'll find out in a few moments," the woman in the robe yelled back. "Get ready. We've got some tricky maneuvering ahead of us. It may get a little bumpy." Malingo peered a second time through the snapping folds of his carrier and instantly regretted that he'd done so. They were speeding toward a solid rock face. "What are you doing?" he hollered. "You'll kill us." "Then don't look," the woman said. "Keep holding tight." Malingo couldn't keep himself from looking, despite the woman's advice. They flew directly toward solid rock at a speed that surely meant that they would be splattered against it, but at the last moment the spirit in the fabric swerved and carried them through the narrowest of fissures in the rock. His bearer knew her way. She speeded him through the crack in the rock without incident, though at times it seemed to get so tight he was sure they wouldn't make it. Still he clung to the cloth. What choice did he have? And he was finally rewarded with the sweetest smell imaginable. The clean smell of salt sea air. "Take courage," the woman in the robe announced. "We're almost there." And a few seconds later they started to slow down. Emerging at last from the fissure, they came to rest on a wet rock. "Be careful now," the woman warned. "I don't want you to get swept away." She had brought them down to a spot that was no more than 3 or 4 yards from the sea, and the waves beat against the boulders in a white frenzy. Within a few seconds of coming to land, Malingo was soaked from head to foot.
"That's cold," he said.
"A little sea water isn't going to hurt you," said the old woman, and as she spoke, blue fabric parted, and she stepped out of new folds, her occupying spirit becoming solid and visible. She was old, perhaps very old, her unpinned hair rising around her head as the wind caught it.
"Lordy-loo, Geshrat," she said. "That was hard work. You're heavier than you look."
"Well, thank you for the rescue," Malingo said. "But why?"
"Well, I didn't do it for the good of my health," she replied. "Or yours, come to that. I did it for, let me guess, Candy Quackenbush."
"Very good, Geshrat. If it's any comfort to you, I would die for that lady." "It is a comfort," said the old woman, "and believe me, I know that you would. That's why I'm sending you after her now, to prevent a double tragedy." "That doesn't sound good." "It isn't," the old lady said. "But time is of the essence, so can we hurry along?" "Hurry where?" "Turn around." He turned and saw that in the blue murk there was a small 2-masted vessel, which was being kept from dashing itself against the shore by the crew, who were wielding lengths of roughly hewn timber to prevent the ship from being carried against the rocks. "Quickly, quickly," the woman in the blue robe said, directing Malingo to a plank that lay between land and boat. He gave her a doubting look. The plank was narrow and slick with water, but the old lady hurried Malingo across it so quickly his doubts were over in a heartbeat, and he was received into the beaming company of a young woman with dark skin and bright orange hair. Beside her was a third woman, fine-boned but severe. She had a coat for him, which was certainly welcome. "Let's go below and get you some nourishment," she said, a suggestion with which Malingo gladly complied. The women let him down into the hold of the ship, where a large fire was burning in an enormous iron grate. Malingo was offered a chair, but he said he preferred to sit near the hearth. The room quickly filled with the pungent smell of drying Geshrat. The promised nourishment quickly came in the form of a 4-decker sandwich made of slices of well-seasoned ropa-ropa and jabal pate. Malingo was halfway through the sandwich when the old woman, now wearing clean, dry robes, came back in and sat in one of the chairs close to the fire. "Better now?" "Much," Malingo said. He set down his sandwich. "You're Diamanda, aren't you? Of the Phantomaya?" "I am." "And you?" He pointed to the woman who'd given him the coat. "You must be Joaffi, yes? And you, Mespa, yes?" "All correct," said Mespa. "Is that all Candy told you?" "Our names," said Joaffi. "She didn't say much more," Malingo replied. "She's a complicated one, that girl. She goes deep. I don't even think she understands the mysteries she contains." "I doubt anybody does," Diamanda replied with great gravity. "We'd been traveling together for almost 8 weeks," Malingo went on, "and I was beginning to think we would stay together, but then she goes and runs off the way she did." "She was protecting you," said Mespa. "But that's a 2-way street. She protects me, and I protect her. How can I possibly protect her if I don't know where she is?" "You'll find her again," Diamanda said. "Your story together has a long way to go." "Yes," said Malingo, so relieved to hear this that tears welled in his eyes. "Absolutely," said Diamanda. "Tell us now, did she display a good command of magic?" "Not as much as she wanted to," Malingo said. "She knew I'd learned some minor conjurations from Wolfswinkle, and she was always pushing me to teach her what I knew." "And did you?" "No. I resisted for a long while, and then, once I agreed to do it, the opportunity was snatched away." "Why did you resist?" Mespa wanted to know. "It's as I said. She goes deep. I was afraid of what I might unleash in her. I didn't know how she'd end up if she got real power." Diamanda sighed. "None of us do, Mr. Malingo," she said, with a note of quiet unease. "Not even Candy?" said Malingo. "Especially not Candy." "I think we can be certain of one thing," Joaffi said.
Whatever she learns, whatever she becomes, she will affect the fate of these islands in ways we can none of us begin to know. So what do you want me to do, besides find her? That entirely depends on how things have changed for her when you do find her. Am I going on my own? On the first part of the voyage, yes, Joaffi said. But once you get to the Nonce, you'll hook up with a group of fine, good people. Can't you come with me? We wish we could, said Mespa, but events are hurrying us all along in different directions, I'm afraid. So it falls to you to find her with the greatest possible speed and bring her to a place of safety, Joaffi told him. What place? Diamanda shook her head. I don't know right now, she said, her voice raw with despair. What we tell you now might not be true in half an hour. There are strange things happening on just about every island, Malingo. Powers stirring that we had hoped never to see the likes of again. Things rising out of the deep, things dropping out of the high heavens. There are no certainties, I'm afraid. None. No places of safety. No things we know to be true now that will be true in the next heartbeat. Malingo looked grim. Can I ask? He murmured, then stopped. Say it, Diamanda told him. If you've got a question, ask it now. There may not be another time. Well, as you put it that way, Malingo said. What's the worst thing that could happen? Diamanda sighed heavily. I'm afraid that's all too easy to answer, she said. She glanced at her sisters, then back at Malingo. The 25th hour is where our enemies will attempt to strike. If they put that hour in jeopardy, then our very existence will be in question. They could do that, Malingo said. They could take the 25th hour? In sufficient numbers, said Diamanda, and with the right kind of strategy, yes. Let's be in no doubt. The forces assembling against us are formidable. Mater Motley has been creating an army of stitchlings for years, hidden by the darkness of midnight. If she unleashes them, and Odin's spire falls to her army, if the mysteries that the 25th hour contain become vulnerable to attack and desecration, then the way we live our lives, both here and in the hereafter, will be destroyed forever. A profound chaos will descend, and everything that made life possible in these islands, all the joy, all the love, all the meaning, will be extinguished. It would be as though we, and our world, had never existed. Malingo put his head in his hands. Though he was close to the fire, he was suddenly deathly cold. "How's that possible?" he said. "All these terrible things going on and nobody even knows." He lifted his head a little. "Listen," he said. "You can hear the carnival music from here. Tens of thousands of people dancing and singing and all ignorant." "Oh, they know," said Diamanda. "People across the hours have known for a long while now that matters of great consequence are in the air. They've woken from their slumbers, weeping and afraid, and they've not known why. They've been moved to kiss their children suddenly, as though they feared they might not see them again." "Yet they don't speak up about it," Malingo said. "A few have," Joaffi said. "But Houlihan took care of most of them. They disappeared, suddenly." "Terrible," Malingo said. "As for the rest, the ordinary men and women of the hours, they just have to live their lives, love their children, grow old peacefully, so they turn their backs on what they suspect. Is there any hope?" "Of course there's hope, Geshrat," Diamanda said fiercely. "But you have work to do. I'll leave you in the company of my sister Mespa. She has her instructions. It's been a pleasure talking with you, Malingo, Geshrat. Joaffi, would you come with me? We have a great deal to do." The two women left, and for a moment or two Malingo stared into the fire, meditating on the conversation they'd just had. Finally Mespa said, "Whenever you're ready, my captain." "I'm sorry," Malingo said. "You're what?" "It was Diamanda's instruction," Mespa explained. "You are to be captain of this ship. It's called the Lud Limbo." "Why me?" because Diamanda trusts you. But I don't know how to captain a ship. Well then, you'll learn as we go, yes? Candy has faith in you, and so do we. Do you want to come up on deck? They headed up into the soft starlight. There were lanterns lit everywhere around the vessel, and the flames illuminated a great crowd of folks, some human, many not, assembled in the midst of the deck. As soon as Malingo stepped into view, they raised a mast-shaking cheer, much to his embarrassment. "Your crew, Captain?" said a sea-skipper wearing a water-sodden uniform. He was a thin, quizzical creature and looked nervous. "I'm Dodo, your first mate." "Oh," said Malingo, still too surprised by his sudden elevation in the world to think straight. "Good to meet you." "So, do you want to make a speech to the crew?" Dodo said. "About what?" "About our destination, perhaps, or about what we're going to do when we get there." "Before you say a word," Mespa said, "let me wish you bon voyage, Captain." Malingo took Mespa's arm and gently escorted her out of his first mate's earshot. "I can't do this," he said. "I can't captain a whole ship." "Of course you can," she said to him, looking him straight in the eyes. "There'll be a lot more outlandish demands made on you before this war's finished, believe me. Take courage. You are part of something great and good, Malingo." So saying, she wrapped her robes around her, and in the moment that she did so the fabric folded itself up and was gone, carrying its wearer away with it. Malingo watched her vanish, hoping against hope that she might still return and announce to everyone that this was just a joke. But she had indeed gone, and with her departure the crew's eyes, his crew's eyes, were all turned on him, waiting, obviously, for him to say something. He had to speak. For better or worse, he had to speak. He silently counted to 3. On the third beat, he took his eyes off the empty sky and looked down at his assembled crew. "Good evening," he said. "I am Malingo. I am a Geshrat, and your captain." 26. Kaspar Is Visited. Caspar Wolfswinkel remembered with painful clarity the girl who'd come knocking on his door not so very long ago. He had been foolish enough to open the door, foolish enough to let the brat in. He'd thought for a while that he'd outwit this poor lost child and persuade her to poison the Terry cats, who were his warders on Ninnyhammer. He couldn't do it himself, because the wretched animals were immune to his illusions. Nor could he escape them while they lived. And what better way to rid himself of his watch-cats than to have the innocent girl-child who'd come to his doorstep feed them with poisoned fish? But it hadn't been as simple as that. Nowhere near. For one thing, the girl was not as stupid as she looked. She'd quickly realized that he was plotting something, and then, to make matters worse, she'd taken it into her asinine little head to inspire his Geshrat slave to free himself. She'd fired up the creature with a lot of inflammatory talk about liberty and such, and Wolfswinkel had retaliated with some serious wizardry, which had unfortunately gotten out of hand. When the business was over and done with, Wolfswinkel's house on the hill had been trashed. Malingo, the Geshrat, along with his liberator, Candy Quackenbush, had escaped, and the Terry cats had not been poisoned. His life under house arrest, which had been plenty miserable before the girl had come knocking on the door, was a good deal more miserable when she'd gone. He'd lost his slave. Now he had to dust his own furniture, serve his own rum, and tidy his own books. Worse than that, he missed the simple pleasure of beating the Geshrat and humiliating him. He was alone and bored, and the girl was to blame. He had complained to the High Court of the Hours about how unfair all this was, but none of the judges wanted to give him a hearing. In fact, matters only got worse. The court sent in a battalion of soldiers to patrol his hill, with the Terry cats lending them the benefit of their undeceivable eyes. It was distressing for a man who had as high an opinion of himself as Wolfswinkel to be treated like a petty criminal. And it had all started when he'd taken pity on a stranger. He cursed the moment he'd done it, and more, he cursed her.
There was no revenge harsh enough, no punishment merciless enough to satisfy his fulminating rage. He spent hour after hour, half pickled in rum, inventing things he would do to the girl when he finally got his hands on her. And he would. Of that he had not the slightest doubt. He would. His present circumstance had somewhat limited his options, but eventually a way out of this wretched prison would present itself. And when it did, his first act as a free man would be to find the Quackenbush girl and make her regret she'd ever seen his front door, much less come knocking on it. Tonight, however, he had something else besides revenge to claim his attention. Ninnyhammer stood at 10 o'clock, so it was always dark on the island, and usually quiet. But tonight he'd heard a lot of odd noises. First, there'd been a good deal of shouting, some of it panicked, down by the harbor. Then some shots had been fired. For a brief time after that there'd been silence, then a second eruption of firing and further shouts, coming now from not one, but several directions. Wolfswinkel had gone up to the great dome that was perched on top of his house to see if he could get a better look at things. The dome worked much as a telescope lens worked, allowing him a close-up view of events. It also had night vision capabilities. Thanks again to the intrusion of the Quackenbush girl, the dome had been severely damaged, but he could still see a good deal more through it than he could with the naked eye. Sipping from his glass of rum as he went, he wandered around the cracked dome, peering out at the moonlit landscape of Ninnyhammer. There were more shouts, closer to the house this time, and beams of light piercing the evening darkness. "What is going on out there?" he asked himself. That was the same question, or a variation of the same, that was being asked by the soldiers of the 9th Hobarukian Cavalry who were out searching the slopes and copses of the island's interior. They were looking for an enemy that had come out of the sea half an hour before and launched a surprise attack, which had caused a dozen fatalities and twice that number of woundings in 3 minutes. And that was just the soldiers. Their mounts, pure-bred white Karamasi, were being struck down in equal numbers. The question was, who was doing the attacking? It was Sergeant Massoff, who had just seen 3 of his comrades murdered in front of him, who offered Captain Cross the most detailed reply. "There's only 3 of them as far as we can make out," Massoff replied. "They're not even that large, about 5 or 6 feet tall when they get up on their hind legs, but their heads are covered in bone, naked, shiny, yellow-white bone, and they just drive into our Karamasi and knock us off." "Well, why don't you remount?" "Can't, sir," said another of the men, who had blood streaming down the side of his face. "The blow to the animal stops its heart. They die instantly. Half the fatalities have been of men trying to get out from under their mounts." "So these creatures do the same to the men? One strike to the heart?" "No, sir," said Massoff. "The bone hood swings back for a minute, and that's when you get a glimpse of the face." "Well, I say face. It's just a mouth, really, all lined with teeth. That's what kills the men, sir, the teeth. It's horrible, sir, what these things do. I mean, it's—" "Yes, Massoff, yes, I saw for myself. Clearly we have a problem. We don't know what these creatures are, and they're slaughtering us." There was a heart-clutching cry from somewhere out in the darkness. "We also need to know what they want. What have they come for?" "They're coming for me," Kaspar said, dancing a little anticipatory jig of glee. "That's what's going on out there. Somebody's finally come to set me free." "They will not make it past our defenses," said Jimothy Terry. He, the most humanoid of the Terrys, was standing in a copse of witch-pyre trees, staring down the slope toward the approaching monstrosities. Behind him were 30 or 40 Terry cats. They stood on 4 legs while he stood on 2, but they had this in common. They were all battle-hardened warriors. "Whatever we have to do, we must stop these things from getting to the wizard's house." He turned to his troops. "Has anyone seen anything like this before?" The assembly of Terry cats was silent. This enemy was something new. "I suspected as much," Jimothy Terry said. "If none of you have seen beasts like these in your many lives, I must assume such beasts did not exist until recently. Some form of perverse magic made these things." His huge green eyes grew sad. "For those of you who are approaching your 9th life, take care out there, and you young ones with lives to spare, throw yourselves at these things with all your strength, but be aware that you could well use all of your lifetimes fighting and still not succeed in stemming the tide, so don't be heroic for the sake of it. You hear me call retreat? Then you will retreat. Do you all understand me? I sense we will have bigger battles to fight in the near future, I'm afraid to say, and I will not have you throwing your lives away unnecessarily." He looked up the hill toward the dome. Caspar Wolfswinkle's face, vastly magnified and grotesquely distorted, was pressed against the unbroken portion of the glass. "On the other paw," he said. "I don't like the idea of that thing up there." He jabbed a claw in Wolfswinkle's direction. "Escaping into the Abarat. If the whispers I hear these nights are true, and they come from all directions, telling the same terrible tales, then we cannot afford to let a villain such as Wolfswinkle go out into the islands if we can prevent it. There will be far too much trouble for the likes of him to cause." "What have you heard, sir?" one of the Terry soldiers asked Jimothy. "Oh, just that the forces of the enemy grow bigger every hour, and that in the end it may be the presence of one soul on either side who will make the difference between the winning and losing of the coming war." "War, sir?" said another Terry. "Yes, war, and its first open conflict will be here, tonight. So acquit yourselves well, Terrys. This one is for the history books." There was no time for further talk. A noise in the darkness suddenly grew louder, and the witchpire trees shook till their blossoms came down in a red rain as the enemy surged toward the company of Terrys. From the dome, Wolfswinkle watched the grisly spectacle like an eager child, talking to himself in a dozen languages, nonsensically mingled in his enthusiasm. "Lucky yum! Yifire! Splood, splood, on das tallyman! And then a flick! And then a flack, yeah! Lucky malanen! Terry pastai! Terry pastai! Leodaniati! You et teud! Blebsamario, huh? Wanton, Blebsamario, Sula Salispidden, Zubaratium! Ha!" He beat a jubilant tattoo on the window whenever one of the Terrycats went down for the last time, having used up all of its 9 lives, yelling the same sickening phrase over and over again. "Terry, pastai! Terry, pastai!" It wasn't hard, even from a distance, to work out how the battle was going. It was a massacre. The soldiers who'd been defeated on the slopes retreated to swell the ranks of the Terrys, but the bone-headed beasts that had done such bloody work down on the shore were quick to carve their murderous way through the ranks of the Terrys. Wolfswinkle's glee grew in direct proportion to the number of bodies, human and Terry alike, left in the long grass. But the battle was not yet over. Seeing that the tree line could not be held, Jimothy Terry had led a small contingent of Terrys away from the slaughter, intending, Wolfswinkle guessed, some kind of final surprise attack. Jimothy was clever. Wolfswinkle had to give him that. He stalked his enemy with the greatest care, using his familiarity with the lay of the land to aid his strategy. There wasn't a gully or a boulder or a shrub on the hillside that Jimothy and the cats didn't know. They shadowed the bone beasts with utmost caution, the mingling of firelight and grass stalks concealing their striped fur. But finally they had to attack, and for all their courage and their skills as warriors, they couldn't oppose the terrible efficiency of the bone beasts. One by one, the Terrycats fell, and those that rose to spend another life and another finally ran out of resurrections and did not rise again. Finally, Jimothy conceded the inevitable. The Terrys had lost the battle. The bone beasts, whatever they were, had gained the hill. To fight on would only cause further purposeless slaughter. Reluctantly, he sounded the retreat, and reluctantly the surviving Terrycats, no more than a handful, left the field, carrying their wounded away with them. "The beasts have Wolfswinkle all to themselves," Jimothy said, "for what he's worth, and damn them all to hell for this hour's bloodletting." As soon as Wolfswinkle realized that the Terrys were retreating and that it would only be a matter of time before his liberators came to his threshold, he went to get ready. He had let his appearance deteriorate of late, or so the mirror told him. His beard had grown long, and his hair was a rat's nest. His yellow suit was dirty. Luckily, he had 19, all of identical color and cut. And the front of his vest was caked with pieces of poppy pie and leech ice cream, along with the inevitable rum stains. He had no time to bathe, so he splashed on pungent cologne he'd bought in an emporium in Camexo City just before his arrest for murder. Then he put on a clean suit, did his best to hurriedly trim his beard, and placing all 6 of his hats on his head, thus increasing his power tenfold, he headed to the front door to await his visitors. Before he could reach it, however, something slammed so hard on the door that the hinges gave way, and it flew off, spinning across the tiles and missing Wolfswinkel by inches. As the cloud of dust cleared from the air, a creature stepped over the threshold and into the house. It was one of the bone-helmeted beasts that had shed so much blood among the soldiers and the terrycats. Wolfswinkel retreated a few steps, afraid of what the thing might do to him. Where was its master? And why were threads of darkness spilling from its fingertips, weaving themselves into elaborate configurations around the beast? This wasn't the only mystery. 2 more creatures now came into view, to the left and right of the first. Each had a hand that bled darkness into the air, knotting itself with the configurations from the beast in the center. They were subtly connecting themselves. Wolfswinkel was intimidated, but he knew better than to show it. He stood his ground. "What do you want from me?" he said. The trio responded by throwing back their bony heads in perfect unison and expelling long, eerie sighs. Their skulls seemed to lose rigidity, and they too issued filaments of shadow stuff, which knitted themselves together. The 3 were becoming one, their bony heads congealing into a single being, its identity unmistakably human. So this is their master, Wolfswinkel realized. There was one mind, one will divided among the 3 of them, which was now making itself apparent. Its humanity was no great comfort to Wolfswinkel. It still exuded an air of threat, and he was a coward to his marrow. But he had nowhere to run. He could only stand and watch as the process continued, and the face of the 3 beasts folded into a single entity. The eyes, when they became clear, were gray and unforgiving, the mouth a tight, thin line. Smoky folds of fabric enveloped its body from head to foot, and there seemed to be small, smeared faces in the weave. Finally, a voice emerged from the still transforming shape, a woman's voice. My, little wizard," she said, the words making everything shake a little. "You live in chaos." Wolfswinkel looked around. The woman was right. "It's not my fault," he said. "I had a slave once, a Geshrat, but he was taken from me." "Yes, I heard." The 3 forms had been entirely subsumed into a single body now. The bone beasts had disappeared completely and had been replaced by an old woman dressed in what looked like a garment made of antiquated dolls. "Do you know who I am?" she said. "You're the woman with the needle and thread," the wizard replied. "You're Mater Motley." The old lady smiled. "And you are Caspar Wolfswinkel, the murderer of the 5 members of the Noncian Magic Circle." Caspar opened his mouth to protest his innocence, but Mater Motley waved his protests away. "Frankly, I could not care less whether you killed 10 magicians or 1,000. I haven't come here to hire an assassin." "Oh? What, then?" "I don't know how much you know about my plans," she said. "I keep most of my business hidden from sight. I find it safer that way. Otherwise, people start to interfere. Even so, perhaps you've heard a little." "More than a little," Wolfswinkel said. "I can't do much locked away up here, but I can certainly listen." "To what, exactly?" "Oh, you of all people know how many scraps and fragments are out there, on the wind, in the way the stars fall, in the shapes of the clouds. I study these things very carefully. I haven't got much else to do." Mater Motley was surprised. She had expected to find more of a bumbler in Caspar Wolfswinkel, but behind that ugly, embittered face, with its raw stare and down-turned mouth, was somebody she might well make more use of than she'd first supposed. "You'd be surprised what I hear," he continued. "But I have ways of doing what you do," he smiled, "threading things together." "Oh, so that's what I do, is it?" "It's what I hear," he said. "I hear that you live in the 13th tower of the Fortress of Iniquisit. You and your seamstresses sew all the time, night on night on night, never sleeping." "I sleep, occasionally," Mater Motley said, "but I sew even then." "You're making stitchlings?" "Yes." "An army?" "Yes. So that one of these nights—" "Enough, wizard. You've proved your point. But just so I understand, it is your intention to conquer the islands?" Mater Motley didn't reply. "You can trust me, I swear," Wolfswinkel said. "I trust only my seamstresses." "Not your grandson?" "I can't, quite. Not at the moment. He has some problems of his own, you see, which is the matter that brings me here." "Of course, I'd be only too happy to be of assistance, but I'm locked up here." "You've just been liberated, wizard." "The Terrycats?" "Forget about them. You and I will walk away from this prison of yours without being challenged." "But they'll send more troops to recapture me." He proffered a smug little smile. "I've murdered 5 people." "Let them send troops. I don't care. I'm in the mood to spill more blood." She stared at the portrait paintings on the wall. "Are these your victims?" "Yes, they were magicians. All their power was in their hats." "So you murdered your friends for their hats?" "Yes." "Cold, wizard, cold." "Frankly, I'd heard you were an hysteric and a drunkard, but this episode with the Quackenbush girl seems to have toughened you up a bit. I'm ready for anything. Are you ready to swear allegiance to me?" "Of course, of course." Wolfswinkel dropped to his knees in front of Mater Motley and snatched up the heavy hem of her dress, pressing his face into its folds. "I'm yours," he said. "You have only to command me." "I need you to watch over my grandson. Keep a casual eye on him for me. I don't trust his instinct where this girl from the hereafter is concerned. I swear she has some kind of hold over him that I don't understand." Wolfswinkel's expression grew sly. "Well, I've heard things." "About the girl?" "Scraps and fragments." "Well, I've no interest in rumor," Mater Motley said. "When you can come to me with hard evidence, then I'll listen. Just don't go back to your old ways, wizard. No drink. No murder unless I sanction it. I'm hiring you to watch, not gossip. Watch. If I sense for a moment that you are pushing beyond the limits of your usefulness, then I will dispose of you. I won't give you back to the Terrys. I'll have you skinned and stuffed with Toto mud. Do we understand each other?" Again Wolfswinkel kissed the hem of Mater Motley's dress. "I understand. Absolutely. Just instruct me." "Well, you can start by letting go of my garment." "Oh, yes." "Now get up." Wolfswinkel scrambled to his feet. "What do you need me to do?" "Here's a letter. Take it to a man called Julix Mirathak. He lives in Cherngold, on Soma Plume." "How will I get there?" "Take the smaller of the 2 boats you'll find down at the little harbor on the early side of this hour. The letter instructs both you and Mirathak how to proceed. We will meet in a day's time at a place I've named. Move quickly and without undue show, Wolfswinkel. If I hear you've broken the bond of silence between us, and I will hear if you do so, it's a skinning for you. Now take the letter and get out of my sight." Caspar claimed the letter from Mater Motley's hand, stepped back and made an extravagant bow. Then he opened his mouth to make one last profession of his undying devotion, thought better of it, and instead departed the house in haste, lingering on the lower slope of the hill just long enough to see where the blood of the terry-cats, his sometimes captors, glittered in the grass. Then, whistling tunelessly to himself, he went to find a boat, a free man. 27. Abduction. When Candy opened her eyes, all she could think was how much she wanted to put her arms around her mother, to hold her tight, and to be hugged in return. It was such a simple thing, but at that moment there was nothing she wanted more. She sat up on the cook's bed where she'd been napping and looked around. The kitchen was very still. The wind had died away while she was slumbering, so the leaf and blossom-laden branches no longer churned overhead. There were no birds chattering or singing up there. They'd either fled or were keeping their tunes to themselves. And strangest of all, perhaps, was the absence of any sound or opinion of the newly resurrected tribe of totemics. They had been making a happy din when she'd gone to sleep, as if to announce, "We're alive and free." Candy couldn't imagine a happier sound, but now their noise had been silenced. "Filth," she said. "Where are you?" Again silence. Something had happened here while she slept, but what? "Filth," she said, raising her voice. "Are you there?" There was no response, so she headed off in search of him. The same eerie stillness she'd woken to in the kitchen had taken grip of the whole of the Twilight Palace. Passageways and chambers alike were silent. It wasn't that the birds weren't up in the branches. They were. She could see them. They'd just decided to stop singing for some reason. "Filth?" she called again. "Where are you? Filth?" At last she heard the sound of a muted cry, and following it from chamber to chamber, she discovered the Munkee lying on the ground with his mouth gagged, his arms tied tight behind him, and his legs bound at the ankles. She unknotted the gag. "Lordy Lou," he said, spitting out the taste of the gag. "I thought that was the end of me, I really did. Who did this to you?" "Never mind about me. It isn't me he's come for. It's you." "Again, who?" "I don't know his name. Some young man with a nasty look in his eyes. You have to get out of here." She untied his hands, and the first thing he did was push her away from him. "Go," he said. "Not without you." "That's very noble of you," Filth said. "Really it is. But, to be perfectly honest, I don't think you're the safest of people to be hanging around with right now. Not with that beast boy after you. He's lethal, that one." "You do know who he is," Candy said. "I have my suspicions," Filth admitted. "But this isn't the time or the place to discuss them. You have to go before—" He stopped in mid-sentence. Then he said, "Oh, dear." "What?" "We're too late. He's here." Candy looked all around. "I don't see anybody." "Oh, he's a clever one. He knows how to use the shadows." As Filth spoke, his eyes darted in all directions, seeking out the clever one, whoever he was. "Will you go?" he said, giving Candy another small push. "Which way?" "Any which way, just get going." Candy began to back away from him, but as she did so, out of the corner of her eye, she saw somebody starting to move toward her. It was just the briefest of glances. She caught sight of his pale face and the long dark hair surrounding it, but that was all. Then she turned on her heel. "Run!" she heard Filth yelling, and she did just that, following the winding path that had first brought her to the Twilight Palace. Her pursuer was fast, however. After 10 or 12 strides, she heard the sound of his bare feet slapping on the mosaic, getting louder as he gained on her. She didn't like the idea of being struck down from behind, so she came to a halt and spun around to face him. It was worth the risk, just to see the look of shock on the young man's face. His deep-set eyes suddenly grew almost comically big. Then he seemed to recover himself, and he came running at her again, pulling something from his jacket. Thinking it was a knife, she raised her hands to keep the blade away from her body, but he lifted the object, not a knife, a bag, up over her head, and pulled it down. She started to yell and thrash around, but there was something in the bag that smelled like the scent of rotted flowers, and its power made her head swim. "Just relax," she heard the voice of the young man say. "You're going to be all right. Just let go, Candy." "Candy?" she thought. "He knows my name. How does he know my name?" And then, as she shaped this question in her mind, the perfume played a strange trick. She heard a voice in her head say, "You have to sleep now." "No," she mumbled, her tongue somehow thick and heavy in her mouth. "Just for a little while," the voice replied. And the next moment, there was no next moment. She knew how long she'd been asleep precisely, because the voice of the perfume was there when she awakened to tell her. It's been 37 minutes and 11 seconds since you went to sleep. Wait now, if you will. She didn't need a second invitation. She reached up and fumbled with the drawstring which had tightened the bag around her neck. Loosening it, she pulled the bag off her head. She was no longer in the Twilight Palace. The sky was dark and full of stars. Indeed, she could not remember a time during her voyages when there had been more stars visible than there were right now. They were so beautiful that it took a great deal of effort to take her eyes from the spectacle overhead and look around at the place where her abductor had brought her. She was in a small, single-masted boat, which was bobbing along before a gusting wind. At the other end of the vessel, sitting spread-legged on the floor of the boat and making some conjurations with his hands over a large map of the archipelago, was her abductor, a young man who looked more or less Candy's age. His hair was a glossy black and hung in greasy ringlets. "What are you doing?" Candy said. The young man looked up, his expression a little nervous. "I'm conjuring a route for us," he said. "A route to where?" "To where we're going," he answered, with a bright but far from trustworthy smile. "Well, wherever you think you're taking me," Candy told him. "I demand that you take me back where I came from." "Oh, you do you?" "Yes," she said. "I do." "Why?" Candy looked incredulous. "What do you mean, why? Because you kidnapped me and I don't appreciate it." "Oh, come on, you didn't want to stay in that old place." "No, you come on," Candy said, getting up from her seat, making the boat rock. His casual attitude made her furious. "You put a bag over my head and kidnapped me," she reminded him. "You should be put in jail for that." "I've been in jail, plenty of times. It don't scare me none." He got to his feet. He was a little bit shorter than she was, Candy noticed. "Anyway, I was just obeying orders," he said. "Oh, very original. Like that's an excuse nobody has ever used before." "All right," she said. "If that's where you want to start, let's start there. Whose orders?" "I can't tell you that," he said. "Oh, can't you?" she said, approaching him down the boat. Her sudden movement made it rock even more wildly. "Be careful," he yelled. "You'll overturn us." "I don't care. I can swim." "So can I, but these waters are dangerous, so stop it." Mimicking his own irritating tone, she said, "Why?" "Because." He stopped, realizing he'd been set up. "You're crazy." Candy put on a wild-eyed look. "I've been thinking that myself lately," she said, deliberately making the boat rock even more violently. "He didn't tell me you were crazy," the youth said, grabbing the sides of the boat so hard his knuckles went white. "Who didn't tell you?" Candy said, threatening with her stance to make the rocking still worse. "Come on, spit it out." "My employer, Mr. Masper." "And how much is this Mr. Masper paying you to get me on this little boat trip?" 11 pattersem. Candy looked disappointed. "I'm only worth 11 pattersem," she said. "What do you mean? I've never had 11 pattersem in my life. It's a fortune." "I don't even know any Mr. Masper." "Well, he knows you. He's a very powerful man, very influential, and very curious about you. He heard all these rumors about you, and he wants to meet you in the flesh. So you put a bag over my head and knocked me unconscious?" "Was the perfume not polite?" the youth said, looking genuinely concerned. "I used it because it's polite." "Whether it was polite or not isn't the point. And stop putting on that big-eyed I'm-so-sorry look, because it doesn't work. You see, I've got 2 brothers, so I know every trick in the Book of Boys. He did it. Somebody told me to. I'll never do it again." "Not impressed, huh?" "No. Now turn the boat around and take me back to the Twilight Palace. You can tell Mr. Masper he'll have to be happy with the rumors." "I can't control the boat. I put this conjuration on it, and now I can't undo it. I wasn't really planning the route when you woke up. I was trying to slow us down. You can see how fast we're moving." Candy had indeed noticed the speed of the little boat. It was fairly racing over the water. But she wasn't buying his excuse any more than she was the lost little boy expression. "If you put a conjuration on the boat," she told him, "then you can take it off again." "I haven't been taught how to do that yet," the young man replied. For a moment she just looked at her lunatic conjurer-kidnapper in frustrated silence. Then she said, "Tell me you're kidding." No, I swear. You fool! I am not a fool, the youth protested. My name's Lethio. So, Lethio, if you don't know how to slow this boat down, what's going to happen when we reach our destination? Well, I was assuming that... Yes? That is, I was hoping... Yes? That the boat would know. The boat would know what? That we were at the end of our journey. Then it would slow down of its own accord and put us on the beach. Gently. I don't know much about magic yet, but what I've seen so far has been pretty violent. I don't think we're going to be put anywhere gently. Stop looking at me that way, Lethio said. I didn't think. I just wanted to get there quickly. I thought maybe that way he'd pay me more patterzem. You know, a bonus for quick delivery. Give me the map, Lethio. Why? Because in case you hadn't noticed, your boat is still picking up speed, and if we don't figure something out before we reach land, it's going to be journey's end in more ways than one. She could see by the way his eyes darted around that he knew she was right. Oh, by the towers, he said, half to himself. What have I done? Give me the map. Lethio pulled the map from under his foot and handed it over to Candy. The speed of the boat made the map flap around like a panicked bird. She had no choice but to go down on her hands and knees, lay the map on the waterlogged boards at the bottom of the boat, and examine it as best she could from there. "Where's it taking us?" she yelled to Lethio. He went down on his hands and knees on the other side of the map and jabbed a finger at one of the islands. "Efreet," he said. "It's one of the outer islands." "Yes, I know about Efreet. I met some people who live there. Do you have any way of knowing our exact position?" "I'll show you," Lethio said. "Here's a bit of magic I do know. Hold the map down." Candy did her best to oblige, but it was difficult. Even in the belly of the boat, the wind kept getting under the map and making it bow. "What are you going to do?" "Watch," Lethio grinned. He spat on his hand and rubbed his palms together vigorously. Then he made a crude pipe by making loose fists of his hands, and setting one on top of the other, he blew down them, hard. A mote of red light, the same red as the boat's hull, sped from his hand and struck the map. "That's where we are," he said, not without a measure of pride in his achievement. Candy peered at the red mote, which was moving over the bucking map rapidly, with a mingling of curiosity and unease. Even at such a reduced size, the boat was closing in on the island of Efreet at an extraordinary rate. She looked up over the edge of the boat. It was dark, of course, but she thought she could vaguely see the shape of the island ahead. And there was no sign of the vessel slowing. In fact, it continued to pick up speed, hitting the waves with such violence it seemed only a matter of time before one of the waves simply struck it so hard the boat would come apart at its creaking seams. Were that to happen, they'd be in serious trouble. The spray that was hitting her face was icy cold. If they were dropped in the water, hypothermia would soon take its toll. And if it didn't, well, there were always the usual predators. The gluttonous mantisax, the vicious little jigsaw fish, called jiggers by the fishermen. "We are in such trouble," she said, staring at Lethio with a mixture of rage and frustration. "You're going to get us both killed just because you wanted a bonus for delivery." He had nothing to say. He looked away from her at the rocks close to the island. "Oh, no," he said softly. "Kithris." She followed his gaze to see that the rocks were inhabited by some flipper-footed creatures that were watching them with hungry eyes. One by one they slipped off the rocks and into the frigid water, making their way to the boat. Candy went back to the map. Was there some conjuration she could do that could get them out of this mess? She scanned the map from left to right and top to bottom, but the signs on the map meant nothing to her. She felt none of the sensations she knew were connected with power. Her tongue failed to summon any magic words. No sudden knowledge leaped into her head. "What are you doing?" Lethio yelled over the din of water and wind. "I'm trying to figure out some way of using my own magic." "You have magic?" "A little." "Then save us, please." Candy glanced up again. It was snowing on Efreet. The landscape was gray and white, and the wind brought icy flakes against her face. "I wasn't expecting snow," Lethio said. Suddenly there was a roar from the water, and the next moment the boat struck one of the Kithris head-on. Candy caught a glimpse of the beast's yellow eye as the boat rolled sideways. She grabbed the seat to stop herself from being thrown out. As she did so, the boat struck another of the animals, which seemed intent on throwing them over, because it lifted itself out of the water beneath the boat's hull. Lethio let out a howl of terror as the boat flew through the air. "Hold on!" Candy yelled. She saw his face for a second as they dropped back toward the water, all traces of manipulations scoured from it. He was just a terrified boy. Then the boat struck the water, its hull cracking. Sprays of freezing water came up through the cracks, and then they were off again, careering through the Kithris, their speed seeming to increase the closer they got to their destination. Any hope Candy might have had of saving them with magic was forgotten now. The map had gone. She could scarcely keep hold of the boat. And then they hit the beach. The bow cracked like an eggshell, and snow began to come in as the open end of the little vessel dug into the drifts like a huge shovel. The deep snow was the saving of them. It steadily slowed the boat's progress, weighing it down with its freight. They were still moving when the boat reached the tree line, but at a fraction of the speed they'd been going when they hit the beach. Candy peered up out of the chaos of splintered timbers, snow and ice shards in which she lay, just in time to see a tree dead ahead. "This is it!" she yelled to Lethio, though she could no longer be sure he was still in the boat. Then she put her arms around the seat in the middle of the boat and held tight. There was a tremendous crash, and the boat broke open, and she was peppered with pieces of wood. Then she felt the boat tip up, and she lost her grip on the seat, sliding down into the snow. She lay there, sprawled for a few moments, catching her breath. Then, spitting out particles of ice and pieces of shredded leaf, she reached up and wiped the snow out of her eyes. "Lucky, lucky, lucky," she told herself as she checked her limbs for any sign of broken bones. There was apparently no serious damage done, however, which was a near miracle given the speed at which the boat had been approaching the island. Indeed, Lethio's initial spell had still not deserted a few of the larger boards scattered between the trees. They twitched and rolled, as if they were still good to go. As for the spellcaster himself, the impact had apparently thrown him a long way clear of the wreckage, because Candy could see no sign of him. What she did see was a path of demolition that led back through the trees and across the beach to the water's edge. Were there guardian angels in the Abarat? Because surely she had one. Her eyes had already become accustomed to the strange light here, starlight off snow. It showed her a forest that stretched off to the limits of her sight. It was odd to see trees that apparently flourished in darkness and bitter cold, as these did. Many were in full blossom, their fat, fire-colored flowers undeterred by the snow. Then came Lethio's voice, calling her name. "I can hear you," she called back. "Keep talking." "I'm here," he yelled, as though she should know exactly where here was. She followed his frail voice to the limits of the scattered wreckage and found him lying at the bottom of a shallow incline, curled up in a sorrowful bundle. "You're alive," she said. "I can't believe that we both came out of this alive." "Well, we haven't yet," he said. "What do you mean? We're here, aren't we? We're safe?" "No, this is a freak. There are 5 beasts on this island. Terrible creatures." "Like the Kithris, you mean? They weren't—" "No, not like them. They're just animals. These are monsters." "Oh, that's right," she said, remembering what Mizzle had told her on Babilonium. "We've got some fierce beasts live up here," he'd said. "Well, I don't see anything," Candy said hopefully. "Maybe we're on the wrong side of the island?" Lethio shook his head. "They're here," he said. "They're just watching from a distance, figuring out who gets to eat who." "Will you shut up? It's true. Well, I don't want to hear. We need to get moving before we freeze to death." "My ribs ache, and my head, too." She looked first at his head. He had a large, deep wound above his right ear. "You're going to have a nice scar." "It won't be my first," Lethio replied matter-of-factly. "Anyway, isn't scar tissue stronger than ordinary skin?" Candy said. "If that's supposed to be some weird recommendation for getting hurt, I don't buy it. Now let me look at your ribs." "No thanks." "Yes," she said forcefully. "Don't worry. I've got brothers. It's no big deal to me. You're just another boy." He somewhat reluctantly unbuttoned his shirt, and Candy realized why he was being so coy. There was a strange pulsing coloration on his torso, which was dark turquoise in places and purple in others. With each flush of color his skin turned from smooth to scaly. In addition to the scales, he had several crude tattoos on his thin arms. "So now you know," he said, wincing as his skin twitched and transformed. "I've got a bit of beast in me." "Does it hurt?" He lightly touched his reptilian belly. "Yes. When it takes me over completely, it's horrible. See, the thing is, Mr. Masper has a medicine that makes this go away. And he gives it to you. When I follow orders. But you don't always want to?" "No," said Lethio. "Not always." "So when do you need the medicine again?" "Soon." Lethio's eyes remained averted. "Perhaps Mr. Masper will have some in the house for me." "I don't see any lights out there. Is this house of his big?" "Huge." "The boat must have delivered us to the wrong beach." "Or maybe we're early," Lethio said, slowly getting to his feet. "What do you mean?" "Maybe we're early," he said, as though the sense of this was obvious. "Maybe the house hasn't arrived yet." "It moves," Candy said. "Yes, it moves. If we're lucky, we'll see it coming into land." Lordy Lou, Candy thought to herself. It always seemed that just as she thought she was coming to the end of the Abarat's amazements, and nothing could astonish her, it had something more to unveil. "Listen," Lethio said. "What are you hearing?" "We have visitors." Candy listened. Lethio was right. There were animals nearby. She heard a long, threatening growl, and there was a sharp smell in the wind suddenly, as though the beast was marking its territory. "We're in trouble, yes?" Candy murmured. "We're dead," Lethio said. "They haven't got us yet." "It's only a matter of time." "Then we'd better move," she said. "Let's go." Lethio winced as he walked toward her. "Sorry it hurts," she said, "but being eaten is going to hurt a lot more." 28. A Summoning. The three women of the Phantomaya sat in three high-backed antique chairs on the south shore of the 25th hour and watched a storm move out of the shadows of Gorgosium to stalk the straits between midnight and the island of Ninnyhammer. Joaffe, thanks to the incredible eyesight of the squid whose vision she was presently sharing, the animal clamped to her face like a pair of living spectacles, could see a great distance. All the details of the storm and its effects. The thunderhead spitting lightning as it moved west, the ships in the straits as they plowed through the mountainous seas, were clear to her, and she was reporting everything she saw to the other two. "What's going on at the wizard's house?" Mespa asked her. "I'll take a look," Joaffe said, and focused her attention upon the heights of Ninnyhammer. News of Caspar Wolfswinkle's escape had reached them only a short time before. They had come out here to see what could be seen, and to debate precisely what was going on. "I can see a lot of bodies laid out at the bottom of the hill," Joaffe said. "Terry cats," said Diamanda. "And some regular soldiers." "Who would have done a thing like this?" Diamanda said. "Well, it won't be difficult to puzzle it out," Mespa remarked. "Wolfswinkle had very few friends, if any. It's hard to imagine anyone risking their necks to liberate him." "Well, somebody did," Joaffe observed. "And just because he was locked away doesn't mean he wasn't working in secret. Plotting. Assembling a gang of some sort. He was a clever man, as I remember. Ugly and charmless, of course, and a terrible drunkard. But clever." "All right," said Diamanda. "Let's for the moment accept your theory. He was plotting with somebody. But who?" "Somebody who wanted the help of a wizard." "Why assume they took him because they liked him?" Mespa said. "Meaning what?" "He murdered 5 good people for the possession of their hats. Maybe somebody related to one of them decided his punishment wasn't severe enough." "What, and took him away to execute him?" Joaffe said. "Absurd." "I'm just saying. That's a ridiculous idea." "Ladies, ladies," Diamanda started to say, but she didn't finish. Instead, she rose unsteadily from her chair, her expression stricken. "Oh, no," she murmured. Joaffe gently eased the squid from her face. "What's wrong, Diamanda?" "Candy." "Candy?" said Mespa. "What about her? You think she has something to do with this Wolfswinkle business?" "No, it's not that. I suddenly had a clear vision of her. What does the girl think she's doing?" "Where is she?" Mespa said. "I don't exactly know.
Diamanda replied, closing her eyes. "It's dark, wherever it is. Very dark." "Well, that's a start, I suppose," said Joaffe. "And there's feathers. No, not feathers. Snow." "Heavy or light?" said Joaffe. "Can you tell? There were flurries on Speckle Frew within the last couple of hours." Diamanda's eyes scanned the scene she was seeing with her mind's eye, her pupils flickering back and forth as they searched for clues. At last she said, "This is heavy. The snow's deep." "Is she high up?" Joaffe wondered. "In the Pinot Mountains, maybe? The Isle of the Black Egg?" "No, that's not it either. There are trees. A lot of—" All three sisters spoke the name of Candy's whereabouts together. "Ifrit! What in heaven's name is she doing there? The place is crawling with monsters." "Well, that's where she is," Diamanda said flatly. "And the sooner we get her off the island and away from those beasts, the better." She walked away from her sisters a couple of steps, quietly muttering a common conjuration to herself as she did so. The color of her robe became suddenly uncertain of itself. The black and purple in its threads gave way to blue and white and more blue. The hem fluttered as though it had been entrusted to a flock of small, invisible birds. "You're going somewhere?" said Mespa. "To Ifrit, of course," Diamanda replied. "Whatever our Candy is doing there, she's going to need help." "Then we should all go," said Joaffe. No. You two need to find out what's happening on Nennyhammer. Wolfswinkel should be severely reprimanded if he had some hand in this violence. So investigate this closely. Find out the facts. Are you sure you can deal with Ifrit on your own? You know how you hate the cold." "If that's a polite way of asking me if I'm not too antiquated to be going off facing the 5 beasts of Ifrit on my own, let me remind you what St. Catham of Det says. We will bring the infernal enemy to its knees with wisdom, not sticks." "Diamanda, dear, St. Catham was eaten alive from the toes up over a period of 19 days. I don't think you should be quoting her." "All right. Then I concede the folly of going, and if I meet a terrible death while I'm there, I promise one day I'll come back to this very spot, and you can take my ghost to task for it. Meanwhile, you go to Nennyhammer and let me go to Ifrit, so we can get this wretched problem solved." Her sisters plainly weren't convinced, but Diamanda wasn't about to change her mind. "We need to move quickly, and with the minimum of attention being drawn our way. I want as few people knowing about Candy's presence as possible. She's in a very delicate place right now. I'm sure her visit to the Twilight Palace must have been confusing, to say the least." "She won't be confused for very long," said Joaffe. "She's not a stupid girl. No, she's not. Sooner or later she's going to put all the pieces of the puzzle of her young life together, and when she does we're going to have a lot more to deal with than mixed emotions." "You think so?" said Mespa. "If I were her, I'd love to find out that I—" "No, you wouldn't," Diamanda said. "You'd be furious. You'd feel lied to, and cheated and used, and you'd want to know who was responsible." Said Mespa. "Maybe. So what do we do about it? What can we do? What's done is done. Anyway, I'm not sure I'd change a thing if I had the choice to do it all over again. Yes, we took risks, but they were for the right reasons. We have nothing to apologize for. Let's just hope the girl agrees." That remark silenced the 3 women for a time, and they stood staring out at the water for a few minutes, while the gulls wheeled overhead, uttering their soul-stricken cries. Finally Diamanda said, "All right. I can't linger here. I've got work to do." She wrapped her now blue robes around her and muttered a word of activation. They suddenly billowed, filling with wind. "Just remember," she said, imparting some last words of wisdom before the robes carried her away. "Work delicately. We're dealing with people's lives here." "It seems to me," Joaffe remarked, "that we should have considered that a long time ago." Diamanda had no opportunity to reply to this. The motion of her sky-blue robes became more urgent, and she was carried away in a heartbeat, her flying form lost against the bewitching skies that surged like a mirror of the tide above the 25th hour.